Good morning, everybody. The ads are over. How are we all doing? It is great to see you all this morning. We are getting started right now. I'm going to press this button, and then I'm going to do this one as well. It's very dark in here. Let's turn the lights on. Because only apparently one of them is on. Whee! Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? I didn't unmute myself today for singing the songs, so you know, that's good. That's my trick. If you're for me getting streaming, the first thing I do in the morning, have a bit of a sing along. It works really well. We're not playing Honts Girls game. No. We might play Dispatch because I've been hearing very, very good things about Dispatch. Let me do some morning shout-outs and some hellos. Good morning to Was It, morning to Balthazar, Lamina, Capsaholic, Temperius, Darren53, Avenda, and 404G Not Found. Good morning to you all. Good morning to Fluffy Rouge Viking over on YouTube. You forgot... So Fluffy Rouge Viking is at work and forgot that they were watching my stream. And got scared from my voice from the void, which is perfect. Thank you for that, Fluffy. Good morning, John O'Clock. Good morning, Minty. I hope you're doing well, Minty, bud. Good to see you. Good morning, Optimus. Good morning, Spook. Good morning, Lamina. Oh, dear. Good morning, Vinthal, PC Tech, Chorus, Tabid, Delchant. Good morning to all of you. Hope you're doing well today. Not enough. I hope you're doing well. It was indeed me, Thor and Winky. Dijumi MX. Good morning. Welcome on in, buddy. I think you'll find that none of those demons on screen needed hunting. Perfectly safe and reasonable. Morning, Little Ham. How are you doing today, buddy? It's good to see you. How's your cat doing, bud? Sharon, good to see you. I'm not sure, Vinthal, that I'm ready for a YouTube poop style cover of the three of us. I think I'm building to that. We'll get there. Maybe we'll get there eventually. How about that? Good morning to Electro Rocks. Good morning to Aline. Good morning to Nightcloak Games. How are you doing, all of you? Life according to Bird. Hello. I'm glad you're enjoying those emotes. Day night. Wall Murray. Hello. It's definitely not a violation of TOS or the Geneva suggestions. I'm perfectly safe and reasonable here. Good morning to you. Good morning, Classic Buster. Good morning, Wallbanger. I'm glad to see how many people have been horrified by that starting screen because it was just one of those random, you know what, Nellis, I'd really like one of these. Please, could you make this happen? Nellis was like, sure. It's also possibly what broke Nellis's PC. So that's a whole thing. Good morning, Verbiter. Good morning to James Brown. Good morning, Avenda. Good morning, Primacyte. How are you all doing? Good morning, Tafina. Yep, we may do some Dispatch either later today or tomorrow. I've been seeing some good things. It looks reasonably interesting, so we might go and give that a go. Good morning, Treebeard. Welcome on in. Good morning to you, Schnitzel. Good morning. Morning, PC Tech. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. Press the N key. There isn't an N key. I have to press the N and the E key at the same time, Ham. That's the challenge. If I press N and E at the same time, then it works. It also weirdly opened up my file explorer. Nellis will be back with a PC later this week. So, being worked on, catching up, but obviously unfortunate to have a PC problem. Are we winning? I mean, I win here and I win there. We're certainly not losing. This is the last Caretaker, so it is a survival, crafting, exploration game set after the Earth is flooded. You are a robot, and basically the last of humanity are scattered around. We're gonna have to regrow humanity to send them off of the planet to save them. So far, we've basically not focused on any other humans. We've just dismantled everything that we could get our hands on. It's like Raft with robots as well. Yeah, so like imagine Raft, but the shark is a robot, and there's mines in the sea, and there's better guns, as in there are guns. So how to define this game? It's a weird collection of genres that works really well together. Yes, like yesterday we were actually having a lot of fun. Terminator Raft. I'll show it through, obviously. I'm not quite at the Terminator level yet. I'm more at like the Wall-E level currently. Haven't got an assault rifle, haven't got any of the advanced guns, but we'll get there. We're using diesel fuel apparently because we haven't learned. That's a bad thing. Good morning, quoth the Raven. How are you doing? Good to see you. So currently we're like Wall-E level of threat. We might eventually get up to Terminator level. Wall-E, the threat of Wall-E is because he's just a friend. I have a great story about Wall-E. One of the first times that I ever saw my girlfriend cry, spare human cry, is because in Wall-E, and I'm not going to give you guys any spoilers, but the story is set around similar kind of situation. Humanity has left the planet. Wall-E, as a robot, bonds socially with a cockroach, little bug, his friend. And at one point, this bug gets run over. Now, as we all know, cockroach is very resistant to being squashed, especially in animated films. So the cockroach, absolutely fine. He burst into tears as soon as he was by himself. Didn't have his little cockroach. That was it. I've never seen her cry over a bug before. So one of my favorite things about that story, about that film even, is I think it's the first time I ever saw her cry. Yeah, that film messed you up. It's you know what? I haven't seen Wall-E in a long time. I feel like I'm overdue a rewatch of Wall-E. The Bug's Life, absolutely fine, but Wall-E, you don't expect to emotionally bond with the cockroach pet of a robot. Hello, Caraday. How are you doing? Yeah, Winky's just here. Well, Winky's not sleeping tonight. G, do you want to do a Wall-E watch along? Because G, if you want to do a watch along, I'll bring the snacks. Yes, I did buy this just to taunt you on stream with them. What is that? You know what this is. Look at this. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's see, Minty, what you don't know is that G, one of my very good friends who's in chat, she could probably eat that in one day and then suffer for a week afterwards because of all of the fizziness from the sherbet. Yeah. I would believe it. Gee, I'm actually thinking about separating out into small Ziploc bags and then like putting them like delivering one a day, for example, before stream, just for the memes. Because I would actually really enjoy that. What do you mean you can't believe I bought that? That's entirely on brand. I buy Greg's just to take a photo to show Thor. If you think that I wouldn't drive to your house, drop off a small Ziploc bag full of flying saucers just so you could have stream snacks, I don't know what you clearly don't know me after all. It's 100% something I would do just to be just for the memes. And you know it. Yeah, that's entirely on brand. One day I wouldn't reach the stream, yeah, because G set some kind of road trap to ambush me for the full supply rather than one bag at a time. Paul found out about Greg's Pizza yesterday. Greg's Pizza is one of the things we might get him to try next time he says, I want to get Thor to try a novelty bun, but he's not really a fan of sweet foods. He's more of a savory person, so the pizza's a good choice. So I think is if I can get a hold of one of the katsu chicken bakes. It's sherbet officer, I swear, yeah. Smuggling sherbet across county lines, yeah. The chicken katsu festive bake, really quite good. Hello, Volkama, how are you doing, bud? Good to see you over on YouTube's. Yeah, surprise you. Now you're hungry. Maybe go and eat. People writing song. Taunting Thor like that? What do you think that like 30% of the reason I ever took this job was? Is it a Katsu Christmas bait this year? I hope so, because it was so good that, like, they would be missing out to not do it. They stopped the egg mayo bacon sandwiches. Yeah, that was a staple of the lunchtime rush. You escaped the time loop. I'm pleased to hear it, Volkama. She is rapidly approaching my house to steal the flying saucers. Right, let's jump back into this world. I'm gonna remove this because it's in the way of the UI for now. So, where were we yesterday? Oh, we just arrived here, and we dealt with all of those annoying little bug things. Oh, yes. I remember we did our anchor really, really well, because this is how anchors work. Perfectly safe and how anchors work. Let's see if this is actually working. No, it's not. It's only while I move rather than Raft, where the water still moves while it's going on. Okay, I've forgotten most of how I play this, so let's have some fun with it. That was horrifying. Just gonna shut that door and make it so those robots can't come back out. They don't need to come out here. What are you guys doing? Okay, well, I'm gonna get rid of this first. These are kind of like gross infection things. Grim. I swear there's normally more of that growth around. Okay. Just gonna charge my gun from my own body because I'm just that hardcore. You have a new favorite toy to react with? I mean, that's quite a good one, Ham, to be fair. That's been, that's well made, that is. I'm impressed. Let's see. Reel in the cable. You are still live. Okay. So the whole point, like the whole part of this game is basically the resource management part of it, where these are obviously both broken, so we're gonna have to fix these, and I haven't got the parts for them. Obviously quite a lot to fix them. So let's explore the station and find out what they've actually got. Good morning, Sindri. Oh, my runner always does a great job. Yeah, you're right. Scraps. A box. We've got one of these. We'll take the backup station, connect to ourselves just because we're in here. We'll make a save. We will refill our health because health is provided by a cable in this, which is quite fun. What do we got here? What are you? Okay, it's just power for the base. Get lights in here. Okay, so we have our dismantling tool. Yeah. There's a lot of connecting going on. It's the combination of kind of like that satisfactory kind of side of things, but also, you know, the raft style of kind of setting things up. There's a lot of things to go. You can hold a V on the backup station. Thank you for that, Mixor Studio. That's a good bit of knowledge. I didn't know that one. Can you not? Like, that's not necessary. You don't need to be here. Leave everyone alone. Look at this. It's a blob, chat. Blob. Is there a better way to run those cables? Remember that I'm only in the first... Like, this is... I've done the tutorial area, and I've come here. So, there might be down the line, but right now, I don't know. That's... yeah, that's definitely a zoo and not, like, I know, containment facility for some kind of weird blob. Mr. Blobby, it actually is. It's proto Blobby. Yeah. Sorry, friend, but I need the high-tech scraps. You haven't done the tutorial yet? So I would like there to be a way that's not, but I guess it's about managing the crossing cables as well. That is part of it. So, oh yeah. Nice. Hold V. Let me have a think. Just connect myself to my boat because I've got a bunch of power stored on the ship that is good for me to have in my body. So those of you who didn't watch me play this yesterday, if you run out of power, you basically start using health at a rate of 1 health percentage to 1 watt hour, and the whole of the game is measured in watt hours. So it uses basic electricity kind of principles. Oh, there you go. Reach level 7. We like that. 7. What a good number. Okay. Put 5 points into improved hydraulics. 5 points into improved battery. Five more into power management. Okay, so we've got 20% power consumption reduction is great. Scrapper. This is where most of our power usage is going, so we'll put another 5 points into that each time. I'm waiting now, choke. Oh yeah, the whole game is focused on power management and the resources that you have that you're controlling. So at the moment, I've got 4 of these solar panels trying to absorb a small amount of power, but the actual input is not huge. I'm making, oh no, I'm making 14 or so kilowatt hours going out. So it should slowly over time just about keep me level, I guess. I'm hoping that we find some increased power production on board the this facility, because these obviously this will give me about half of my, well, just over 2/3 actually of my my total electricity, I believe. They're 500 watt hours, and I can carry 0.7 currently. But gathering all of these resources is really important, because that's what I'm going to be using to fill my boat full of junk. Some of you are going to get very upset when you see how I store all of my items in this game. I'm going to be really honest with you up front. It's you might think I'm a madman, but I'll just show you. I'll go back onto the boat in a second and show you guys. That's what I'll do. Look, do this. Look, I believe that this is a perfectly valid storage and organizational method. See, look, you just kind of come here, and then I open my inventory, and then I just kind of, you know, for example, if I don't need this gold, I'm just going to drop the gold onto the pile. This is, you might not like it, but this is storage. It's in its own room. Some of it might have fallen out, but that's not relevant. Why have you? You should be plugged in at all times, so you don't burn power unless I'm using it. Drop off all my scraps in there, and I just go to and from. The tug is my home, and this is what. So we started off at a facility about 2 kilometers to the west, but this is now my traveling home. So a bit like Raft, where you have your raft, this is my raft, but it's a full tug. There's a bastard shark that keeps scaring the bejesus out of me, and I don't know where he is. He's somewhere. There's a bastard-looking mechanical shark. Don't like smile, like smile of gold. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think when it's a large enough horde, we will do that. The shadow. Okay. So basically, the whole game is about managing the power and managing the health of your character, and then thriving, continuing the story, doing everything else around that. So exploring is a big part of it. They hide things everywhere. You might think I'm mad. Goes as far over the horizon. Wow. I mean, you're not wrong. I can't disagree with you at a fundamental level. 3 kobolds. That's the problem. Take all of those metal scraps. Oh look, biomatter. Can I jump on top of one of these? I can. This will be a bit hairy because these things will probably explode and attack me. Yeah, just a little bit. Gross. Glad that's over. Not sure you like the sound of dismantling. The pitch is a bit too high. It is a little bit. I have turned the volume down, although it'll probably go down to... I want to keep the voiceover volume high because I currently quite like it. The boat has mooring lines. The mixed saucer, one thing that we found yesterday was during the storm, the mooring lines were holding the boat too tightly to the side here, and they were basically like they actually caused it to go underneath this lip. So for basically preventing any kind of bug purposes, I dropped the anchor, which, as you can see, dropped in a very sensible location. This is how anchors work in real life, chat. You might not know this if you're not specialist maritime, experts, but this is actually the best way to use an anchor. Also, not a maritime expert. Please get an expert opinion before, I don't know, before taking to sea. Yeah. I did the mooring surprisingly well, given that it's been 10 years, about 8 years since I last drove a boat. But you had that once when you raised the anchor, the boat flipped. Well, thank you for telling me that. I'll save it before we do it. We had one earlier yesterday in yesterday's stream where I can't remember what it was I interacted with, but I was putting something into the recycler, and all of a sudden the entire ship just flipped, and I was underwater at the bottom of the sea. So, alarming. You have a sailboat anchor that definitely works that way? It makes sense. All those physics are fixed in the current beta version? That makes sense. I'm going to turn that down a little bit further. Actually, no, I'll leave the music up. That's fine. It's only the sound of the like an Armageddon in my head until there's nothing left. Oh. Any opportunity to climb something in a game and I'll do it. You know what I'm like, chat. I'll climb all of it. Climb everything. At one point you got catapulted into space. That's perfectly safe. Weird. Like this. See what's around here. Ooh. Loot. I still can't see the shark, and that makes me suspicious. There's a loot. That's a loot container. We found that one out yesterday. For the end of the ad. Fall damage is a thing, but it takes power first because robots have powerful knees. June, question for the experts in chat. Is there a reason to build a completely new Mark 6 stop or just replace the wings, engine, PSU? Prasmedic, the body has increased armor at tier 6. So if you are taking a rocket hit, you'll survive longer. So it depends on the amount of PvP you're encountering more than anything. Ooh, we found a guitar, which can go into our memory box. With some crayons, a T-Rex with a hat on, a small tree, and 2 electric grenades. And some Omega-3. This is our for humans stuff. That's what this is. Oh, Thornton is here. So for those of you who don't know, I pause during adverts. I know that not everyone can afford or wants to pay for a sub. So we wait for adverts here. Gives me time to do my stretches so my physiotherapist doesn't try and kill me. But it also means that you guys can grab some water, you guys can look after your pets, you can do whatever you need to do. So, make sure you de-scrungle your spine. Make sure that your food isn't raw, otherwise Thornton will be watching. And we'll just hang out for a couple of minutes. Good morning, Indie Rat. In the woodchuck, hang on, let me do that. Let me enable that. Yeah, I have to be very careful. I mean, the Marines are currently in long-term storage, I believe. We might need to grow our own Marines to eat those crayons, but we've been keeping all the important foodstuffs. Good morning, Ashra. How are you doing? Fine. I kind of just like watching it print the salvage, to be honest. Right, I'm over encumbered, so there's only one solution. We drop most of it here. Don't need this much of that. Don't need this much of that. I wanted some of that. Split. Drop some of that. We've got 100 meters of cable, that's fine. Beautiful storage. Honestly, I don't see a problem. I don't know why everyone's so upset about. Oh, I don't know those were there either. I should just make sound effects when I'm charging in game. That's just how that works. Your analog 3D delivery, Ham. What have you ordered? What is... There's a bilge pump. Yeah. Another anchor. Yeesh, we're gonna need to make some diesel at some point. I don't think that's, I mean, that looked more like a pump because it has, so to go back to it, sorry, we're in the ad, so I'm not too worried about missing anything particularly important. No, no. I knew at some point I would miss that gap, and there it was. It looks to me like a bilge pump because you connect power up from the ship, and then there's a salt water output, so I'm imagining that that is where water comes into the ship. At some point, I'll need to bilge pump it. To be honest, I might just leave that pre-configured, because I feel like that's something I'm going to want as an emergency item. Ooh, this has been working. Not very quickly. Can someone explain the Gordon Ramsay thought? It's so for my ad breaks, rather than having Bezos's like Thor does, I've decided that I think it would be more fun to you know, to have Thor's. So Gordon Ramsay was a natural progression at some point. Bio waste must be human related. 1 second. I'm just watching Bailey explore the garden. He's just being a silly little cat. He was very cute yesterday after stream. He just climbed immediately on me and was like, okay, you're done now. Hello, Lotus for Iris. How are you doing? Good morning. No. Rude. The Chihuahua was just running and running. We'll leave that there so we know where there is some power. We're just going to go inside and shut the door, I think. Oh god, there's so many of them. I think it's because it's nighttime. That's when those leech things spawn. Oh, okay. There's loads of you. Look at all this XP. And all of my health that's disappearing. There's so many of them. That said, the XP is quite nice, because at level 8 we can make medium batteries, and if I can put some medium batteries on the boat, I'll be far happier. What's spawning all of... Oh my god. Oh, Oh, sufficiently bright light. You mean, like, that... Okay, it doesn't make them explode, it just makes them upset. I wonder if I can kite them around and make a larger group. Oh, the sun's coming. Let's kill them. I wonder what they were hiding inside of. If they were hiding inside of anything. That was odd. Fine. Do I have everything I need to repair both of these? That will be the question. Run for the light? Nah, we're fine. Kronos runs for no one. Why would I run from some silly little leech things? How am I liking the game so far, Gilgamesh Joker? I'm actually really enjoying it. It's got some very good power and resource management mechanics, which I like a lot. I'm low on iron. That's annoying. Yeah, like I said, the cable management part of it is actually surprisingly enjoyable and okay. One iron short is hilarious, though. Bezos, but a Thorzos. We could do a Thorzos. I don't think I currently have a Thorzos. Not really. We've got Thor instead of Bezos, but not a Thor Bezos blend. Now this will automatically build because I'm close to it with the resources in my inventory, which is really nice. I don't like this. Ah. Too many oozes. Horrifying. I should go find some health. Here we go. You have health. I would like this health for me. Well, I would love a Flammenwerfer, please. That would be great. Hello, Gerbil. How are you doing? Oh, yeah, these wires will definitely get tangled at some point. I'm just going to say that now. Connect self. Not a huge amount of power, but no, it won't work. I'll let you go. Interesting. So those things gravitate towards light or towards power usage. Which means they likely won't be killed by electricity. Whereas the little drone walker things are. Delightful. Okay, so they do when they're energized, they seem to take much more damage. Whereas they don't take damage when they're not energized. Oh, just take less. Geez, it takes a lot to kill them. Trying to keep an eye on the amount of power I've got in there. Horrifying, but fine. Wait, no. Charge my pistol using this. The little bots go for electricity, the mosquitoes go for gasoline or diesel. The blobs have one for light, one for dark. Interesting, okay. Yeah, solar power isn't that quick, I'm going to be honest. Makes me kind of sad, but hey, we are where we are. $85. They drop BioLight and BioDark. I've seen a lot of BioLight. I think I found one BioDark. Sorry, friend, but I don't want to leave you to the mercy of the blobs. Do I have the range for that? No, it's arcing off to the metal, I believe. I think this is BioDark. I think this is the dark one. Yeah, it is. See, BioDark drop from that. For those, the dark ones, these are the light ones. Interesting. We like that. I like the difference in enemy types. That's neat. That means I have to adjust for different enemy typings. A precious CRT monitor. So the other way of dismantling things, so you've obviously, most of you have seen me use the dismantling tool a few times. The other thing you can do in this game for the harvesting of resources is to take one of these items to an item called a recycler, which is something that I have here on the ship, and I can literally just throw it in here, and it copper, iron, polyurethane, gold, plastic, more iron, some silicon, aluminium. Wait. Yes, thank you. Aluminium. Checkmate, Americans. When all the humans are gone from the world, we call it aluminium. What are you gonna do now? That wasn't. Don't worry about it. We'll find another one. We'll get you a better TV, Kakarot. Don't worry. We'll be all right. Aluminum. Nah. Aluminium. There's an extra I that you're missing. Yeah, the bird's eye view of what? I wonder. Wait, are you a diesel cylinder engine? Yes. So those are, while I'm now over encumbered, I'll show you what that is. Finally, a streamer that announced it properly. I think you mean Aluminax. Alienum. Yes, exactly. Alienum. Yeah, that's correct. Devastation. So what you will see is that this is my diesel engine. This is my electrical engine. The diesel engine is quite cool because I have this item that I just received. Diesel engine cylinder booster. What do I do with that, you ask? I'm going to drop it. When I drop it, I'm going to pick it up and I'm going to put it into this. Now I've got 3 boosters on my diesel engine. My small amount of diesel fuel. Also highly explosive. So you keep this in a nice safe part of the ship, like the open hold, near the electrical supply. The best place to keep electricity. Hello, Stunzia. How are you doing today? It's always lovely to see you. To people that we said we'd never play. Oh, we're getting a bit full-on items in these. Getting a lot of biomatter, that's for sure. There we go. Lovely. A little bit of storage. Very safe. Look. Fine. I'm going to go put you in our highly organized storage location. Highly organized, chat. All of the metal is in one place. All of the plastic is in one place. I know where everything is because it's all in this room. You might not like it, but this is the peak of efficiency. Why would I spend resources? You need it. You need the iron and plastic for the pipe connectors you're making. I've got plenty of iron and I've got plenty of cables on me right now. At the moment, I'm just kind of exploring. What I tend to do is I tend to go in kind of waves. I'll do a little bit of resources, then push further in once I know I've got a decent power supply. I do not want to push into these areas before nighttime. I'm gonna be really honest. That would feel bad. I feel like if I turn this off and I do this, okay, they'll just drop on me. Nice, okay. You make awful, horrible blob noises. Gross. Okay, well, fine. Just explode on me, I guess. That's fine. Horrifying. Connect to myself, charge myself up. A lorry, it's like like an 18-wheeler. another word for like one of those, but like a big truck. Big freighting truck. These are... Just lure them all outside, to be honest. They are resistant. I still hear a squelcher. There's one. There we go. Two of them. Oh. Death. Death comes. What? There'll be more further in, but hey. Everyone in Poland is calling aluminium amelinium. Because of someone drunk. Fine. Makes sense, to be honest. The thing is, I think that my storage solution is fine, and the way that I'm storing power is fine, and I don't think there's any issues here. What hit me? This is fine. Mix also, if you want to give any tips, feel free. I don't necessarily know what to ask for tips-wise and what not to, but if there's anything that you can think of do you think I would benefit from, please do let me know. Downloading Beacon 49 authorization. There we go. Authorization's been granted. Have a nice day, Caretaker. Okay. Gas detection. Do not question unexplained system alert. Trust in peak. Trust in peak. That sounds problematic. Oh, we read through this yesterday. Oh, we didn't read some of these. Hull breach, when depressurized. The light one. July 6th, 2094. We've got a while. We've got a little while, chat. Until, you know, the world floods. That's fine. We can all learn to swim in advance. Recover data log. Okay, nothing concerning in there. 1950. Watch a bird fly past the window. There'll be no stopping the cascade once it begins, no reverse damage. Civilization built its towers on a foundation of sand and borrow time, blind to the tide already at its feet. So even in 1950, they knew that this was happening. 100 kilograms of unprocessed biomass harvested from coastal and shallow aquatic zones. Nutrient density is 8 units per batch. Okay. Interesting. Hang on. There is also... What is... When you say space, you just... I don't trust that. Let's do this. Okay, well, this is the lobby that we've got unlocked. Are these night vision cameras and I can see stuff over time, or... Oh, that's my vessel. Is that what it's saying? The relay's the run next to. Okay, right. Oh. Well, some light isn't bad, I guess. Keep clearing this area out. I know what that is. In my head. Not what I wanted to do. I need to grab the bottom of these. Okay, well this is a petrol container, so this is perfectly safe, right? Fine. Like a glove. Gross. Ooh. Gunge. Let's do this. I do want to have a usable pistol, would be good. You've not clicked launch yet? You've got a lot of hoarding? I did quite a lot of hoarding on the starting area as well, yeah. That was the whole thing. This is safe. That's doable, as long as I'm not over encumbered. I'm not sure I can free that one up. Bit of a shame. Oh, this doesn't look good. That's not how to store stuff. Where's that shark? Maybe I can see the bastard shark up here. There he is, look at him. That glowy bitch over there in the middle of my screen, that, chat, is the shark. You can shoot him and he'll fall. I've only got the electric pistol. Do you think that'll be enough to make him fall, so the mind? That makes things a lot better. I like that. What? I do only have one question. Where are they keeping that ladder? Where is that ladder coming from? Where were they keeping that? This is a lot of ladder. Hang on, I think I need copper and iron. Yes. Let's see how much ladder they were keeping in there. Only a small ladder. So what you're saying is that ladders can be deployed like that, but I can't, you know, make it go upwards. It just only prints downwards. Well, I've got plenty of power, so while I'm up here... Those jumps are easier if you sprint, that's what I was doing, yeah. A little bit of a run up. If you're having trouble getting your ladder up, consult your position. There are pills for that, but if your ladder stays like that for more than 4 hours, you should speak to a medical professional. Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, Shoop. How are you doing, bud? This looks like bait. It is. The ads will be here in about 20-second chat. When that comes, I will pause the game briefly and I need to go and do my spinal stretches because my alarm has just gone off to remind me to do them today because I did forget my morning ones yesterday. And it didn't... That's not a good idea. I don't know why you can fly, but that's illegal. You don't have a permit for that. Illegal. Illegal. Man, it'd be really nice if solar power worked at nighttime, right? One of the problems with relying on the solar energy. How did you get inside? Okay, where is my XP farm? 1, 2, here we go. Here we go. Not bad. Take that. Oh, there's quite a few of you just came up the stairs. That shark is... Oh, there he is. Look at him. He's getting closer. I don't like him. We will get some turbines. One of the things we wanted to do today, I mean, yesterday we only nabbed the four bits we found in the previous area, in the tutorial zone. Right, I need 4 copper and some iron. 5 and 5. Then I'll come up here and I'll see all of these little bastards just chilling. How much power does the ship have? Oh yeah, 5.8 out of 6. Good. We're fine. Good grief, no storage. We have some storage, Lee McGee, but, you know, storage is an optional item. I'm not sure I would want to waste all of my resources on something when this is such an effective solution. I can see everything I need. I can store my biomass. This is fine. This is keeping the biomass somewhere nice and safe makes sense. As well as keeping these alloy frames somewhere. Again, makes sense to keep them in here, right? This is a lovely crafting pile. Hello, Gallius. How are you doing? No, real talk. For those of you who are wondering about storage, I'm not actually a monster. We wanted to unlock these yesterday, but they take some resources. We're basically prioritizing this, which requires level 8. So the medium battery is what we're working on. So after the ads, that's what we're going to focus on. I'm going to go and do my stretches. Also, hello, Ferris SoCal. I need to go do my stretches because I was about to forget. I'll be right back. Welcome back after the ad chat. Thank you for bearing with me. 1 second. So I was doing my stretches, and then I was hanging from the door bar that I have that, you know, I'm meant to decompress my spine by hanging. And then all of a sudden, just a as Bailey is there. He was just hiding in a corner, just in one of the spare rooms, just having a bit of a sit, being like, okay, well, I was having a nice quiet chill before you came up here and disturbed me. And Nodia, thank you for the 400 bits, you absolute legend. I really appreciate it. How are you doing today? That's fine. It's also daytime in game, which is much nicer. Charge myself up again. EP but good? Oh, well, you know, obviously it's the EP time of year for everyone, so it's pretty normal to be EP, I reckon. I'm glad you're doing okay. Good to hear. Let's go up to the top of that tower, first of all, because we've actually got the resources for that, before I forget. The main reason I would like this to have co-op is because someone like Delchant would be like, Kronos, no, you were meant to be climbing the tower. Get the fuck back up there. Oops. This game is actually surprisingly fun. It's a bit like Raft or kind of any of those kind of games with a kind of a combination of satisfactory in certain areas as well, I'm guessing. Because the power management, the supply line management is kind of aligns. This game is dangerous for a loot goblin, yes. It's perfect. Co-op will be really nice. They've said, I believe, that if there's enough demand for co-op, they will do co-op, which I think is a really good thing. But obviously, co-op in a game like this is going to be very difficult to create, especially if it's their first time making a game, which it is. But I have a lot of faith and confidence in it, to be honest. I kind of wish that as a robot, I could just put my legs on the side and clamp inwards and slide down. Because if humans can do that in some of the games, then why can't a robot? But it very much does give me like Raft vibes, and I really enjoyed Raft. I played quite a lot of hours of that game. Trash can. Broken glass? Okay. General trash is just plastic and metal. Why are you inside? That's rude. I didn't give you permission to be here. You love Raft? Nice. I mean, yeah, for a first game, I mean, this, you have to remember, this is an indie game. Like, this has been independently created and published as far as I recall. You have to recycle absolutely everything. 53 hours in, you barely started doing any quests. That is kind of how it seems to be. There were a couple people in chat yesterday who said that every streamer that they've watched, like, leaves the starting area within 10 minutes. Like, they just get on the boat and leave. I was like, but all of these free resources. Why would I leave? Clearly not watching British streamers, because if there's something free, the British are very interested. We love free stuff. Hello, Sabu. How you doing? Oh, if it's free or it doesn't have a flag, instantly British people were like, "Woo!" You spent 8 hours on the start time. We think we spent like 3 yesterday, maybe a little bit more. I also like a lot. The game rewards climbing and exploration. Now, as many of you who have been here for a while know, if I can climb something in a game, I will, even if I'm not meant to, even if it makes me fall through the world, because it's worth it. Did someone mention free stuff? Exactly, Minty. You know what's up. How you doing, Minty? It's good to see you. Actually, Minty, I was meaning to reach out to you. I will be taking a dive into a game I know that I believe that you're quite into, reasonably soon with Mahoodles. And I wondered if you would want to come join / show me the ropes, remind me what I've forgotten about Star Citizen at some point. There's a few other people in the community who want to take part, but I know obviously, Minty, that you're quite a fan of, you know, the game. So, wanted to give you that option. Isn't everything free according to the British? If you're on a boat as a British person and you find something that isn't owned, then it's extra free. That's how that works. I don't know what I need petrol for so far, so I'm just going to kind of store this safely. Very safe storage, you see. Why is it sparking so much? I don't like that. Okay. You do like the spaceships? I would love that. Thank you, Minty. I know that, I would hope that my SC skills aren't quite as broken as they, you know, as I believe they are, but, why am I storing that there? Why don't I store it in this side next to the actual... that'll do. Bounce off of the ceiling. Why are you in here? Oh. Hello, Rad Thordax. How are you doing? Not enough. I'm talking about Star Citizen. I promised Mahoodles, because Mahoodles, so some of you will know, Mahoodles is a good friend of mine. She does some really awesome space and educational content on the platform. In fact, if you don't know who Mahoodles is, you should definitely go and give Mahoodles a follow. There you go. Press the little button up there. So Mahoodles has a bunch of really cool science a bunch of really cool science content here on Twitch, and because she earned her partner stats when she was playing Star Citizen, I was like, oh well, I haven't played SC for years, I don't really know where the game is at, how it's doing, but you know, I'd be notionally interested in giving it a go. She said to me that if I'm going to do that, or I'm planning on doing that at some point, please do give her a shout, because she wants to play as well. So one of the things that we'll be doing very soon is probably checking out Star Citizen, and then at some point we'll play with Mahoodles, and we'll go do some, we'll go I don't know, we'll go do a 0 to hero run or something together, which will be fun. Although I think I would need to make an account. I think most people tend to do 0 to hero runs by making like new accounts that are clean, so I may do that. Well, see, that's my point. I've called it Star Citizen now for about 3 years, because last time I checked the game out, there'd been no meaningful progress. There were a bunch of vertical slices of the game, but nothing that was kind of in depth or in detail, which obviously isn't ideal. But I do have some backing in SC. You know, I've been very interested in that game for a long time. It's, you know, any Eve player who tells you that they haven't at least been interested in Star Citizen at one point is probably lying to you. There's so many parallels that you can draw between Eve and something like SC, or you know, you can imagine a game like Eve, but that it is fully immersive and you're fully in the world. I want to go and see what the progress is, because it's really easy for me to look at the store page and say, you know what, that's a scam, it's Star Citizen, blah blah blah. But actually, it takes an open mind and takes me looking at it to know for sure whether there's actually something there which is worthwhile. And to dismiss it out of hand isn't really fair of me to do anymore, because it has been such a long time since I checked the game out. So I want to give the game a go. And because one of my friends says that actually the game is further along than I expect it to be, I want to give it a chance. I don't like dismissing something out of hand. I don't agree with the monetization model. That will not change. But ultimately, they are doing some cool things with tech and with science and with technology and in those areas that I think is actually quite neat. So I would like to give them a chance. If I go back in and it's a terrible experience again, so be it. But I can't assume it's going to be a bad experience, and I don't want to assume it's a scam. I just don't agree with the monetization model, which is fine. That's I'm completely entitled to not agree with their monetization model, as is any other person. But one of the things I want to do is actually give it a chance. And that comes off the back of, I was talking to a couple of friends like Anna Dimitriou and a few other people at TwitchCon, and actually they are quite well informed on SC. And actually, apparently since I last played, which was version 3.4, we're now in 4.4. There's a lot that's changed in 4 or 5 years. That's not what I want. I want to G, not F. Whoops. Thank you for reminding me to check my net. 5 kilos of stuff is never bad. And some seaweed. 500 grams of delicious seaweed. Was asking Dakify a few questions about the other day. He said it's got its problems. They made a bunch of pros last month. See, that's what I've heard, Abyssus, and that's what I want to go and give it a go, because a lot of you will know here that I'm very interested in Ashes of Creation, so is Thor. Ashes of Creation and Star Citizen are currently facing effectively the same problem, as it were, with servers and how they work. They are looking to create meshed servers that will automatically spin up a new server when there is the demand for it, and spin those servers down when they're no longer needed. That kind of server meshing technology on a dynamic level is incredibly complicated and hard to create. And actually, I'd be really interested in comparing how... Now, I always get confused. Is it Roberts Space Industries or is it Cloud Imperium Gaming for Star Citizen? Is it RSI or is it CIG? Basically, Intrepid and the makers of Star Citizen have very different approaches to how they're doing it, and I'd love to be able to compare it. RSI, there you go. To me, RSI means repetitive strain injury, so it gets confusing. Dynamic Gridding's been running on the PTR recently. The... Oh. I did top this up. How many of these, how much blob is there here? Jeez. Gross dark blobs. The idea is the company. Okay, there we go. So I'm just very interested in trying it out, because ultimately, like, you know, like it or not, it is, you know, it is effectively the future of our space gaming. And actually, like, I'd love to know a bit more about where we're at with it and, like, what's actually gone on in that world. I don't want to be unaware on purpose, if that makes sense. Obviously, choosing to stay ignorant kind of doesn't feel right to me. And a lot of people, when I make points about Star System, say, well, actually, it's changed a lot since then. They've got the third Star System live. So I know they had Pyro live, which was their second. Ooh. There you go. There's my electrical booster that I wanted. We'll over-encumber ourselves and head back to the ship. Once we're low on power. They just added Nyx. Very nice. I thought Nyx wasn't going to get added until far, far closer to real launch. I thought Nyx was going to be like their 5th system. Isn't Nyx one system away from Sol? I need to ask Mahoodles. She would know about that. That's a space question. Broken displays. Nice. They're doing 5 for 1.0, Castra and then Terra. Yeah, well, by Terra you mean Sol, right? Oh, Avender, I completely agree. I fundamentally disagree with their monetization model. So I want to try the game out so then I can say, well, while I disagree with their monetization model, the game itself has some promise. Or I can turn around and say, actually, I've looked at the game, I've looked at the monetization model, and I don't actually think that it's a game that's right for me. Terra is a different system from Sol. Okay, that's why I was asking. Because Terra, for people who aren't aware of SC, will generally mean Earth, which is in the Sol system. However, that's not what it means in the SC sense. So I just wanted to confirm. Physique fuel and high fat. So these are going to be for raising humans, which we're not at the stage of yet. But I imagine we have to do that at some point relatively soon. It's meant to be a core part of the game in this. So at some point, chat, we are going to grow humans. So... it's fine. British people doing eugenics, what could possibly go wrong? You saw that Moo got nominated for Stream Award? Yeah, well deserved in my opinion. She's actually nominated for, it's not Rising Star, it's the other one. It's the smaller streamers, the sponsor ones by HyperX and other people who are doing it. And like I said, she more than deserves that. Moo is a really strong force for good on the platform. She's incredibly knowledgeable about space, about STEM of all kinds. She works really well with lots of other people. I've got so much time for Mahoodles. We were talking about her going to the Streamer Awards the night, which is awesome. Helping her with her plans. They find the way to dramatically increase their productive output, you'd be happy. Okay. I'm saving all of my bio scrap. Yeah, like you said yesterday, Roberto. Yesterday you let me know that you regretted dismantling it. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to keep all of it. So I've just put all of it into a container. So Terra is not Sol 3 in the SE. As my understanding, Ian, yes. You heard Ashes Creation has ditched fuel for crafting on the test server? Good. But my point again would be, why on earth did anyone think it was a good idea to do what they did? Really strange choice, in my opinion. I don't really know what they were thinking. Is that sunset? I feel like it might be. Yeah. We still have reagents. The reagent stuff is so irritating. To make the claim, oh, we've added 300 new items. We've added 1,000 new items. Hello, Carry Lift and Furusoka. Yeah, to say that they've added 500 new items or 1,000 new items, but for all of those for pretty much all of those items to be, to put it kindly, placeholders or arbitrary items which are purely designed to slow down crafting, absolutely ridiculous economic choice, and it just put people off crafting. To not get rid of those reagents is a mistake, I think, for their economic planning. Not enough. I completely agree with you. I know a number of people who were doing the crafting side of the game, who were so completely turned off by the way that crafting system worked that they completely uninstalled the game, like you say. Charge up myself with the rest of the power at nighttime before it runs out. There we go. Ah, I forgot that wouldn't work. No, I should have opened that during the day, damn it. Nope. We'll just do this at nighttime. Haha. I'm not sure it is to bacon or not to bacon. Also, today is definitely a bacon day, just so you know. We're talking about Star Citizen and Ashes of Creation and other things. There's some interesting stats in industry from Two Shoes McGee. I will look at that, Lamina. Yeah, I'll look at it after stream. I'm just, as I've mentioned to some of you, I'm very hesitant around Ashes of Creation because there's a lot of signs of fuckery going on. And while I want to assume the best, I've stopped giving it that level of benefit of the doubt that I was giving it before. My main concern is, well, exactly, yeah, a lot of revenue raising little product development, releasing it onto Steam at the same time as they remove all of their job postings which are in person, and at the same time as they have very low numbers, and they've got an outstanding legal matter for the non-payment of taxes or insurances. To me, it looks more like a hiring freeze than hiring everyone. We're talking about Ashes of Creation Primer site. To me, it still looks more like a hiring freeze than it does a, oh, we've sent all of these jobs out in one day. Because a lot of you here work in a corporate environment. How many times does a company fill all of its job roles inside of a 2-week period and then remove all of the things simultaneously when it's different teams? Ashes of Creation, Ferris SoCal. Now, I like that they are doing the industry and economic changes that we've been begging for months and months and months. My concerns are broadly... Okay, might not be doing any more quiet harvesting. My concerns are broadly that it's about revenue raising, not about getting more testers in. It wouldn't shock me if that was the case, and you know, and I wouldn't mind that. To be honest, it's not going to change my opinion of Ashes, but being lied to would, and that's my concern. I am hoping that the changes on the 11th are going to be really good. We will give the game a go. Obviously, the 11th is a Thursday. I will be here. Thor will be off, but the Thursday, you have to remember that the Ashes normally launches around 10 a.m. Pacific time, like kind of stated launch time, and then the game actually normally goes live about 2 p.m. Pacific time because of launch day bugs. I don't expect that launching to Steam will be any different, because ultimately launching to Steam has a huge amount of complexity to it. There's going to be a lot of players who will likely switch onto those servers immediately, and therefore... Oh. Therefore, the games might not be stable until after I would normally end stream, because I don't really necessarily want to do a 16-hour stream plus the launch of Ashes, because I'll end up playing Ashes all night if it's good. It's about balancing that time, so it'll likely be the 12th that we play rather than the 11th, just to manage expectations on that front. There's definitely one of those big red glowy orb things that releases all of these beneath this station that's causing this. I could go in and clear it out, but that shark would then eat me, so like... There's been enough stuff just by taking a more skeptical view. Well, exactly, and that's my issue at the moment, is that trust in the developers has been what made me quit EVE Online. Having a lack of trust in the devs means that I can't trust the game, and I don't want to expose a community to a, you know, to ultimately to something that I can't trust. So like, there's a knock-on there that is very relevant to what I'm doing and why I do it, and I still can't give them the benefit of the doubt well enough to assume the best. So I'm, like I said, I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping that's good, but I'm also prepared that actually there could be issues at a long time. Yes, Bacon, this is my ship. Yeah, this is my lovely storage solution. I know that some people might not like it, but this is what peak storage looks like. You order a novelty Terry's chocolate orange the size of a football. What? That's a war crime. Where do I get one? Tell me where I get the football-sized Terry's chocolate orange this minute. I need to know for science. And then there's things like, for example, there you go, you make a good point there, Delchant, the multi-class system. We were promised the multi-class system would be in place for tanks and for clerics broadly. I'm not saying definitively, but broadly during Phase 2, maybe Phase 2.5 might have been extended. We're now in Phase 3, and we're multiple months into Phase 3. It's not being mentioned. My concern is that Stephen is focusing on working on tools rather than working on the systems that have been promised to people when they were promised. And the lack of communication with people about that doesn't feel great. So I'm trying to save my energy for Ashes for things that I find exciting. There's some great things that Ashes wants to do and could do, but they're currently not. Right, what else do I need to do? Let's increase my haul mastery. 5 kilograms of weight is helpful. And we can now make medium batteries, which is absolutely great, because now we can start really expanding our storage on board the ship. Filtering system, so we can now go over to one of these. I still would love to have... Oh, how you got there. I would love to have the ability to look at a recipe and pin what it requires. So this needs... Wait, can I just do this? I can. Let's not do that. I don't want to run the production off of my own self. That would be bad. Q. Little cup of cyanide. Okay, so if I do this into this, basically we're going to want to create a power network across the ship that allows us to equalize everything. Let's do this a bit more sensibly, because I didn't do that very well, did I? Shadows and lies. We need 2 battery cells. That we need 6 of those. Make 3. We are going to need 6 more connector ports, which look like this. We will need, we've got the alloy frames we need, and we're going to need 4 logic chips. Look like this one. I could have used the hotkey, you're right. Oh, the ads are here. While this is all producing, we'll just sit here and wait anyway. Oh, wait, this is going to be... Hello, Matt. How are you doing today, buddy? It's great to see you. The battery just won't craft while the cable is there. Yeah, I'll have to remove the cable once I've got the materials for the reminder. That was the problem. I placed down the symbol before I had the component parts I needed, which means when I took the cable away, it didn't auto build. I just got my kind of series of doing it wrong. That's what happened. I will hydrate. Thank you for reminding me, Thorgan Paladin. Yeah, sorry, to go back to what I was saying. That's my concern. They've said, when Thor asked them, they gave an answer which was, when job offers are made, they remove the posting from their site. The issue is that the wording on that response it's quite corporate. And there's a few things in there which alarm me slightly, because actually we've assumed a bunch of different answers to it, but actually they may not necessarily be true. We've assumed that certain things being said mean certain things, that actually it could also mean other stuff. So, for example, you know, they say that if they say, oh, when we offer a job, you know, on the site, we take the posting down, well, that's all very well and good. That makes a lot of sense. But actually, also, if you don't have the role anymore, you also would remove the role from the site, right? So they didn't say, we've specifically filled that one role. They just confirmed what their process was. I've been in corporate long enough to know that if a regulator or somebody asks you to confirm process, you do it, of course. But you answer it in a way that meets their question, not necessarily is factually correct and gives you the whole story. So I have, like I said, I have some concerns, and I want to have the benefit of the doubt, and I currently don't, and that's the problem. And I'm sad, because I would really like to have my cleric multi-classing, because that's one of the systems I'm most excited for in Ashes of Creation. So now the boat can store, it says 6 here, but that means I know that actually we've got 5.5 in total across the 4 batteries down here and the one that's up here. Nice. You want a craft system that is rewarding and values your time. You deserve your time to be treated with respect, ultimately, when you're doing this, and the current issues we've been seeing are that I don't believe it has been. The current economy role was removed on September the 19th. Or around then. It was still up on September the 10th, because we checked. Hello, Corey Tay. How are you doing today? Always lovely to see you. Let's do this. 2 battery cells, 3 connector ports, 2 alloy frames, and 1 logic chip. This game that we're currently playing is The Last Caretaker, which is a survival crafting game based around the world is flooded. You are a robot, and your job is to basically caretake what's left, ensure that humanity can be sent to the stars to basically continue the species and continue the work they were doing. So we're discovering kind of the flooding of the world. We're looking at the law. It's very similar to Raft or other kind of post-apocalyptic survival crafting games in that regard. Is my right eye okay? This one should be. Doesn't feel bad. What's wrong with it? Oh God. It appears fine. It might be that when I was doing my stretches, I petted Bailey and then I rubbed my eyes. So it very much could be that, to be honest. How long's the next? Oh, the next ads are. I will be right back. I'll go put an eye drop in. One sec. Thank you for letting me know, by the way. I'm back. I've clearly been crying. Thank you for letting me know. I would not use Bailey as an eye mask, although he does seem to pat my face when he wants my attention, which is quite funny, really. Oh, I didn't pick up those. Oh my God, Kronos. Oh, I'm so sad, chat. More helpful if I actually pick up the items that I need to make the item I wanted to. The beautiful exterminates we're going to declare on the new planet once we're done packing? Well, exactly. Once we've left, we don't need to keep it, intact. What chair am I using? I'm using a Fractal Refine Plastic Buster. Might have missed my eye slightly with one of the eye drops, so it looks like more like I've been crying than normal. Oh, I'll just wear an eye patch. Maybe that's the solution. So this will slowly fill up, so I should be able to gain some actual power on board the ship without having to. You not? Ah, because you're in the shade of the building stuff. Do I use artificial tears? Yeah, with what's it called? It says 0.3 hypermelos eye drops. I have a habit of forgetting that I'm allergic to Bailey, and so sometimes I will, like, pet him, and then I will rub my eyes, because I am an idiot. Glad we're all on the same page here.
The communication array is damaged. Repair it, recharge the relay, and let the beacon speak again.
I didn't actually know that was a toggle. It's 2 kilowatt hours of... Okay. I feel like when I activate that, we're going to get attacked or something, so I'm going to just wait and to make sure that I've, you know, got everything I want harvested first. I'm allergic to cat. I am indeed allergic. Well, some cats. I've always been allergic to some cat breeds. I know it's surprising because everyone obviously knows how much I love Bailey, but I am allergic to cats. Yeah. Although I'd say having had Bailey around for the last 2 years, it's massively improved. Which is really interesting by itself, the way that obviously our bodies process allergens and get used to them over time. No, my main allergies are peanuts, which is the bad one, and cats. So I don't know what a Reese's Pieces taste like. I don't know what a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup tastes like. Other than smelling like vaguely chemicals. Do I feel anything around Suki? Nope, absolutely fine with Suki. Absolutely fine with Suki. When I'm at Vicky's house, I have no problems at all. Which also very interesting because obviously Suki's a ragdoll and has so much floof that it's insane. But it's not the floof that you're allergic to normally with cats. It's the dander when they clean themselves. Bailey's job is to remove peanut butter from the chrono state. Exactly. That's what Bailey does. He's... okay. Wires. See, the battery's got not even my full amount of health stored in it because of the solar panels aren't that efficient because of the building. So funny. Oh, I didn't finish you because it was nighttime. Ragdoll's supposed to be better people with cat allergies? Yeah. I think the only thing that Suki struggles with is actually cleaning herself, I think, because she's got so much floof. So I helped Vicky learn about how to trim the ragdoll fur around kind of like key areas for Suki so Suki could look after herself better. Suki's been so much happier ever since. No, Agawra, I wouldn't give Bailey medication for my benefit. I'm gonna be honest with you, that doesn't feel right to me. Because I don't own Bailey and I don't know. I don't know if it's my view of cats or my view around specifically Bailey because I don't own him. But like, oops, I should have kept more of an eye on my power. That's what happens if you don't pay attention to your power, chat. You burn through your health instead. No. Ah. I don't know. It wouldn't feel right to me to give Bailey meds for my benefit. I don't know. I don't know why that feels wrong to me. Besides, Oscar, you say that, but the worst reaction I've ever had is to a pure British Shorthair. Purebred, black, British Shorthair. Absolutely fine. He was 13 years old. My God, I was allergic to that cat. Actually, that's not... No, that's the second most allergic I've been to a cat. There's a ginger tabby cat that my friend owns, which I'm also quite allergic to. Who has feline AIDS. And I think I'm probably more allergic to him because he doesn't leave the house because he's got feline AIDS. Obviously, it's my health issue, not Bailey's. Yeah, basically that's how it works with the reminds. Yeah, that's how it is. And I wouldn't feel comfortable giving him, yeah, like I said, meds for my allergy. It doesn't. But I think I would feel differently potentially if he was my cat and he'd been with me from birth. So I'm trying to work that one out in my own head, to be honest. They have immunotherapy people who have considered injection every week for 8 to 12 weeks. They can either reduce or completely eliminate things like cat allergies. I think if mine was worse, right, any kind of like wheezing or anaphylaxis, I would say, yeah, that's a cool idea. But in all realism, like, I get red eyes and I get a bit of a sniffly nose. That's about it. Like, can I deal with that over doing something that's going to be expensive or disruptive or potentially medically, like, not unsound, but you know what I mean? They're going to have medical implications where I can kind of deal with it. Whereas if it was a different cat and I was hyper allergic to him, or every time he came in the house I'd start sniffling and sneezing, it would be very, very different. They got a naked house chicken or Sphinx. Nice, Vinthal. I'm going to use that. Naked house chicken. That's pretty accurate. I love that. You can give him fresh egg from chickens that are kept near cats. They naturally make the antigen for allergy within the egg, so you can eat them and him... Yeah, that's what I've heard. The eggs that we get from a local place are all like free-range organic ones, so they are good and the chickens are looked after. That's normally where I go to for that. Unfortunately, they are currently not producing in large scale because, as you might know, there is an avian flu outbreak across the world right now, and chickens are one of the breeds, obviously, which is very susceptible to avian flu, so they're all kept inside, and therefore they're not producing the same way. So there's a whole amount of complications around it all. But broadly, I'm okay. Literally, the one time it is a problem is if I pet Bailey and I rub my eyes. That's all it is. The flock down. Oh my god. Oh my god, Walmari, that's great. Sometimes it's what you feed the cat, Ferris. That's really interesting. Dogs are also awesome as well. Yeah, I love dogs. I've always loved dogs. Golden retrievers, cockapoos, corgis. I love corgis. They're hilarious. As a breed of dog, corgis absolutely hilarious. As for whether dogs are better than cats, I completely fundamentally disagree that either pet is better than the other. It depends on your individual needs, your lifestyle, and what you're looking for from that pet. But if you believe that cats are aloof and distant, it just shows that you've not had a cat, in my opinion. Corgis don't feel like they're real. No, they're animated loaves of bread. That's what that is. Somebody cast an animate object on a loaf of bread, and that's how you got a corgi. Have you met a Pyrenees mountain dog before? I have. Wait, a Pyrenees or a Bernese mountain dog? BMDs, the ones with the really smiley faces, the black, ginger, and white ones normally. They normally have like a black, kind of a black, red, and white fur that always looks really friendly. Or like a Pyrenees, which is an absolutely colossal beast of a dog. Like, looks like it wouldn't be out of place, like pulling a battle chariot kind of thing. Which one do you mean? Beef, the corgi dog from there's a corgi in Dispatch. Okay, well, we're playing Dispatch. 3. Interesting. I'm going to turn off all the lights and reduce the power draw from the station, actually. We don't need it right now, and that'll allow us to save up the 2 kilowatts we need faster. That 3 represents your level. It unlocked when you're level 15. Oh, okay. Thank you for the reminder. I didn't know that. 15. I'm a long ways off of 15. Oh, it's blue pill kind of life. That makes me sad, but makes sense. plastic, and iron. So you look at how easy it is for me to grab what I need. The Bernese Mountain Dog almost went extinct when they bred them with the Pyrenees to get their numbers back up. Oh, that's why some Bernese are small and some are big. That I didn't know that. Thank you for that. It's really interesting. You had a monstrously large Labrador when you were young. 130 pounds. That's not a Labrador. That's a main battle tank. How much power do you have? Not enough. I had no idea about. I mean, ultimately, dog breeds are really interesting because, at its core, pretty much all dogs come back to the original dog breeds, which are closest to the wild dogs that you'll find in like Africa and etc. But what we've done in terms of how that's what is an example of how genetic modification over a long period of time makes such a sweeping difference to a species. Like, if you think about how varied dog breeds are and various things, and they are all the same kind of species of animal, we've just interbred them to get the traits that we want from specific things. Boxer and Labradors are pretty cool breed. I mean, I love Labs, don't get me wrong, I love all of the retriever breeds. You know, Golden Retrievers are on my list of a list of animals that I would love to have. I've always wanted a Golden Retriever ever since I was a kid. Pistol shards. Okay, so that's ranged ammo for a pistol. Efficiency matrix. The production enhancer. Where do you... A general purpose efficiency boost, so it uses minus 10% fuel. Okay, sounds useful. Saving resources is always good. Diesel tank is helpful. We don't need it right now. I'm saving most of these points because until we have a need for these items, I'm not really pushing them too hard. I will make these so that we can dismantle them or make them as we needed. I need the Storatite. Electricity from petrol. We also need petrol from electricity. There we go. From biomass and electricity. That's helpful. That's petrol, and then we also need diesel. Here we go. Don't need standing lights. Don't need diesel containers right now. Electric resource backpack. We'll unlock this as well. I don't know what this does, but... Water cables. Interesting. Labradors are only a 500-year-old breed or something. Many of the breeds we know today were created more than that long ago. I mean, exactly. That's what I find so interesting about it. I would also say that, once again, the British and the Europeans have a lot to answer for when it comes to long-term dog breed health and issues. A lot of the banned breeds are banned because we bred traits into dogs for very, very bad reasons. If any of you ever get bored and you want to look up what bull and bear baiting was and you have a strong stomach, fine. But if you like dogs and don't want to see anything sad, do not look that one up. Because the stuff that, as a species that we've done with dogs, horses, bulls, everything, grim. Pyrenees are over 1,500, 2,000 years old. Raised the Turkey Abkash. Okay, awesome. Pugs, exactly. Pugs are a really good example of something that we've done to it. Like, pugs do not deserve to be the way they are. There were specialist breeds of dogs, especially to fight bulls. Yeah, pit bulls are, I believe, were pit bull terriers. I think were the cross afterwards to kind of the safer breed of them. But yeah, there's a reason why certain dog breeds are removed from what is allowed in the UK. It's why we have the dangerous dogs out. We have dangerous breeds. I disagree that there are dangerous breeds. I just think there are idiotic owners who don't train the dog appropriately for what that dog needs. Raise your level. If you go to inventory, look at your toon's shoulder and you'll see the badge. But when you say level, I assume that you mean like the stat level. So rather than, I know, some kind of caretaking level. Toon's shoulder. So I'm level 1 caretaker. I don't know what that means yet. Yeah. Yeah, I fundamentally disagree with the Dangerous Dogs Act in that a dog is dangerous by virtue of its breed, but I will say that yes, those dogs are more dangerous because a lot of the time owners are idiots and they don't correctly look after the creature. And this is true of quite a lot of different types of animals. It's not just dogs, I will say. But I think that those dogs are let down by their owners, not that those dogs are inherently a problem. It's no different from getting a husky but only taking it for half an hour of walk a day. That's just wrong. A husky needs more exercise and activity than that. It's that simple, right? Like you don't get a husky and then take it only out for half an hour of walking a day. That's just wrong. That's cruel to that dog breed. However, if you only take a dachshund out for half an hour a day, that might be okay depending on the dachshund. You have to, every single dog has to be looked after differently and with a different degree of care depending on its breed and its needs. You know, for example, again, another good example, Labradors, great dog breed, but 100% you're not going to be leaving the dinner table with a Labrador loose in your room, are you? You leave the dinner table with a Labrador loose in the room and you leave your food out, that food is very likely going to be gone unless you've trained the dog appropriately. There's no difference between that and other kind of changes, like, you know, dogs being aggressive. Train your dog right to respond to stimulus in the correct way and you should be okay. Like I said, I have a... I know how horrible it must be. I've not had it happen to me, of course, but I have a, when I was, some of you know that my background was Citizens of Vice Bureau before why is it not plugged in, Kronos, you idiot? My background was Citizens of Vice Bureau before I went into other areas of consumer protection. And so when it came to certain cases, some of them stick in my head. I, unfortunately, had to give advice on somebody whose dog had bitten a child. And was marked for destruction, and that's deeply sad, because that dog didn't deserve that. The dog was attacked by another dog, and the child tried to separate them, and it was one of those things. But because it was one of the breeds that's marked as, you know, more dangerous than others. Unfortunately, very difficult situation. But like I said, I don't think that dogs are dangerous. I think there's a lot of nuance to that. And I think that destroying a dog is... even by itself, the language itself is horrifying, right? Like... I don't know. At the end of the day, like, people should... you need to look after your animals of all kinds, whether it's a cat, whether it's a dog, no matter what. Yep, it's a living being. Exactly. That's exactly how it is. And, you know, there's so many people out there who absolutely love their animals beyond anything else in the world. And that's how it should be. But that also means giving them the care that they need, and their breed might need additional support, additional love, additional care in different ways that, you know, another breed might not. So, some people aren't qualified to look after the mites in their eyebrows. Fair. I gather all the materials that were down there. I did. But on the other side. Yes, I did. I've harvested everything I can from here now. I'm just waiting for that. I'm just waiting for the solar power now. Weren't Dachshunds originally intended for sitting on badger holes? Yeah, they were. Yeah, Candy Panda. That's one of the reasons I believe they've got that really wide chest plate. It's designed to protect against the badger's claws. Have you ever seen a badger in the wild, particularly British badgers? I would use the example of this because they're the ones I'm most familiar with. They've got remarkably wide set claws designed for digging, but they are used for defense. Foxes will not fight with badgers because badgers will normally win. One of the few animals that will really do well against a badger, weirdly, ferrets. Badgers are scary as hell, but ferrets are more scary. Ferrets have an instinct of a larger creature to go for the throat nodules that allow an animal to breathe. So, which is why we're so careful around Meatball and the ferrets with the rescue for Thor. And that's why Shay is so careful, because a ferret will instinctively go for the weak spots. They know as a creature, because they are predator driven. Badgers are omnivores. They won't tend to mess with a creature that is more effort than it's worth. Whereas a ferret is a obligate carnivore. So it's a very, very different proposition. Changing something here. But badgering you about badgers? No. You will learn about badgers. Operation Nominal.
The relay is alive again.
Ah, there we go. The Lazarus complex. That's what we were talking about yesterday. I think that's where we grow humans, chat. I'm fairly sure this is the location where we'll grow people.
Complex. Humanity's greatest hope. Seek it out, Caretaker.
Also, this is my favorite. My favorite set of interactions. When you do this and you hold control, you hold Q. It's a bit like you're sucking in a giant noodle. Like, you know, you're having spaghetti and you're like, delicious. Num 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 num. So you grab the cable, and then you hold Q, and then oh wait, num 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 num. Delicious. Oh wait, let's leave that in there, because well, at some point we might have to come back here. Oh, look at those. Those look fun. Friend. Hello. So yeah, we can't come back here until we've got this 3 badge, and currently, as pointed out, we actually have a 1 badge on our shoulder. So at some point we'll come back. Maybe. I imagine so anyway. How much do you have stored up power-wise? Not very much at all. My basic goal is to leave as little behind as possible each time I do one of these. But that said, do I want to leave this working so when I come back it'll have a fully charged station? Or I can run the station off of it? Is it a great loss to leave a battery here? That said, these are really poorly placed. Can I move these? I can just dismantle them, I guess, and then just rebuild them. I'm just going to do that. I'm going to rebuild them in a better location. Can you put them on the ship? I can put them on the ship, Matt. I've got 4 on the ship already. Good morning, Shoy. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you. Slurp, slurp, slurp. What I can do instead is put one of these on the roof, which I think will be better. I feel like I'm guessing these were little beasties that didn't make it. How did I miss that? You got to sleep in this morning? Oh, very nice, Shoy. Is that so? I'm assuming that you've like I'm assuming that a lot of people from the US are taking like an extra day off for Thanksgiving. Is that what people do? They'll take like the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off, or the whole week to have a long week. Is that how that works normally? I would like to be able to see the sun. That would be helpful. Okay, hang on. We can work this one out though. Rises in the east, sets in the west. Build. Did I not pick up all the parts? Interesting. Have I got enough to make a third one? No, we can't have to make 3. We have enough to make 2, which is fine. Do that. The cable extender can go... irritating. Haha. That's surprisingly fun. Sorry, I was messing around there, chat. My bad. I was just having some fun. You can stay there. Iron and plastic. Oops. Full damage. Dangles intently. Well, exactly. People said yesterday that you could bungee off with stuff, which is good fun. Pretty much school is out, so kids are on the street, travel home and stuff. Oh, that makes sense. I guess also, yeah, it allows a lot of time for traveling in the US. I did think a lot of people would be traveling today, given what was going on, so that makes sense. You have to remember that we don't do Thanksgiving here. Like, it's just not a holiday that we have in the UK. We love Black Friday because anything for cheap stuff. We love cheap stuff. But we don't have the same. Wait, let's go to the other side. Actually, it's easier. What loot drops from the Kronos Pinata? Mostly blood. If you beat the Kronos Pinata enough, mostly you'll get blood. But just to be honest with you, like, that's generally how bodies work. You only get all the parts expanding things fully repaired. That makes a lot more sense. That's why I can only make 2 rather than 3. These aren't, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't want to leave solar as all of them. So the next thing we're going to be making is wind turbines, because they'll work better at nighttime when we're on the ship. This is going to be more full damage, but fine. Let's see, is that better power-wise? Oh yeah, that's way better. $75% off of the original price of 400%. Exactly, Mickit. Be a killer for a vampire birthday party? I mean, sure. I feel like if you had regeneration powers, I don't want that on Equalize. Why is that? Extract the power, please. I would like to be more powerful. A lot of places in the US are doing Black Friday week to help ease the rush of a Friday. I mean, it makes sense. We've got it here in the UK. People have picked, like, Black Friday has already been picked up in the UK as quite a big thing. All of the power. Well, exactly. I mean, we're currently charging off of limited solar power, so we can probably just leave this as is, although take this with us. Yoink. Yoink. And then we can take this dismantler, mantle this, boom into Christmas. Yeah. Black Friday. Nice. Love it. Now, there are some things I've been considering getting in Black Friday. I actually need to have a conversation with somebody about it, actually. I'm thinking about changing my monitor setup because I'm still not happy with the way my monitors work. But this comes back down to the whole 2PC thing because I'm just running too many different things at one time. Although I will say this game is reasonably good on... You know when you see a stat on your PC and you're like, that doesn't make that much sense. Apparently the GPU has been 42 degrees and it's just been sat like that for like 15 minutes. I feel like that might just be bugged. That UI might be bugged. Given the CPU is about 70 right now, which is running quite hot, to be fair, for normal. Melt those down. Go into this one on the end, put in these. And my biomatter, which is... Oh, we've got a lot of biomatter. We should probably make some diesel at some point. Let's look at some of those things that we've unlocked making. We've got a fabricator. We don't need to make any more of these. We've got this to make a whisper. So we can make some connector ports. If I put this away, then I'll start manufacturing them. So the ship's power is roughly about 10, well, roughly 10 kilowatt hours. So that's cool. You got an ultra wide one set? Yeah, Mickey, which one have you got? Because that's what I'm thinking about doing. I'm thinking that for my production one, so the things that I will do moderating on where I have, for example, OBS open, I'm keeping StreamerBot open, I've got Spotify, Discord. I would like to put that onto an ultra wide and then have a normal, the kind of normal size monitor for gaming on. And then sometimes if I want to, I could game on an ultra wide because, you know, gaming on an ultra wide seems like it would be quite a lot of fun. I've been looking at the Samsung ones, but I don't necessarily know what's good in the ultra wide world. It's a whole area I haven't had the opportunity to deep dive into yet. So you've got the S65UA. How do you find it? Is it you enjoying it? You haven't got any problems with it, etc.? Get the 40-inch ultra wide. I think I was looking at the 49 rather than the 55 on the Samsung ones because 55 seems ridiculous. Wait, that says entry level. What's the better one? That's this one. We need turbine blades for that and some logic chips. The turbine blades. Oh, I need to go back. I need to go closer to my storage piles. Hang on. Warframe was optimized for ultra wide because the creative director uses one and made it a requirement. Fair. I mean, if you're the creative director, that's your right. Build 5 of those. And a logic chip, which is this one. Let's make 5 of those as well. We need a lot of logic chips. We need a few more alloy frames as well. So we can make... Ultra Wards are more annoying for screen sharing meetings, though. I mean, I don't do a lot of screen sharing. If I was, I could just use my my streaming one, for example. The front of the ship is a good place to place turbines. What, directly on the prow, Blue Dragon? Is that what we're saying? ROG Swift PG35 VQ is pretty darn sweet because you've got 2K. Wow. I mean, ROG do a lot of very high quality color stuff, so it's always very interesting to look at what they do. But yeah, I think on ultra wide you have to share the windows rather than sharing the whole screen. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah, Gal, that's what I was hearing. I was looking at a bunch of reviews on YouTube for the products and how they work and where they fit and stuff. 35 inches, you feel like 40 would give you motion sickness? You can connect them in series and plug them into batteries on each side. Wait, what? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yep. Right. We're nearly level 9. What do we get at level 9? Repair to... No, wait. Advanced standing lights. Breacher barrel. Okay. Flame grenades. Laser sights. Suppressor barrel. And a voltage minimizer. Optimal for scenarios with abundant liquid resources but limited electricity. What? I feel like that's something I'm nowhere near to yet. I'm sure we'll find that out at some point. No, vendor, that's exactly it. I mean, the one I'm looking at is about £700 now for the ultra wide, which is still a lot, but like that's just under. It's about $970, I think that. Right, you're not really adding much. We only built you for the quest, so you can go that way. Can I get 2 alongside each other? No. But 330 right now, so that's interesting. That looks fine, right? What did I do here? You're very much in the wrong place. Fine. We'll deal with you in a bit once we've got the next tier of... What? Oh, we're short 2 alloy frames, that's why. 100 hertz is fine, using a laptop, it's 100 FPS, majority of the time, that makes sense. An 85-inch TV for like $700. I mean, the idea of an 85-inch TV being that cheap just blows my mind. Remember my uncle buying 32-inch TV for like 3K? Exactly. I mean, tech has come a long way. Oh, still shot on turbine blades. What? Damn it. Yeah, the latency makes a difference, of course, on ultra wides. Yeah, so it reminds, but if I go down there and use the fabricator, I'm actually close enough to what it is that I need to craft those items, because apparently I can't craft through the floor. Weird, right? It's also, you have to remember that the price of creating those items has gone down drastically across the years. Because they're working at a different scale now. So how much power am I bringing in now? Ooh, that's nice. 30 kilowatts an hour worth of power. That's just from the 5 of these. Now, I do know that these... okay, one of these isn't working. Interesting. I might need to move this one. Let's just remove this. Move it somewhere else so it's going to work. How do you fit? I don't know how you fit a 50... The thing about a 50... I'm sorry, about a 98-inch TV is you have to think about, like, how far away can you be from that TV before it stops being effective? And, like... Because you're meant to be a certain distance away from TVs before you, like, when you're using them. I know that people don't like listening to that, but like, you're meant to have like 3 meters for a 75-inch TV or something. So imagine a 78. You need to be like next door neighbor's house. Morning, just another. I'm doing really well, thank you, and I'm really enjoying this. Yeah, I think this is really good. I think it's actually a really fun game. Obviously, I'm having to work out what I'm doing. This is a horrific mess of power and cables and such, but hey, we are where we are. And our supplies are very much going up. We're doing very well. You've designated theatre room, that would be right. That would be the right place for it, Avinda. That would make sense, but not a lot of people do, particularly here in the UK where houses are much smaller. The idea of having a 98-inch TV and being the right distance away from it to actually, like, enjoy that experience blows my mind. Okay, the next thing we need is a fuel... We need to generate diesel from organic materials, interested. We need a diesel generator. So we'll do that next. Diesel generator will go down here, where one of the diesel inputs is. Oh, there's no diesel slot down here? Okay. Okay, we need 2 alloy frames. One compression pump and 1 filtering system. That was the compression pump and the filtering system. Nice. These are down below. My generator lives in the hut below the cockpit. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Putting it in there is cool. But I might put it out the back here just so I can easily pump in and out. Although... Yeah, you're right, actually. In that little house doesn't have a use right now. Yeah, good choice. Why not? I'd like to know the pixel density of a TV. Well, exactly. Yeah, I think it would be insanity. Having to use binoculars to see what's on the TV. What's that over there? Great fun. Be hilarious. Or just like start telling people that I'm short-sighted, so I can't possibly, you know, have a smaller TV than 98 inches. Absurd. That said, Samsung, if you have a 98-inch TV and you want to do a sponsorship, hit me up. For display size, there was a paper from Cambridge. Oh, let me have a look at this first. So, sorry, Nightbot doesn't let you send links, but let me go and have a look. This calculator solves the geometric dimension of display and its resolution. The effective resolution is reported in pixels per degree. The units that correspond to the image projected onto the retina. You can enter your data into any editable field to compute the other. Oh my god, this is complicated. Who measures their TVs in? So if we're saying an 85-inch TV, well, no, 98-inch TV. I'm going to guess that's going to be up at 4K. Tell me, nice, you know what that is. Hi, Bailey. Hello. Do you want to learn about TV pixel sizes? Is that what it is? You can have it clean. No. You're going to sit down and have a clean, are you? Who's a good boy? You're a good boy, aren't you? Yes, you are. The viewing distance 60 centimeters. So you're gonna need to be like let's go 6 meters. There you go. Taffy, I hope it didn't. That'd be horrifying. Yeah. So like, you know, make sure you're sitting far enough away from your TV. That's all I'm gonna say. Hello, baby boy. How many pixels are packing per arc second? I mean, it's insane. Oh, wait, that's the electric cable. Oh, my bad. I did this wrong. Okay, so it looks like that. I'll need to move it so that it's between those two. Rebuild this in here. What's the bet? I got the sides wrong on this again. It'd be hilarious. What? It's 5 that, I mean, look. I could give you a 35% discount on that, but that's insane. Check stream chat. Let me go have a look. Okay, that's not what I wanted to press. No, I did get this the right way around. Hang on. Let's do this before I forget. We are pumping out that power now. Excuse me. Let me check stream chat. $1,000 subs. Blows my mind. It's only 4,000 euros. Just a small. Who? I mean, I nearly shat myself and cried when Corey dropped 200. 1,000. I think I'd actually just leave. I'd have to. I dropped the floor here. Hi. If we got that many subs, B, I'm just gonna make you like a cat wall behind me so that we can just disable the camera and you can just be on the cat wall. Who's a good boy? You rubbing your face on the box? Yeah, you are. You love doing that. I wonder if Nair's done the 1K yet. I imagine that Nair would. Nair's in lots and lots and lots of chats. There's actually a lot of people on the platform who are still here and still streaming because of Nair. Let's take this basic bioorganics. We've got 50 units here. Let's see what that turns into diesel fuel-wise. Do not touch my eyes now. Good point. How soft is Bailey? Varied, but it depends on what he's been eating and what he's been doing, really. His fur kind of varies in terms of soft versus not. Okay, so that's taking power out. Add organic material, deposit all. How much fuel is this becoming? Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm fine with us turning that into diesel fuel. So far we've got... Wow, it's actually quite efficient. I mean, the sound is awful. I mean, it's biomass. It's just a chunk of biomass. If I was gonna do a fundraiser for a cat wall, I would do a proper fundraiser. Don't worry, I wouldn't. The idea of doing it for a 1,000 sub bomb is just wild. The fact that's even a thing is just blows my mind.
You're so beautiful, aren't you? Yeah, you're very soft today.
Oh, okay, you've got itchy tail. Bailey mad? No, Bailey not mad. Bailey cuddly. Bailey just wants to. Bailey was just looking at me because he wants attention.
You want attention? Yeah.
Is your food bowl empty? Well, it's the ad break, chat. So I'm gonna go do my stretches. I'm gonna go check his food bowl. I'm also gonna grab a snack. I'll be right back. This is Thornton Ramsay. He's making sure that it's not raw. Like, we will be right back, chat. Look after yourself. Go and grab some water. Grab yourself a drink. I'm going to do my stretches and grab B some food. Be right back. Oh, hello, I've returned. Thank you for sticking with me, chat. Appreciate the patience. Still there post refresh. What's up? The 1,000 gift subs was there and now it's gone. Interesting. I imagine like the 200 gift subs option, it'll only show up if you've like done a certain number. I imagine it's an unlockable amount. You refresh it now, it's back with no discount. Oh, okay, even better. That what more could you want? Lay on my feet. So Biodark. I'm gonna save the Biodark and Biolight. I'm just gonna use the normal biomass, the bioorganic stuff here, and still leave some of it. Turn it into diesel because we get through diesel quite quickly. I will probably need some more fuel tanks in general for diesel. In fact, I wonder how much is a diesel fuel tank? Small freshwater, water purifier. Oh, I can't actually do a medium. Where is the... There must be a way of doing this. Right, there's a small diesel. Let's have a look. Isn't it level 8, is it? Oh, of course it is. Thank you. Yeah, I told you, once you become a streamer, you lose the ability to read UI. Thank you, Richard. Hello, Fuib. How are you doing today, bud? Oh my god, 1,000 tier 3s. Yeah, I could imagine that would be... I mean, just imagine. Horrifying. Funny, why is there £13,000 on the credit card this month? Oh, no reason. Terrifying. Speaking of UI, you hate YouTube's new UI? I didn't know that YouTube had a new UI. Everything looks the same on my end. So we're doing good on power. We'll be up at full power reasonably soon. You've fallen too far away from the storage quarter. What does this need to make these? Let's have a look. It doesn't automatically make the parts I need, does it? That's a shame. It's been a few months since the redesign. More rounded and bubbly, hey. Streams may not be able to read up. Think about chat. We can't even read. Fine. Club home short subs and watch later. God. Okay. Complicated stuff. Okay. Filtering system, connector ports, alloy frame, storage cylinder. Alternatively, I can just do this. Now, where are the ports on this? There's the menu on right click, but in the crafting menu. Okay, God. That is a nice feature. I'll give you that. Yes. And then I can just make another one and do the same thing again. Thank you very much, Just Another. I appreciate you for letting me know these various things. These are the things. So those of you who are looking at me play this and thinking, do I want to play this? These are the things I think they need to work on before they get to launch realistically. And it comes down to that, you know, whole principle of you've got to make it easy for your players to experience the game, to be able to enjoy it, and to be able to learn what they're doing and do it well. Currently, I don't think there's very much help for the player. Telling you about things like how to bind where you keep the tool, because I got told this yesterday. It was if you go into... Oh, no, it wasn't this. It was... Oh no, Swithering told me this yesterday. You've been trying to tell me about that option all day. Well, Swithering, I apologize. My reading is difficult. The reason that chat struggles to read is that streamers struggle to read. You told me how to do this. I'm trying to remember how I did this. It was... I don't remember how I got into the action bar now. Bother. T, that's the one. In here, once you're in T, you can right-click it and add it to the action bar, but, like, the game just doesn't tell you that at any point. So it's things like that. That's what they'll have to obviously have to work on before they get to full release. What are you short on? Nothing? know why that's in there. Oh no, it might be in here somewhere. I thought I made enough to make 2 though, so it shouldn't have. I don't know why I didn't do those last 2 pieces. The filtering system. Oh, is this not too far away? Is that why? You need more aluminium and polyurethane. Iron. Polyurethane. You know what? We'll keep the carbon fiber in here because it's a blue rare item. We're still short on aluminium, which is iron. Added missing parts to queue, nice. Oh, Cranium Guy, thank you for that. Yeah, I was wondering, it's probably just logic. It thought they had made the parts already, so it didn't make the new parts or something. Who knows? Yes, this is scuffed, but hey. I need to make some more fuel cables. Every time you tune in, my storage gets worse. Well, Luther, it might get fixed today. Actually, Organic Meow, you're incorrect. Look at this. Correctly spelt. Correctly pronounced. Aluminium. I know that Americans might think this is now a fantasy game and therefore too much for them, but unfortunately it's Thanksgiving, so you guys don't get a say. You have to just give thanks that, you know, you're allowed to see the true spelling. That's what it is. So now this should equalize out all of my production, and I can just deposit all of this, turn this on, and now we're printing fuel. How much fuel have we got? Probably around 1,500 after this is done. That means we're going to have 6,000 litres of diesel capacity. We will have 30,000 capacity of batteries. I don't like that there's now 2 sharks out there. That's cheating. Well, that one seems to be smoking. Is he stuck on something? Weird. Hold a candle. Storage. Here we go. Alloy frames. Let's make another. Going up to Thanksgiving dinner with an infectious disease in honor of the pilgrims. You know what? That's kind of how it seems to me. Yeah. What are we short on? Why are you paused? Oh, you're just being silly. Okay. Also, I might try this Oni spark cell because I think that's going to be an extra amount of things that I need. And I love things. We think that we'd stay the same. We're changing. so apart, nothing. You came across an old recipe for something called Indian pudding and tried making it. What did it involve, blank space? What did you make that from? That's really cool. Using the correct name unplayable, indeed, ruin a star. That's exactly what it is. Welcome on in, buddy. Gifting your family infected blankets. That sounds like a very kind thing to do at this time of year. You could totally harvest that smoking shark. I feel like that smoking shark will kill me, and you got and chat's trying to bait me into getting some death. Gold, some milk, whole skim, cornmeal, molasses, and ginger. Okay. Okay. Does sound interesting. What kind of flavor did it have? Like, well, not necessarily flavor. What kind of texture did it come out with? Can I place these side on? That'll work. No. I love that I put these all backwards. That's so funny. Rotate. There we go. Wrong side. I can tell there's a storm going on outside because placing these items is getting more and more difficult over time. Alloy frame 3. Again, wrong side. So wait, what did that just do? Electric resource backpack. So I just put one item inside of it? I don't understand how this works, to be honest with you. Drag something into it? Let's try this. No, that's not it. Just spare energy. My energy supply hasn't gone up. Yeah, 0.8 kilowatts versus 0.8 kilowatts, so that didn't do... Will it tell me how much has got stored in it? Ah, okay. It does. I still don't know how much it actually stores. Now you can connect directly to the gun. That makes sense. Cool. More ammo. I'll take that. Thank you. Thank you very much, chat, for the help. Common metals. Add all parts to queue. Put this away. I don't need to have that out so I can keep manufacturing stuff. You can also connect to yourself in a pinch. Do you know roughly what the kilowatt hours that that backpack stores is? The kilowatt hours of that backpack is important to know because I know how much I have. I know how much my gun needs, but I don't know how much that backpack actually stores, and it doesn't tell me anywhere. Oh no, there you go. Resources for what hours? No, that's to make it. That's not to... Not a lot for the low one. I didn't think it would be a huge amount, but I would like to know the specific number, and it doesn't show you that anywhere, which I think is a bit of an issue in the UI. I would give that as feedback for the game, to be honest with you. But the game should tell you what that is. I don't know, that one just seems like a bit of a weird choice to me. I don't know. That might be because I'm too used to a bunch of different survival games, though. Oh gosh, the boat is moving quite a bit. If I place it at an angle... I know that's going to upset people, but I can sort this out with an incredibly clever method, of course, just called pushing it back against the wall. There we go. I could have sworn I made enough for 3 of these, but fine. Okay, so we want to start this with, then we'll do plastics and other things. Silicon, plastic, rubber. Not do too many at once, crash the game, etc. Iron deposit. Let's see. Gold is marked as uncommon. Carbon fiber and titanium are marked as rare. Do this. Silicon is rare. Polyurethane is, well, I say rare, it's uncommon. Glass can go into this one as well. I'm trying to split up the basic resources and the higher rarity ones. The chaos pile is getting dismantled temporarily, although it's not going to be perfect because we're still going to have some chaos pile. What have we still got a lot of? Still got a lot of metal. I see what people meant when they said that metal resources are not something you need to stockpile anywhere near as much as fabrics and plastics, etc. That now this is all making sense. That said, I can do this. I can place another one below it, potentially either underneath or just in front, and that can be the backup for that one item. Oh, I have an idea. When you have a chest open, press page down. Ooh. I mean, it didn't appear to retain the color, but did I not save it? Is that why I didn't press apply or something? Nice. Look at that. Hey. You had a stuck scrap item that caused your chip to continually rotate. Oh, okay. I'm kind of glad I've done away with the death piles then. I would rather avoid that. Make sure you grab all the high-tech scrap. I have been. I'm assuming that's where I'm getting things like the aluminium. Open container, page down. Wait, this is just going to end up being copper. God damn. It's a lot of iron as well. Jesus. More time. Suddenly I was the bad guy. No, wrong way around. Evil villain, cast yourself a hero. Just one for copper, one for iron. I will also do... Can I put them on top of each other? Can I still access this one when I've got that on top? I can, it's just ridiculous. Having a think, chat. Sorry. It's very difficult. It takes all of my brain power to have a think. Yes, it doesn't weld to the surfaces, and given that it's on board the ship, I think that that's actually going to be a problem, because it'll just move around. I want to have everything possible anchored on the ship, because we've seen the errors before. Having a think is... I mean, my brain overheats all the time, as you've all seen a few times. So how do these work, those of you who have played this before? The efficiency matrix, is this an item that I install upon myself, or is it an item that gets installed on the ship somewhere? I feel like it's going to be on the ship somewhere, but I just want to get some understanding, really. I don't really know what it does. They plug into the fabricator, and it has charges. Fantastic. Thank you, Swithering Minds. Really appreciate that information. I really appreciate all the help from all of you who are answering my dumb questions that I probably should already know the answers to, so thank you. I know that a lot of you will have spent, you know, possibly, maybe even dozens of hours wandering through those things. You cannot put a crate on the walls once built / moved. Oh. That's interesting. Let me craft some more of these then. So what you're saying is if I build this, and I build it on... You know what? It's ridiculous, and I can 100% work with it. Fine. Fine. Can I, that's the question, type these? Okay. What if I do not... Oh, okay, so you can switch it from RGB to... Okay. There you go, my iron chests are marked with iron colours. Metal, iron. Metal, and I can do another one of these. I can build. E to fabricate. This is cool. I like doing this. Kind of ridiculous. Once you try to move it, it will not reattach. So what I'm hearing is never remove these. With this one, again, the page down, that's nice. Thank you for letting me know that. Metal, and it's copper colored because it's copper. Makes sense, right? Put the copper in the copper colored one. You're probably already in here, so I can just do this. Then I can mark this with page down. We want this to be green. Metal. Ooh, that's a bit too green. Got a bit carried away with the green there. That's a little better. The wall storage is actually better because the bars are not that visible. We need to make 3 more of these. I love this. Thank you. I can't remember who it was. Let me scroll back up. Car Toys, thank you very much for letting me know about this little wall hack for putting these up here, because that's a really nice little quality of life feature that I can use to manage this much better. Just plastic. What's going on? I go for lunch and come back and I've given up on my storage system. Basically, we're ready to leave this area. And before I left, I wanted to get rid of the huge pile of stuff. Not only because it was going to cause bugs as we started traveling through, but people have been reporting a number of issues around like losing their saves or all kinds of stuff around having too much janky storage dumping. Also, as much as I love teasing and tormenting Luther, it probably upsets his German sensibilities to see my storage in such a state. He's probably getting like an allergic reaction of some kind. Luther, if you're out there, I apologize. I hope you're okay. What are the icons for plastic? Hand grenade. That's plastic. None of these really work for plastic that well. Rubber, maybe. I can remember. What I do need to do, though, is mark this one as biomass somehow. Biomass or human supplies. Is there a little person icon? Yeah, there is. That's logic processor, though, so I want to do brain symbolizing a human, or brain fart or brain poop. That'll signify a human. Well, we'll do a nice light purple for brain poop. Oh yeah, look at that. That's beautiful, glorious. Love that. Use a smoking factory for plastic because man-made. Good shout. So Omega-3 can go in there. There's all the bio, fuel, etc. And then memories, those can be just the brain icon. This is how we're going to bait in the US Marines. Particularly with, you know, their favorite color ones. Icon. Human poop. Do all the words creep out. Oh, that's... To be honest, I'm very proud of that actually fit in there. But snapping would make this a lot easier, but hey. That'll do. Page down. I don't think I applied that. I did apply that. No, I need a hunt. I'm just going to take all of this out at the moment. Yoink. Yoink. You count as a weapon, it means you can go into here. Oh, 1 second, chat. Like I'm gonna sneeze. Am I gonna sneeze? Extra weight. 29 kilograms. I'm guessing it's these. No, not all of them. We don't need all of these on us at any given time. Leave half of them behind in my weapon storage. Okay, so that's a much better base. We've got a full supply. We're fully topped off on power. Okay, well, should probably keep some of these on me. Kind of important to be able to charge myself. Backpacking gun you can take a significant way. You tend to remove them once you've cleared an area out. That's actually a good point. The backpack's taking up what 5 kilograms. The gun's probably taking like another few. So if I, for example, well, I mean, I'm just gonna be traveling, so. Oh, we just do this as well. You pulled a muscle sneezing yesterday. Oh, that's how you know you're getting old, isn't it? That's at that point. That's how it works. Biomass. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3. I'm going to keep 100 bioorganic matter. We've got vitamin D and omega-3 just in large quantities, apparently. Got a bunch of SC streams, and general sentiment seems to be generally underwhelmed. I think, to be honest with you, I'm expecting that to be the answer for Ashes as well. Sad as it might sound, I'm expecting underwhelmed to be the Ashes answer too. So this was a 500 and we'll call it 580 when that went in. It's across 3 levels, so we're going to divide it by 3. So we had 1500, and so it's 1740. See what we had after that one, and then we'll also take some of the seaweed, which we're just passively creating at this point. I don't want to use the bio-light or bio-dark just yet. Actually, we'll split the bio-darks. We've got so much more of that than we've got bio-light, so it looks like I've actually at some point broken down. Calcium. Okay, so we've got, that's where you get calcium from. So this is where we're going to get the components for the humans. Humans are so why can't we just all be robots? It would be so much easier. Also did that wrong. I keep on pressing the wrong key, that's the problem. I believe you. I'm quite low on polyurethane. Oh, not into prefabric, actually. Got a lot of plastic, but not a lot of the other mats. Silicon we're a bit low on. Haven't got anything in there. Hopefully Ash doesn't think the messaging will rescue crafting PvE. They need to. I'm feeling positive about the changes that they've announced for. Okay, there you go. So it did give us 100 liters of fuel or so. Thunder. Let's see, 664 times 3. Well, 1 second, let me just quickly do this. I'm just scared to die. Let's do this, Vicky's present. This is 4 times 3. 1922, and then we'll go into here. Drop off 20 Biodark. And we'll see what it becomes. You'll almost always be low in fabric. That's good to know. That sounds to me like they need to take a lesson. No, your fabricator can't reach those crates from that far away. Damn. Is that what we're seeing, SoCal? Sorry about that. Ferris, SoCal. So now, in here is 690 times 3. Minus, so we got 78 from 20 from that one. And then... $50 seaweed. Let's see what that becomes. Got a question. If I installed a flavor of archlings as an omaki, does that mean my virginity would grow back? It depends on which flavor. You'd have to ask Primogen. He is the expert of all things, you know, I was about to say all things virginity, but that's a really awful thing to say. I meant all things, like, related to which of those platforms that you use, which of those services you use. That's Primogen's area of expertise. He knows much more than I do about it. All I know is that if you use Arch, you tell everyone about it. That's how that works. You'll go ask the Prime? Makes sense. By the Prime, you mean his mustache, right? Not even draining the power down. Awesome. Okay, so that took us to 700... That gave us 200, so basically get 4 per on the seaweed's quite good. Okay, Lazarus Complex is out of here, and then that way. A bit of scouting before I do that. This time, no explosive barrels directly next to me. Helpful, right? Oh, the shark is... cross. Let's do this. Back up the game. Backup completed. Oh, this is charge up nearly to full with just those. There we go. What we were waiting for. Give me that sweet XP. Caretaker, that's a sentence and a half. I wasn't expecting to see that. When I scrolled up, you saw the double take on my face. I was like, wait, what am I reading? Why are we talking about sex offenders? What's going on? I don't like this. Could you build the solar panels on the roof of the boat and take them with you once you leave? That's what I'm waiting for. I want to leave that large battery here so when we come back we can do stuff, but I'd like to take the solar panels with us. I've got 2 solar panels at the front on each side. Putting another 2 on top is just another bit of solar power that's backed up, but what I could do is I could place another battery onto the roof, then run a connector off of the roof onto whatever I'm doing, wherever I moor up. So I always have an available source of 6 kilowatts of power segmented from the main power source on my ship. That's the plan. So there's method in my madness. This madness is the absolute operative word for what it is. But it's nighttime, and unfortunately, and weirdly, solar panels don't work at nighttime. I'm not an expert engineer, chat. But I think that it's rude and actually a little bit inconsiderate that that solar panels don't work at nighttime. I just think it's inconsiderate, really. Well, while it's nighttime, we will work on the other bits that we were doing. So we'll put the battery. We'll set up that infrastructure on the roof. Can that really not reach to my boxes? Oh my god, okay. I have a horrible idea. I can't destroy this one? That's irritating. You cannot dismantle it. I mean, that makes sense. Otherwise, you could theoretically block your own progression. That was F7, not 7. My bad. If I had a glowing red eye filter for my mod sense tingles, ooh, I mean, I should do that. That would be quite funny to do as a, you know, as an effect on the stream. It's a good idea, actually, Minty. Someone asked for the Suns manager. No, I just want the manager for the Suns doing its own thing. Like, whatever, so be it. But like, it's just a bit different when it's the solar panels deciding they don't want to work on it. You know, they don't want to work on like a Wednesday. They don't want to work on a Wednesday. Come on. To be honest, that kind of worked. And I can just dismantle this one and replace it if I find that I've learned a lesson, so... Nice, that works. You can run Bailey in your eyes, instant red eyes. That would be good. That would be good. I know, Elad, people were talking about it earlier, which is it's an absolutely terrifying concept that Twitch saw the need, that enough people asked for 1,000 subs at a time, that Twitch were like, you know what, we'll make it a thing. Probably not a huge amount of dev work for them, but like still enough that they needed to, you know, do it. Terrifies me. Okay, well that's a design flaw of my plan. Oh. I like that's where the radar and stuff are. Nice, here we go. You can't play for about 30 minutes without against the worst motion sensitive. I'm really sorry to hear that. I mean, let me have a look in the settings and see what options there are that might be able to help. You heard Britannia rules the waves and got here as fast as you could. Welcome on in, Arthur. We're just making boats to set up for our lad's holiday. That's all it is. You trying to hide inside that container? Yes, apparently. Are you fully topped off yet? Nearly. Very nearly. Is that shark still alive? That one there? It's not moving or animating the same way that the one that's over there was. Nope. I didn't just poop myself thinking that I was going to fall in. Don't worry. That one's dead. Okay, we're going to go get it. We're going to go get the X-Shark. Or it might be bait. I know what you guys are like. Nothing right, just said alright. Charge me off of the extra cabling, because I think this is now full by those things. Just charging myself purely off of solar power. Worst things to charge myself on. Never trust chat or always. I don't know, I'm not your boss. Fair, Nellis. How you doing, Nellis, bud? Good to hear from you. I know that obviously we're getting close to your PC build, so you'll probably be down for a day or so while you're doing that, I'm guessing. Back from uni, send you a status. Okay, thank you. That's I'll have a look at that after the stream. So they're floating tires and stuff in there as well. What happens if I go to one of those? Do I have to dismantle it, or can I like pick it up? Or because I've been to the buoys, as the Americans call them. Love it. If I didn't say it, randomness, thank you very much for your resub a few minutes, well, I say a few minutes ago, several minutes ago. I didn't realize that, I can't remember if I'd actually shouted out or not, but if I didn't, thank you very much for the resub, buddy. You are awesome. Okay, that's all cleared. Hello again, Bailey. What are you doing? Have you come to join us? You want attention? You are. No. Chilling here for a while, is that the plan? Okay, we are ready to leave this area. We've harvested absolutely everything we can, apart from that. God damn it. I knew that, I was like, don't forget that thing, Kronos, to myself. And then, of course, what did I forget? The one thing that I told myself... I hate this. I hate this. How's Bailey coping with the cold weather? Lots of cuddles. He's very happy to sleep on my lap a lot, but that's why he keeps coming in. He goes outside, gets cold, and then says, "Ah, I'm cold. Where's my human for sleeping on?" Flash, where's my chicken? It's always one of the two. He's very cute. Human space, that's basically my job. I'm fine with that as a concept. I mean, it makes sense, right? The ship is this way. A compass would be really nice on the screen. I'm going to be honest with you. Just give me one of those sweet compasses on the top of my screen, please. I'm a robot. I should know which way north and west and east is. A compass and a clock? Or yeah, I agree. Yeah, clock would also be great. There you go. So when I come back here at some point, there'll be power here for whatever I need to do in the basement. I feel like at each location I should try and leave one battery just in case I need to come back at some point. The donut appears to have left, so I'm going to do this. Right, the ads are here. Okay, here's my question. How do I only use the electric engines rather than the petrol engines? Is that an option I can do? I'm carrying around weight that I don't need to. This floating offshore rig is raw. You're right. It's not like, you know, I haven't left the offshore rig to get lightly browned on both sides like scallops. No, I haven't. I want to do some of this. Okay, so how do I harvest the dead shark? That's going to be my next question as well. You press the big red button. Oh, that would be too easy. No, too simple. Thank you very much, Miss Mixor Studio and Swithering Minds. This way I can leave it a while until I build up enough of a diesel stash to purely rely on diesel fuel. Oh, I can just do this. Quick backup slot. And we will also do a backup slot into backup slot 3. Backup slot 1 is our auto saves, I believe. I like the fact the wind turbine works on an angle. That's fun. I like that. Oh, perfect time to set to sea. I didn't leave any mooring lines on. We've only got the anchor down. Fine. Harvest shark, jump on shark, use tool. I thought that backup slot 1 was the one that was used by the tool. Interesting. Let's reel the anchor in and hope for the best. Nope, the anchor was okay, apparently. How is our... Oh, geez, we're being pushed on real hard. That is a monstrosity on the front of my ship. I'm going to be honest with you. Get reverse gear, very, very slow. Not quite how reverse... I mean, I am only using the electric engine. There is that as well. True. Did I see the wind turbines need to be maintained? I did indeed, yes. Okay, the diesel engine makes a big difference. Yeah. Not using the diesel fuel is significantly slower. Also, I didn't replace those two solar panels on the roof. Can you get a faster boat than a tug? So far, I don't believe so, but I believe that I can upgrade my various components to make this thing go faster. That's why if I have like more diesel generator, I've got those kind of modules that are in the top of the diesel generator. The more of those modules I have, for example, the faster it will go, I believe. But also, I would understand that the faster that I would also burn through fuel. Okay, I'm anchored, but I'm still moving. What is it? I do have the diesel generator, yes. I can't tell if I'm actually anchored or not. Okay, that's the anchor up. Anchor down. Let's go all the way down. Okay, we should be good in place, I believe. Ah, oh my god. Ultra tech scrap. This is insane. I also don't know what killed this, so I don't really want to hang around. Oh, it didn't grab all the parts. That's a shame. I really don't like that other shark. Like the other shark just floating there, like it's so close. What is this? Bioflesh. Bioregulator nanite nutrient mitochondrial amplifier. What the fuck? Ooh. Look at it. It's artifact tier rarity. First time we've ever seen anything like that. First thing we're going to do, chuck it straight into the recycling. You recommend keeping the bioflesh or want the scrap rate? I was just going to scrap it all. I was going to chuck it in here to get the bioregulator nanite nutrient and mitochondrial amplifier. Or you think I should continue to save it even longer? Because I was just going to scrap this now, but I can leave it for later. That's not a problem as well. Okay, sweet, yeah. I didn't get the rare stuff that maybe I wanted, but we'll see what this gives. Ooh, ooh, look at this. That's how you know it's the good stuff. Look at that. If it glows like that, it must be healthy, right? I don't even know where I'm going to store half of that. What is it? Neutronium? Well, it's an and plasma gel. That's, if anything's going to go in these, it's those. So those are human items, okay. Human stuff. Nanite nutrient and bioregulator. At some point, we're gonna have to go and kill a bunch of those sharks, aren't we? That's gonna suck. That was not what I wanted to do either. Press F rather than J. All it takes. The glowing means it's powered with energy. That means it's delicious. That's how that works. Oh, these aren't going to be full integrity, are they? Oh, no, they are. Here we go. That's starting to store some stuff. We'll have just backup power in there. Connect myself up, recharge myself, save again because that shark is great and I don't want to jump back in the water, and then we'll head towards the Lazarus complex. Kiss me slowly. we're going to turn the diesel generator back on because that's necessary. I've got a huge amount of diesel fuel here we could just use. That's 800 of fuel. I might take that and just go put that into the machinery. There's no point hanging around with it when I've got empty storage. I didn't say to retract all the way. Oh, I'm going to need to grab the items for that. Plastic and an iron. Maybe I should put my storage up on deck above where the fabricator sits. I know that will be annoying having to remove all of my storage, but it might be more sensible. I'm in front of the hose. It's probably cold out there. God damn it. God damn it. This is why we can't have nice things. Storage on deck. Do you not have to worry about waves taking them overboard? I don't believe so. Once it's locked down on a surface, it's locked down while it's got the physics still. Haven't got any fuel cabling. Gonna go. Missing pipe, yeah, exactly. That was the issue. Oh wait, that gives me 5 each time. I'll clear the queue after I made one of them then. So for those of you who have played Dispatch, that's one of the things on my list of things to play later this week. I was potentially going to play it tomorrow. Are you guys interested in seeing Dispatch as a game? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that's good to know. You're going to pass personally as a story thing and you've yet to experience it yourself. Fair. That's a very good point. Reminds me a little bit of Monsters Inc. with the whole scream, like the scream energy that the monsters use. I don't know why. I don't know if that's anyone else or it's just me. What do you mean connect? I can connect myself up to this? Horrifying. Don't think I want to think about that. That's functional again. Oh, so yeah, the thing I was talking about, these are what make the electric engine go faster. These little bits here are what makes the diesel engine go faster. Yeah, I can make a fuel backpack, that makes sense. How are we for this? Harvest this quickly. Okay, won't say no to all of that free XP, I guess. Yeah, some understanding of dispatches. It's basically like you're a dispatcher for superheroes. That's basically how I've had it sold to me. I don't know anything about the story. I've not seen a huge amount of the gameplay, other than it being kind of a series of decision-making bits. I think it looks quite interesting to me. Plenty of those. You've had this multiple endings. That's good to know. It sounds like it's fun. Boop. Potentially offensive organic product. Boop. Spare human is in the kitchen, and therefore Bailey is screaming the chicken cupboard, the fridge, isn't open. Is there a reason why he wants the chicken cupboard open? No, he's been fed recently. He's just being silly. How are we on electricity? We are full on electricity. Okay. Why do I feel anxious about leaving the nearby this area? I had this in Raft as well. Occasionally I would feel a level of anxiety about leaving the area that I was in. Just going out onto the open water. I don't know why. Poor guys starving to death? Definitely not. Because the open water is scary? I mean, I guess, yeah. That's kind of how it feels. Fully charged. Everything is fully charged. You get comfortable in this, but it's more... I know how much I don't know about the game. Enhancers. Okay, let's do this. That put me up to 9. If I put 10 points in that, I can have 1 kilowatt hour, but I don't really need 1 kilowatt hour right now. Don't need engineering. I haven't needed pressure so far. Grapper might be useful. Hall mastery. We should... Gonna put 5 points into hall mastery for carrying more. I might just leave the enhancer points to the next area so I can decide based on what my needs are. Put into pressure, really? You will need pressure. Okay, I will put... How many points? What, 5 into pressure or 10 into pressure? You know what's out there? No, just like the Midwestern United States, just vast oceans of corn. The corn oceans. I mean, I've flown over parts of the US and it's just fields after fields after fields. And occasionally you get like mountain range. And then it's more fields. And then it's California. That's it. That's what. And then the California desert. You can survive without for the first one, but you will take damage. You get a total of 450 non-refundable. Okay, so I should be careful about where I'm putting that. Then the Vitality Health's a resource. I should be able to self-manage that. Hall Mastery allows me to do more and travel less. Power management is just very useful. 20% less power consumption across the board is great. Scrapping is useful because scrapping is the most of my power use. More battery means I can be out for longer. Having increase of 300 watt hours is good. I think I might just do my normal increasing this by 5 per level until I've got 1 kilowatt at level 10. Because that will be useful. At 10, having a kilowatt of fuel, not fuel, of, well, yeah, it is, I guess, fuel for me. Personal fuel. Yeah, see, with the diesel fuel generator, it's so much faster kicking in. Obviously, I'm spending my diesel, but I've got a lot of that to spare. Get between us, but none of us are out there. I'm looking forward to when I'm heading directly towards the sun and those solar panels completely block any view from in front of the ship. That's going to be really funny. You can make it a lot faster right now by building the upgrades. Yes. Check fuel power usage on 100% on 90%. Oh, that's wrong. No, I don't like that. No, you guys need to learn how... Okay, the developers need to drive boats more. So, unlike a car, a boat, you just put it to full throttle most of the time and just run it. The engines... Well, the engines are designed differently. And once you get the boat up to a certain speed, most boats are more efficient across the water because they build up a plane underneath them. Although you won't get a vessel like this up on the plane. There's no way. Why do you say that, little Siberian bear? The mods get paid fairly, yeah. But I wouldn't say they get paid, you know, the big huge monies. It's not. None of them gonna be rich. That's not how it works. It's a hydrofoil, yeah. That I'd be in. If there was a hydrofoil in this, I'd be interested. Them to air currents and cars, probably. Well, like, Siberian, if there's ever any openings for it, that we put up in the Discord, in the job opportunities channel. I'm just gonna eat the snack that I was given by Spare Human while we're traveling. Give me a second. Delicious. A croissant and pane of chocolate. If Little Ham is here, he'll be very upset that I said the word croissant. Yum. Oh, the net is full. But I wish, Cranium Guy. You're surprised that you're kind of surprised you've not seen more people playing this. It looks like an interesting game. I just don't think people know about it, and it is still early access. They've still got like a roadmap of design production to do. I'll see, Arthur, that's what gives me vitamins. The main thing I'm doing at the moment for Thor is excuse me, ferret rescue stuff. And in December, a huge amount of work on I don't know why it's those three that lit up rather than the three that had the compressor in, but fine. This is booking. We are now we are netting things. In December is going to be crazy. We've got a lot of really awesome games. I'm going to be going through the list again this evening, doing another pass. Thor went through and did a pass of the games on our list last night. We've got what you guys should be in for a treat. I'm hoping there's going to be some really cool games that we can show you. For those of you who don't know what In December is, because you've not been here for the past couple days, In December is a show that's being done by Pirate Software, who's obviously very big in the indie development world. You know, being a game developer, being very close to indie work. And across the whole month of December, he'll be playing all the indie games. Basically, he'll be doing it for these devs for free, playing a bunch. I mean, a bunch of indie games. There's some really cool ones, really interesting art styles, mechanics. creative ideas, new ways of doing genres that we haven't necessarily seen for a long time. I'm like I said, I'm really excited for it. This is an indie game. This game is independently done. No, little Siberian Bear. I am just doing it to take the piss. Don't worry. I was just making fun of croissants. It's croissant. What? Like a quack. You haven't set also to 5 minutes? I've got it set to 15 minutes at the moment. Game. Where was it? 15 minutes. We can reduce it to 5. Off? Why would you have it off? God, horrifying. Yeah, I want auto pickup on. Okay, there was no actual change. Sound and everything all right for everyone who's watching YouTube stream? You're all good for sound and the graphics quality and the gamma, etc. All good. Autosave off for those who like to live dangerously. Yeah, playing an early access game with the autosave off definitely feels safe, right? It's cross on. Okay, sure. I love how much stuff there is just on the way to object. The shark is following me. Heard people say good things about the economy changes on the Ashley Creation PTR. I will, as with anything that's on a test realm, I will make a decision about how it goes once we have full patch notes or once it's pushed to live. Everything on the test realm is a test. None of it is guaranteed to go into the game. You could potentially see none of it actually going live on the 11th, and I'm not going to allow myself to be baited in until I see that those updates and those changes are actually going into the game versus just being shown to people for the purpose of getting players back involved. I've gotten quite cynical with games, I'm going to be honest with you. Did I see the base backup tool for Junior? I did, Gaikotsu, yeah. It's a very good and useful tool. It's cool. So actually, I could divert the carbon dioxide output, and I imagine that some of the production is going to... One of these, I think, was related to carbon dioxide. I imagine that you can refine it to split out the oxygen. Take out CO2, turn it into, well, O, and then release the carbon elsewhere. Maybe you can get carbon as an output. Or turn it into carbon monoxide, just vent that, because there's no humans left. You can find stop logging in every 2 weeks? Exactly, yeah. You'll be able to basically build up your base, save it, and then you won't have to worry about your base until you're going back to it in January or whenever, when there's more stuff to do. Which I think is a good change that needs to be in the game. I like that I've got a bunch of just power just saved up here. Makes me laugh. When we get to 500 meters away, I will pull up the net again. I will head in. Oh, the ads are here. We are in transit. Sabatia, CO2 and water is heading into CH4. Okay, fine. Fine. Or RAM prices have gotten bad. There is I would, you know how we saw graphics cards increase in price drastically? Expect to see that in RAM prices over the coming months because there's a shortage of components for the RAM parts, but there is also a massively driven demand by a bunch of different work streams. Rosslight, I completely agree with you. Tell your cat that we love them. If that seems like a cat. Seems like a cat, Rosslight. That looks like cat to me. Yeah, RAM prices have gone wild. I believe it's related to the AI industry, but I'm not willing to put money on that. I've seen some news that it's related to AI creation, but I don't know if it's I don't know which side of it is, if it's development or what.
Its halls lie dormant, waiting for you to bring it back to life.
Where did it go? Oh, there it. Oh. Okay. To be honest with you, the Steam machine or the Gabe Cube looks remarkably good. It depends on where the price point is and its performance. That's really what it be. But I think what the Gabe Cube will do is actually more interesting than that. So the Gabe Cube is going to put us in a position where oh, hang on, let me finish doing this maneuver first. If any of you ever seen large ship maneuvers, that was a pretty normal one. The Gabe Cube. The new Steam machines, they are being affectionately called the Gabe Cube. You think it's a deliberate shortage? I mean, that would be very interesting. Yeah, for sure. That's certainly an interesting idea. It wouldn't be the most surprising thing that we've seen. We've seen a number of shortages, let's say artificially created. What happened in here? Okay. This one appears to be a bit more stable, so we'll leave this for now. I'm going to get up on board the ship and do a save. Some people asked yesterday why I saved twice. It's an early access game. If I need to jump back a step, I need to have that option sometimes. Also, why is the game chugging? I'm just going to do a quick restart, chat. Do that. Quickly restart the Rooney the game. Find a quick thing on RAM. Samsung and SK Hynix are supplying memory chips for OpenAI's Stargate initiative to build a global network of AI data centers. The partnership involves scaling production to meet an estimated demand of 900,000 DRAM wafers per month, which is more than double the current industry capacity. Wow. FPS and around Lazarus to be really poor. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Thank you for letting me know. I'm going to do a restart anyway in case of memory leaks because I don't trust PCs anymore, but that makes sense. As long as they have an option for a companion cube skin. People have already started making those skins. A couple of the sites that do like controller skins, for example, that's what they've done. Hello, Chicago Strong. How you doing, bud? I mean, that is actually running better. Yeah, there may also be a slight memory leak in the game because the CPU usage has dropped significantly as well. Hmm. We used less fuel doing that than I actually thought we would. We've still got yeah, 2,700 of the just over 3,000 that we set off with. Rude. I'm assuming I need to power something. Barely any of those projects are actually getting built right now. Many of those centers aren't finished because of no power. Well, I think that's the difficult part of it, is a lot of there's a lot of discussion around an AI bubble, about whether there is actually a bubble or not, of, you know, people making a bunch of investments and promises and companies saying they're going to make this, that, and the other AI thing, but they actually can't do that. there's an awful lot of speculation out there about where we're heading with it, but ultimately, like, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. AI does do a lot of things very well. Generative AI, I have a bit of a problem with personally, but that's more because I know a lot of people who are artists who have had their livelihoods compromised or have had issues with generative AI taking their work. But a lot of stuff that AI can do is very efficient, very effective, and is good. Like, AI is exceptionally good at powering through large data sets, which is what human brains are just not very good with. So, you know, AI is very good for certain stuff. Whether it's the answer that the corporate world thinks it is and that absolutely everything can be answered with AI, I don't believe so. And I don't think that laying off members of staff to replace them with AI will deliver the value that companies are looking for long term. That's where I sit on that discussion. But, you know, at the end of the day, we can't do much about it other than continue to not basically utilize companies who treat their staff certain ways and you know, buy according to your morals. If you don't like how Nintendo acts, don't buy Nintendo products. That's my view on it. Nothing hurts a company more than the bottom line. If you don't agree with what a company does, you shouldn't engage with them. Okay, just the angle on that. Looking back at time, there's always something that makes jobs obsolete. I mean, yeah, since the Industrial Revolution, we've been having something that will make jobs obsolete. That's always a thing, but the scale at which AI applies is different to anything that we've encountered. Because even when it was, you know, automation of any kind, you know, factorization, mechanicalization, or the mechanization of production lines, etc. Ooh. Programming manual, 1 of 1. Some light reading. Delightful. Oh, Avender, I'm not sure it will, though. That's the problem, because I think there's gonna be a level. It's not the same as the .com bubble. It's not. Oh.
The power's offline. We can't access the Hall of Humanity unless you find the main power. It should be on the roof.
I can see sweet fuck all. I don't want to yeet myself down into that pit of angry eels, to be honest. There's more and more of them every minute. I don't think anyone... There's a ladder out... I can't see that where the ladder is. That's the problem. Oh, is that it down there? Yes. Fairly sure that above the screen right there is the ladder. But, although, like, and this is where a clock would be nice. It'd be nice to know how far away we are from the morning, because as the light comes up and it's dawn, I'll be able to see everything, and I could jump down and kill stuff, because I could use the XP from that bunch. Would be quite nice. But you guys won't be helping with the FPS, will you? Oh, that's because there's one of those giant floaty red things down there. Okay. You're in a building, no sun? I thought that... Oh, wow, this is actually inside, fully inside. I thought we were at least... Oh, God. Okay. Oh, dear. I'm just gonna take that. How are you guys climbing the ladder? Weird. Oh, that's because you're above me. Oh god. This is the new Call of Duty, yes. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it is. Trying to make sure I've got enough fuel. Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm not looking forward to when we encounter those mosquitoes, to be honest with you. Those little flying things. Okay. Oh, okay. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do that. That's the issue. It's the companies making the promises that can't be kept. That's where I will see the issue in AI. Ooh, is it down there again? No, that's where we came in here. Really? We can do this. Nice. I hate doing jumps like that. It's the over investment into it, I think that we're seeing the issue in, chat. To be honest with you, like the laying off skilled employees to replace them with AI is never going to work the way that you want it to, because like, why does this one glow differently to the rest of them? Oh god. Okay, well that will be why. That was horrible. I did say, yeah, I did say I was looking forward to it. I've changed my mind very rapidly. Not a fan at all. Ever. Fine. I don't know how you're meant to do this. Like, without a huge amount of preparation. Doing this blind, I could have come in here without enough power. Very easily. That's how. That wasn't the route that we were told to take, though. Because... that comes from the... I just wanted to make sure I release the ladder. Always release the ladder. But yeah, so how many of you who have worked in IT, for example, have been involved in a project where something went seriously wrong and you've done some kind of weird as fuck fix to make things work? You basically put like some kind of combination of patches on the system which make it more effective. Every day, exactly. Now, how often does that take place in, say, banking? How often does that take place in healthcare? How much does that take place all over various industries? If you let the people who are humans go, who have the knowledge of where the bodies are buried, you have the people who they've been there for that shit, they know all the problems, they know, oh, the Jameson issue, yes, I remember that one was, I was here for that. AI won't do that. You're losing a lot of skill, a lot of problem-solving capability that AI can't creatively get around in the same way. Because no situation is exactly the same. It's always nuanced. There's always change to it. At least they lined up. Oh, that's where they are. I'm going to have to come back through this route and clear the scrap up at some point, but... I'd like to point out that whoever designed this, like the fact that I can break in like this probably isn't the most effective or, you know, good thing for your technology. Fine. Here we go. You train the most personal team from new. You generally say 6 to 12 months before you let them loose on their own due to that knowledge. Well, exactly. And... what the fuck is that? Turn the corner, there's a fucking floating manatee in the sky. What the shit? Hi. You guys look friendly. These are angels. Oh, okay. That's... I'm guessing these things serve a purpose that isn't just to confuse the shit out of me. Angels are friends, don't worry about it. I kind of worry about them, yeah, that's... yeah, thought so. I love it when these things queue up. How British. Very British. I should... Let's just get... Just... No, we don't need that. What? Calm down. Have I not? I've got the electric back on currently, yes. But it's out. It's out of energy. Okay, well, those light ones were awful. I have to get those out of there, but fine. Yeah, my energy backpack is unfortunately empty. Ooh, hello, power gen. That's illegal. I would like to complain about the numbers of the little scrap bots. That's not reasonable. But this is perfectly reasonable to just drop this here. I don't exactly use a lot of power, do they? I would love some health. Thank you, game. Reminds me of Crichton's method of stirring tea when Lister reprogrammed him. You set up an IP camera a few months back. None of the cams behave the same. Some refused dynamic IP, some didn't at the time. Oh, that sounds awful. Higher the position, the more money replace them with AI saves. Low-level workers doesn't save that much, especially if they do something physical. Middle management, now we're talking upper management. Very yes. Can't replace CEO and other kind of C-suite. I mean, yes and no. I think you're always going to need a core of people in management who know what they're doing and understanding, but how many people, and I know this is more of a rhetorical question, how many people actually benefit from their managers? Because it's not a high number. Okay, so in here is the fabricator. So basically this is the operation station for this area. Which means that I should probably try doing one of these. In this area. We should automate CEOs. See, that's the point. CEOs you actually do need. They do actually fulfill a role. They are the decision maker. You don't want to automate the company's decision making, because that's like, you think of a corporate body. That's why we use that term. You can't replace the brain of the body, but you can replace some of the autonomic nervous system, which is very much doable. So that's fine. That wouldn't be a problem. But yeah, you wouldn't be able to replace the CEO. I don't think. I think that you'll find that that would be a bit of a challenge. Okay, let me have a think about this. If I charge this into this, on for when it's ready, we provide power. I can put, there you go, I can store all that in there to make it a little bit easier for myself, so I'm not over encumbered, which means I'm burning less power. Mouse to mouse. You guys make weird ass noises. What is the purpose of these angels? I do not like doing this. I'm having to run it off of my own power. Plastic, polyurethane, silicon, copper. Where's the iron? Oh, goddamn, really? Probably smarter to do it this way. That was horrible. She got viciously assaulted there. Wrong button. Okay, there we go. No longer over encumbered. Just casually dying and running out of power, which we don't want to do. Oh, the ads are here. I will be right back. I'm going to eat some more of my food. The ads are here so that I can make sure I look after myself properly. That's a whole thing. So thank you guys for bearing with. I really appreciate that. Oh, fabric and glass are going to be the things we're most short on. This is Thord and Ramsey. It's quite slow because it's not getting a lot of power, but... I'm going to drain one of these scream energies, chat. I need the self-power. Small amount of power. For this game, maybe it's a screen made for Arc Raiders would also fit. It would actually, Nellis, you're not wrong. I could do that. It's a very good idea. I was so sad about Arc Raiders having so many issues when I was trying to stream it. That was really irritating. Nellis, is that word Versenmittelung? Versandmittelung. Notice of dispatch. I love German. You guys have some great words. Versandmittelung? Like, did you ever get... I did, but it only works after I restart my computer, which can be a bit of an issue when OBS probably doesn't like being restarted. How is the... Oh, the backpack's barely charging. Okay, I'm not going to bother with this. Just drain it and see how many shots that actually gave me in the pistol. Okay, it's not too bad. It gave me another 20. Might make the difference. Oh, yeah, now this feels good. Yes. Num 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 num. Fabric, finally. My cable's out there now. Stop looking at my cable. It's personal. Can't believe you do this. Can't you go around looking at a person's cable like that? Hello, Anna Chaotic. How are you doing? It is great to see you, bud. Plastic, metal. Hello. Is there a way of going prone? How am I meant to get to the guy that's underneath here? Fine. That'll do, I guess. There's just a bunch of resource and stuff under here that I'd love to... Oh, wait. You can cut through under here. That makes sense. Why would I use the intended way in? Disgraceful behavior. Break the way in with the most janky system possible. Enjoying Soulframe. It looks good. Thank you very much for sending it across. I'll likely give Soulframe a go at some point. I've been hearing good things about it for a very long time, so... What are we short on? We can make the logic chip. Let's do that now. Connector parts, we can likely... No, it's conduit wiring. Logic chip. 2 alloy frames. What are we short on for connector parts? Into ports even, sorry. We're short on fabric. That's being produced, that's fine. And 2 battery cells. Again, short on fabric. Ah, fabric scraps, the next thing's getting processed. But it's now nighttime. Is that what we're saying? Really? Fine, give me fabric. Fabric and glass are what we're currently short on, so... You know what to expect, but having a lot of fun. The different skill specs are interesting. So what about it you enjoying the most so far? Just out of interest. Logic chip, alloy frame, 2 connector ports. No, 3 connector ports. 2 battery cells. I can only make 1 of those because I'm short on fabric. No, I will get hit. Not what I want to do. Right now you can become a wolf and maul people, and occasionally a wolf mother goddess will jump in and kill enemies for you. That sounds pretty cool. What have they leaned into aesthetic and kind of mythology-wise in Soulframe? Have they created their own mythology, or have they leaned into existing ones? Obviously, Warframe's got a huge amount of lore and information and stuff. Oh, thank you for saying that, Nellis. Kind of you to say. I just want the spoons to learn another language. I haven't decided which one I want to learn yet, but I am intending on picking up another language at some point. If I get the time and mental energy, and I've been saying that for like a while, so we'll see when it actually happens. Some of the NPCs have mentioned Odin. Okay, you couldn't get into Warframe. How's the new play experience in Soulframe? You'd have to ask other people, Amina. I haven't played it yet. It's something that I might, again, if there's appetite for it on stream, and because I think what I'll do is I'll do dispatch at the end of today's stream / beginning of tomorrow's stream. I will likely do Soulframe then on Friday, depending on how much we enjoy dispatch, to see how it is. I can't imagine it's currently under any kind of NDA, but I will also need to check that because I know that it's out soon / out now, so we're not going to do dispatch in Warframe. No, that would be a bit much, I think. Wait, that's double XP. Hang on, let's do that. We want the XP. Interesting. I'm looking at something else. So far it's great. You have a little sparrow that can use to guide you to each objective, and when you die, you take over the sparrow and fly back to your body to revive like a WoW ghost. That's a nice feature. I like that. That's well thought through, it seems. Cool. Okay. Neat. I get a lot of people from the UK say my English is better than theirs. Maybe learn English as an extra language. Actually, Caretaker, you learn something very interesting by learning English as a... When you learn a foreign language, you learn about things like conjugations. You learn about, you know, how to do verb groups. You learn what an adverb and a noun, etc. is in various languages. When you're learning English in the UK, you don't learn it in the same way that you would learn French or Spanish. You learn it from a very, very different perspective. So actually, if you ask a lot of kind of teenagers what an adverb is, it'll take them a while to work out what that actually kind of means to them. Whereas if you say what but they can do kind of they can tell you about the works of Shakespeare, for example. And if you learn a language intentionally when you're an adult, or when you're learning it as a foreign language, you learn it in a different way than you would if you're learning it unintentionally, which you're picking it up passively. It's really interesting the way that actually human brains learn language. One of the things, like, as some of you know, I'm slightly a nerd. There are some weird things that I get excited about, I think, that are cool, but that is one of them. The way that our brains learn language is absolutely fascinating as humans. Okay, so you're going to need one connector up here, but actually there's something else up here that needs a connector. You need a connector for power. So I might just do this. Ooh. I wonder. Just like a red wine. Do this, set this to be an output cable. That's an input cable. That's an output cable. And then this one can just run across the floor. Not where I wanted you. You into that one. A little bit short on plastic. Let's go grab some more of that. Ooh, biomatter. You sent to learn Gaelic for a bit. It was interesting to see how its grammar affected standard Scottish dialects and where various words I don't use without thinking actually came from that confuse English speakers. Okay, cool. That's very neat, actually. I've never really considered learning Gaelic. I think if I was going to learn any language, it's going to be somewhere between... See, I'm not gonna overpromise and underdeliver by promising to learn a language which utilizes a different format of alphabet. That would be a challenge. Not feeling that. Nah. Okay, you're repaired to 100%. You're 74%. You're 50%. We're gonna need a lot more plastic. But we've got a small amount. We've got, you know, we've started power production, which is the important bit. There's an awful lot of very, very interesting bits around language. Often Little Ham and I talk about language all the time. Table management, that's exactly what we were doing. Hello, Just Eric over on YouTube. How you doing, bud? Now, there should also, for this room, be somewhere where I can turn all the lights on. There are indeed lights, which there doesn't actually appear to be. Outside? Or language where the inflection you use modifies the meaning. Yeah, that's wild. And that's, I think it's incredibly cool, but like, that's why... I was talking about this at TwitchCon, actually, to a friend of mine, Pete, who many of you will know, formerly under the name of Premier2 on Twitch. Pete's a really good friend of mine, absolutely awesome dude. I have so much time for him. He was saying that he got into an issue recently where he did... Because in Japanese, the physical movements that you make during... certain interactions make a difference to what the intention and what the meaning is, and you also do a lot of what's that question mark box? Ooh, mystery box. I want to open it. I want to lick it. You do a lot of kind of like for example, they'll do things like they'll bow and such. He does it by default now, and actually, like, if he does, he's realized that if he does it to somebody who isn't Japanese, but say for example Korean, some people might think that he is implying that they are not inside far corner. Oh, this one. Yeah, that's what it is. Nice.
The power is restored. Now we can enter the Hall of Humanity.
The Hall of Humanity sounds a little bit overrated, to be honest. Do I want to make some storage for up here? Or do I just want to dump everything in the corner? What do we think, chat? This is a static structure, so... Wrong one. Grab. Norwegian. I was considering German or Spanish. Spanish, at least I've got a little bit to go on because I learned Spanish when I was a teenager. Mystery box. Midday first sat in Org. Weird. Okay, let's focus more on power generation and other things because that's going to be ultimately what we need the most of. Spanish isn't too bad. Very multi-purpose language. Spanish is a lot of very, very fun turns of phrases, but German has some great words in it, like, you know. We're getting to pick up from the bottom. No. Loot. There we go. Broken Nocturne Nematode. I mean, yeah, learning a different language that relies on a different alphabet would be very difficult, I think. I think that would initially be beyond me. I'd need to get back into the swing of learning a language again. Charge up my pistol a little bit more before I do the next one. Harassing local wildlife? No, I'm leaving the look. I've left the indigenous population alone, and they're just... Look at him, he's just flying around being a weirdo. What are you doing, dude? Like, you're just kind of chilling. I don't even know how they float. I'm so confused. I just kind of rocked up here and they're just kind of chilling. Oh. Not as bouncy as I expected, but... Ah, off the backboard. Too low. Hey, I'll take that. Oh no, that was off. Horribly off. Nice. Come on, the devs knew that the players would do this, didn't they? They knew. They knew. Oh wait, they're a lootable item. They're not even a dismantleable item. Okay. Oh, that one's durability 0. That's fucked. Hello. What are you doing, Mr. Man? Have you just arrived here to say hi to people? Is that what it is? who's arrived, chat, to say hello. It's really slow to charge from a single generator. I mean, yes, that's, yeah. The power goes constantly. I mean, that's why I can charge from this battery that's in here. That'll be better. This battery's got a small amount of charge in it, so I can basically keep myself broadly fueled. Who's a good boy? Yeah, you're a good boy.
Fast. Is that what you wanted, Bailey? The baby boy want attention and fuss and then to have a clean.
Okay, you've been acknowledged. Now you can clean. Yes, Luther. Yeah, this is, Storage Horror 2. .1 kilowatts. Connects into myself. I'll do a backup. Let's have a look at this. Okay. This is all of humanity. See that? Your Pico sees you, hears you, and works for you. I don't know. This is what confuses me. Question unexplained system alerts. Trust in Pico. Use non-Pico supply power sources. We've read Cradle's End. This. Oh yeah, we saw that one yesterday. Data not available. Ooh. You've not looked much at the cameras. Everyone's powered up shows in there and you see its camera view. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of cool. Back in there we want something that wasn't already broken. So this is reasonably recent, this log. Well, this is when everything went wrong. Group 17, launch window 6 days out. So it looks like they were sending up basically batches of humanity. Shark or what? Directive shift detected. Self-termination protocol activated remotely via Moses central override. Behavioral reaction logged. Shark immediately pauses patrol. Cognitive emotion spike recorded. Surpassing previously logged parameters. Shark remains motionless, processing new directives. AI analysis. Subject experiences cognitive conflict, significant distress. Shark aware of implications, yet unable of resisting primary directive. You've not read these. See, this is what I'm quite interested in because, like, hello. Oh, there you go. You've not got too much floof on extra on you today. Good. That's interesting. Okay, the shark is. We want to learn how the shark works. We've read this one. That was the 1950 one. We've not found the second half of that. Second half of that. And any of these. That's my... Interesting, okay. Enter the Hall of Humanity. That's the next one. Who's a good boy? Yes, it's you. The time you play the game, you focus on salvaging and repairing. There's more to it as well. There's also the story, which is cool. Wait, we don't want to equalize. We want to draw power from this into me. And then we want to grab the cable that's going from myself and connect it onto my Oni Spark ACPAC. Do you need feeding, B? You only got fed 25 minutes ago. Sneaky snack time. Welcome on in with the raid of 24 people. Thank you very much, buddy. Also, Maberion, thank you very much for those 10 gift subs. And Malachite Kel, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. I don't know why those alerts aren't coming through today. I need to check my alerts overlay. How are you doing? How's it going? Hello, Sylvan. Welcome on in. You bring the breast snacks? That's something very different indeed. The best snacks? What are the best? In your opinion, what is the best snack? Sneaky snack time. Now I'm interested. Welcome on in, Reg. Thank you very much for being here. Were you guys playing this as well? Sylvan brought us here. Oh, thank you very much, Sylvan. How you doing? I know. I only ask the most difficult questions as well. Don't worry. Oh, Bailey. Did someone scare you? Oh, the ads are here. Apologies, Raiders. We run the ads every half hour or so here, just so I can do my stretches and stand up and feed the cat and make sure I hydrate, etc. I'm just going to do a quick stand, and you can see, oh, Tioga t-shirt today, so that'll be blue screened out. Oh. Make sure you descrungle your spines, chat. Oh. Ooh, that was a nice click. That's Thornton Ramsey. Yeah, Thornton Ramsey. Sylvan, thank you very much for that reset, buddy. You are very welcome. Thank you very much for being here today. Thank you very much for bringing across the Raiders. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you're doing well. He wants to make sure, chat, that the things that we're doing aren't raw. He cares a lot about making sure that, you know, we're doing things the right way. We need to get more electrical cables. Fine. The Greggs is effing cold. Yeah, imagine imagine the perspective of you've just served a sausage roll to Thornton Ramsey, but it's not delicious and golden flaky. Yeah, Thornton's not impressed. Thornton's gonna call us an idiot sandwich. Maberion, thank you very much, buddy, for being here. Sorry, I didn't see your gift subs about 8 minutes ago. And Malachite Kel as well, good morning, and thank you very much again for that 6 months resub. You're a legend. Morning, cuties. There's only 300 cuties today, and they're all you. You're the cutie, Malachite Kel. Yeah, use the gun as a club. Kind of hoping for a little bit more biomass, because I'd really like to refill our diesel supplies. You can't be 400 cuties at once. You could be. You just have to eat quite. Oh, here we go. Speaking of 400 cuties at once. Pop, 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 pop. It's like bubble wrap, to be fair. Kind of fun. Good morning, Snowy Sparkles. How are you doing today? A below average. I mean, who would dare serve anyone a below average Greggs? That's my question. Whee! I don't trust these. Don't blame me, man. Blame it on the double. Welcome back after the ads, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us. Really appreciate it. We are thinking about what we need to do in this before nighttime. I'm not sure I'm going to have enough. Oh, shizzle. Let's do this. My club is more powerful. Now, the hope will be that I have enough power to take me through the nighttime. Oh god, it feels a bit like Dying Light. I'm scared of the nighttime. Wow. What is Greggs? You know, it's a food, but is it a restaurant? So in the UK, Greggs is like a fast food franchise. It's The reason it's effective is because in the UK we pay sales tax, which we call VAT, on on food that is kept hot. So any food that's kept under like a heat light, for example, you have to pay 20% VAT on it. So what Greggs do is, because they can create the sausage rolls in batches, they'll cook each sausage roll amount fresh, like each batch fresh, and then just sell it, and it will cool. So if you get one fresh out of the oven, or you get one that's been on the shelf for like 10 minutes, then great. And then once they've gone beyond a certain amount of time, and they're like room temperature, they package them up and put them into multi-packs, so you can buy 3 for the price of 4. So Greggs is all over the UK in pretty much every major town, and it's pretty consistently good. Did they opened a restaurant recently? If they have, I've not heard of it. But effectively, it's just a very reliable, reasonably quality, nice, cheap fast food place where you can get food of what is a comparatively high quality to that you would normally get from a fast food kind of place. For example, a sausage roll is about £1, maybe £1.10 now, which is in dollary dues $1.50, give or take, maybe $1.60 for a nice warm sausage roll that you bought on the high street. If you'd said that Greggs is the best snack, you might have been correct. Greggs is an excellent snack. I'm also surprised at the amount that I can actually talk about Greggs for. I didn't expect I had that much Greggs knowledge in my head. I shouldn't have been surprised. Greggs is excellent, but oh, sorry, it's Greggselent. It's the UK version of the Costco hot dog. Nah, see, I don't. See, the Costco hot dog is a loss leader. That you know that they make a loss on it. That's by design. The Greggs sausage roll isn't a loss leader in that regard. It's their most selling product. It's just price efficient. Because of the scale they're working at, they can do really well with it. Okay, let's not burn down my health any further. Look, would you like? Are you waiting to see chat again? Is that what it is? Soft cat. You're such a soft cat. He's just chancing his arm to see if he's going to get fed again. Greggs is opening a pub? What's the Greggs concept about? Somebody asked me to explain what Greggs is, so I did. Greggs has a pub? Oh, see that as a concept. Why? It blows my mind. A Greggs that you can have. Oh, a Greggs with a beer. That would be nice, you know. Nice, a hot day in summer. You have a nice, you know, sausage, bean, and cheese melt pint. Oh, Bistro Greggs in Newcastle. That makes sense. It's if there was going to be a Greggs anywhere, you know, with a Greggs pub or a Greggs restaurant, Newcastle's probably the right place for it. I'm going to be real. That does make sense. Okay, let's do this. We need iron and plastic. Iron. Plastic. Iron. Iron. Plastic. Power outage. I mean, it's nighttime. We're relying on solar power, which is why we're working on this. So this will allow us to stretch across to the wind generation. Yeah, Nellis is allowed to have Greggs only when I'm not live. After the Greggs riots, many lives were lost. It was a very dark time for the stream. The Greggs riots, chat. That's what it was. Yeah. Dangerous time for everyone involved. Very, very sad. Many were lost in the Greggs riots. The Greggs riots, yeah. When you know, the mods get too many Greggs and go on a rampage. You don't want the Greggs riots again. We don't want Greggs riots too. Have you tried rioting for bread among Thor's mods yet? We've done a few things for bread. Don't worry. There are plans. They're in play. Yeah, I haven't been to a pub for quite a while, since TwitchCon now. So, if someone would lure me to, I mean, Newcastle's a bit of a long way away from me, as you can probably hear by my voice, not from the north. But I do know well enough, to know that if it's from Newcastle, you call it Newcastle because that's where they're from, in the same way that you call it Bath if you're going to Bath, because most people, a lot of people there call it Bath. Well, I call it Bath. I don't know why, it just kind of stuck in my head like that. Ooh. Ah. Less ooh, more ooh. I mean, I guess I did ask for biomass. They're not wrong. I did ask for more biomatter. Bioorganic. Whoop. Deep fried Greg's Snickers. That would be a very, very bad idea for me. As I've talked about on stream before, I am allergic to peanuts. Unfortunately, Snickers, therefore, could be an issue. I'm fairly sure it's peanuts inside a Snickers, isn't it? Don't get me wrong, I've been up north. I know what a Parmo is. I've had a Parmo. Very, very nice. No, I'm not. I'm not allergic to D's nuts. Don't worry. That's fine. I've had a Parmo, and they're very, very good. So we've got a lot of respect for the northern takeaways. Have I had Pizza Crunch? That. No worries, lovely 91. Thank you very much for being here. Welcome on in. Hope you've enjoyed your day, and thank you very much for the lurk. People who are, are going to be lurking are the backbone of Twitch. Obviously, active chatters, absolutely great. Love the back and forth. But I know there are a number of people who are here who are just working away kind of quietly in the background or getting on with their days, or, they're cleaning their houses, they're doing whatever. And I really appreciate that. All of you who are here lurking, who, don't speak up, thank you very much. I don't require you to speak up. I don't even require you to, roll call or anything. Just thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Or working. I mean, yeah, there is that. I guess working counts as well. So... Then fabricate a cable extender. It looks dangerously like I know what I'm doing. I don't. How much cabling have I got? 12 meters. God damn. I know I'd be short. The face when your cable doesn't reach. Oh, I know, right? Don't worry, chat. I have a plan. Chat's. Oh, yeah, exactly, Nellis. Unfortunately, my plan didn't work the way I wanted it to, so we're going to try something else. Grab the cable, reel that in. Take that cable into here. Oh, that's even worse. We'll just go back and grab some more pieces for it. We just need to make some more cable. Yeah, we did. About 3 or 4 meters short. But that said, I can queue a bunch of these. I should queue a bunch of these. Did we get XP for creation of items? Don't believe so. No. It's surprisingly easy to run out of cable. Oh, you're a little potato, aren't you? Little potato. I wonder what happens if I go too far away from that pile. Has it already pulled the resources for that job? It has. Does it pull the resources for the next job? It's absolutely fine. Of course, now I'm short of plastic. Terrible. The tail flick, he wants something. He wants the human that's in the kitchen. Plus, it looks different in that coloration. You want something, don't you, baby boy? Yeah. Sometimes I just end up like running around with like a cable attached to the body. And I'm like, oh wait, I'm just running around like an idiot. I only want that to pull power. I don't want to ever... Actually, that can... do that, that's fine. How quick is our power influx now? Draw some more power out. Okay, that might be a bit ridiculous. Maybe I shouldn't carry quite that much. Drop that much. Drop that. Drop that. Might be carrying a little bit much. So it's like 134. Okay, let's split this again. Drop that. Let's split this again to drop that. We don't need all of those cables. Let's drop 10 kilograms or consumable medium battery. Meow, hello. I know you want me to come for a cuddle. You always want a cuddle. You like it when the humans are in the same room. There we go. Only a little bit over encumbered now, which is fine. It's still in very early access, 20 to 30 hours needed to reach endgame. I mean, I'm also being reasonably slow with it, but yeah, there's quite a lot of game in the game already, I'll be honest. Like, I'm pretty impressed so far. $45, what's he? This game looks fun. How long is it? Yeah, like I said, about 20 to 30 hours from what people are saying. So far, we're about 10 hours in. I'm still enjoying it a lot. Hello, Salinism. How are you doing? Great to see you. And Cinders EU, thank you very much for that resub. I'm glad that you're okay, dude. You're out of hospital. You slipped a disc in your back on top of your diagnosis. So you need to let it heal. Wow, dude, I know how horrible a slip disc can be. I hope that recovers quickly. If there's anything that we can do for you, give me a shout. I know that ultimately with nerve pain and with back problems like that, most of what you have to do is just kind of allow it time to heal, and it will take a lot longer than you think it does. That's the problem I had. It took me way longer to get back into the swing of things than I ever thought it would do. So you said pressure increases importance. So I'll start doing 5 of that every level, and I will do another Hall Mastery, and I will do... Oh, ow. I think I'm going to leave Improved Hydraulics where it is for now. I'm not dealing with anything that's too problematic. The battery and power management are both very useful. Scrapper is also good. The reduction of cost for scrapping is helpful, but this will reduce my power usage by 2.5%. This will be by the same for the same number of points. This is everything. So I feel like power management is going to be the more applicable upgrade. You said in Thor stream you were dinos at MS last week and hospitalized for tests on Thursday. I remember you saying, Cinders, I was there. I just don't like talking about people's diagnoses live on air and stuff while I don't need to, if that makes sense. Like, it's not necessarily my place to share that, so. Again, I'm going to save these points. There's nothing here that I can see that I really ultimately, like, need. Could probably make myself, you know, some kind of better weapon like the bolt pistol for ranged use. Probably isn't the worst idea to have one of those. The electric pistol isn't that good. I've seen that. People were showing earlier and I was horrified to see, to be honest with you. It was, yeah. The idea of doing I broke when I got 200 subs last week and had to, like, I even saved the clip of it because it's so funny. I just completely forgot how to brain. It was, yeah, it was good. Okay, let's take the bolt. I've got 21 points, so I can do the bolt pistol. Bolt pistols are also good because Warhammer 40k. Suppressor barrel. Is the bolt pistol just the receiver and then you upgrade the pistol's receiver with... Oh no, there you go. There is a bolt rifle at level 11, that's why. I was really confused about what this breacher barrel did. Do not open the third solar and wind power. It's not really worth it resource-wise. It needs very rare ones, whereas mid-tier is the best. Okay, interesting. Hello, Flats. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. So that's the voltage minimizer for way less electrics. And pistol shard is what looks like hollow point damage. That needs to be pitch shifted slightly so that it's slightly different each time, because otherwise it's kind of a annoying sound. That's a bit better. There we go. We can do it like this. I haven't found the need for the standing lights yet. That, to me, that just seems like a loss of electricity. I'd rather be in the dark. The only fuel, so that's carrying fuel. We'll unlock it. Useful to have. The one that we've got for electric is quite good. We'll need water cabling. We'll need water cabling extenders at some point, and we'll likely need a water purifier at some point, so we'll unlock those. And that's everything that looks like it's mechanically important. Everything else is just combat, or... This is probably going to be needed for the Hall of Humanity stuff. You having a clean bee? Okay. The petrol flows me for petrol versus diesel. Petrol tank, red dot sight. Okay. Right, this should be powering up pretty quickly now. Yeah, it is. Wind energy is definitely better. That's just how that seems to be. Oh yeah, having a kilowatt of energy is nice. You made 9 diesel containers. See, I've got 3 diesel containers. Having 9 is insane. Have we found the West Space India Company yet? We're getting there. We need to, you know, get a hold of some more resources first, but we're doing pretty well so far. put the repair tool away and start making stuff. Let's put that into the backpack. Watch that fill up. Take that out. Let's take the cable from... Grab the cable from the Oni, put it into the pistol. Charge my pistol up again. Does the ship weight? I didn't know the ship had a weight factor even that I needed to pay attention to. Oh dear, maybe I should check. That was a thing before, it might still be a thing. Okay, so well, power is flowing into this facility now, which is nice. Turn this on, we can now actually use that when we need it. Restore our health quickly. Back up the save quickly. Right, where is the ship? I feel like there's meant to be a way that we can get into and off of our ship more easily rather than what we've been doing. So let's focus on discovering that. Oh, wait. How did you... Okay, no. Okay, the cable physics are kind of fun. Oh, wait. Yeah, drop into that little channel. Nice. Right, opposite? What do you mean? Opposite where what, you mean down that way? I'm just doing one room at a time. Like a golf, exactly. Exactly, Nellis, like a golf. Not a glove, a golf. Remember, you've got to channel your June Awakening, where it was called goals for 3 months. Metal scraps and plastic scraps means that we'll have more that we can make cables from. Each one of these boxes can be 5 whole cables. Wouldn't we love that? 10 whole cables from a large crate. Oh. Ah, I made it work. It's just about managing the length of the cable. Which I like that as a feature. You have to actually choose and design your routing of power to make sure that it makes sense and it's actually efficient for the parts and the resources you've got. Because having to make an extender and then use a second line of cabling is actually a lot more expensive in the long run to do several times. And every time I have to make something, every time I have to dismantle something, it uses power. So in terms of efficiency, it adds up over time. Yeah. Have I tried fully completing the game? I'm getting there. I'm working my way towards it. I just need the resources, you know? The resources are the most important part. I feel like this is where I climbed up earlier. I'm not gonna... I don't even know what that cable in here would be for. Use the elevator for surprise. Nice. This is a cool room.
Welcome to the true meaning of your existence. This is
The true meaning of my existence. What we were made for. You've proven it. What was lost can still matter. Carry this truth forward, Caretaker. There's still much to be done.
Truth forward, Caretaker.
Ah, so this is like the real base bit.
The Lazarus racks have stood empty and broken
Ugh.
long enough.
Well, we'll get rid of that at some point. That's kind of gross.
It's our only hope of bringing humanity back from the silence.
Repair and repower. Repair and power a Lazarus rack.
Guidance is crucial. Bring it back online.
Oh,
Caretaker,
geez.
and
20
let its signal
plastic.
shine again.
5 carbon fiber. Are these all completely broken? Sorry, my friend. Oh, the ads are here and it's covering up B. Well, that will never do. The ads are here. Let me just do some stretching. Hydrate. Oh. I'm looting everything that's not bolted to the floor. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. And I think that's culturally what I'm good at. Hello, baby. Yeah. Okay. You're so cute, aren't you? Look at him. He's so adorable. No, Scylla, it's something I'm getting sorted next week. I've had some back issues recently, so it's taken a lower priority for me than looking after my back. Whoop. Okay. Does Bailey have one of those cat beds with an electric blanket built in? No, because he likes my sofa, which has an electric blanket on it, and I leave it on for him at nighttime because I love him too much. That's not true. There's no such thing as loving him too much, but you know what I mean. I'm his bitch. That's the word I was looking for. You're right. Yes. Oh, wait. If I'm correct, and I recognize where I am roughly... Yeah? Yeah? Oh. He's just a big baby. I think that my ship should be here. Hey, there we go. That's nice. That's what we like. This latest slip with me is making me feel so unwell. Cinders, roughly, if you don't mind me asking, roughly where on your back is the disc that's having a problem? I hope you recover quickly, but I know how horrible it is. Depends on where it is. A slip disc can make a huge amount of difference and have a huge amount of different treatment depending on where it is in your body. That's the annoying thing. As I'm sure those of you in chat who have had back issues know. Someone who's got like a thoracic slip disc will have a very different experience than someone with a lumbar slip disc. Oh wait, do these count as memories? Oh, they do. It's a shame. Human stuff for memories. For those of you who don't know, this is what it's short for. POOP, potentially offensive organic product. Poop. Lower spine, can't remember which C, so it's a C disc, not an L disc. Okay, the ads are over B. I'm going to move your camera back. Come on, bear me one sec. No, that's the whole overlay. Let's not do that. Hello. What is it, little guy? Hi. Here. See? Oh, okay. Hello.
You weren't really sure what we're doing, are you?
Meow. I'm just gonna follow him and see what he wants, chat. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. He's trying. He's marking that he wants something. So. What a silly cat. So that was an attempt to convince me that he needed to be fed because he was starving. He wants to actually hang on. Forgot to close the kitchen door. He just wants chicken. That's what he wants. He just wants chicken. That's the only thing that he's actually looking for. He's just being a big baby about it. As much as I love him, I can't just keep feeding him chicken. He'll end up round. And I told you that, like I said, if I gave him food whenever chat wanted to give him food, he'd end up a sphere. There's no thorium today. Correct, there is no thorium today because tomorrow is Thanksgiving, so he'll be live on Thursday instead, Nwaldi. You sent on Discord your work flux. Sorry, your work flux? I might be having a moment. I don't understand. Bloxogram. That again doesn't help me. Oh, I go wrong button. Bro, Bloxogram. Hello, Kitten112. How are you doing? I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you enjoying the game so far? The game's actually really fun. I'm just dismantling everything. Which is about right for how this game is meant to be played, I think. These are weapons. Go on. Dreamer. Good lord. You to move item under the mouse, that would be it. Programming schematic. Okay. I'm guessing for laying stuff out. Give me my net. You tell me why. Deposit all trash is F. Deposit biomass in the biomass chest. Deposit all. No, deposit similar. Your general behavior. I'll have a look afterwards, Mythicos. Rosslight, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. You absolute legend. 6 whole months. You've got your toast icon. You are here. You've ascended. You are now cooked bread, even more powerful than before. Where is the pistol that I made? I'm guessing I didn't complete the pistol. I only made the parts for it because I'm an idiot, chat. That's what I'm guessing. Go down here. If I press this, I reckon I've got all the parts to make one pistol. Yes. Okay, you can't... Oh, there it is. Exactly. Don't make magazine. It's not in use. Thank you for letting me know. Wait, so do I individually hand load each round? Is that what you're telling me? I don't like that. That makes me feel strange. Whereas your toast... sometimes it takes a refresh or a control F5 for it to work. It just reloads? Okay, so it treats it like there's a magazine, but it doesn't actually need a magazine. Right. Pistol shard, it's hollow point ammo versus pistol flex. I mean, the difference is... I mean, currently we're only really dealing with soft targets, so I might make more of the shard ammo just instead. I'll take the flex ammo for anything that's general use, but like this is for soft targets. Everything we've fought so far has broadly been a soft target, so that it should be marked as non-functional, if I'm honest, if it's in the game and it's not working. Also, who makes their pistol mags out of plastic? Oh. Makes me feel weird. But you have to have some hard-wearing plastic. God, ammo didn't seem very... You just need a flamer. Oh, I can switch to flamer. We've got enough ammo of other stuff. 60 rounds of both. And the bolt pistol in there. Let me take the standard ammo and this ammo. Why? What? This ammo is double the weight of this ammo. Ammo is heavy, sure, that makes sense, but like... If we go into the skill tree... The basic ammo comes with the pistol at level 5. And is 6 kilograms for 60. Whereas the higher level ammo I would expect to weigh more, but weighs less. Yes, yeah, it weighs 6 kilobytes, you're right, with a remind. Perfect. You said I should make the flamer. I don't think I've unlocked the flamer. The flamer pistol or the full flamer? Electric rifle? Bolt sniper? Is there a larger flame than the flamer pistol, or do you mean the flamer pistol? Full flamer, okay. I can't see where the full... Oh, okay. I can already get it. Nice. I was expecting that to be a far later option. Cool. So it requires petrol, so I'm going to require loading it up with petrol. Fun. Make one of those. Do that. You'll want a petrol backpack for it. Which was this one. I'm fairly sure I've got this. There we go. So we can make a petrol generator somewhere. The best gun for soft targets sounds good to me. We can make that work. Then I can just take the bolt pistol with armor-piercing rounds of some kind, I guess. Or switch the bolt sniper at some point. Petroflow, that's the one I'm going to need. Grab some energy. Why? Still a why. Don't build from backpack, build from crafter. Give me the why. Why? Sniper can detonate mines. What, you mean the sea mines? Oh, that would be fun. Wait until the shark's nearby one of the mines and then kaboom. I could work with that. You do it with the electric rifle. What, the sea mines and the shark? That would make sense. I could see that working. Speaking of which, where is the shark? Stinky bitch, where are you? Now we know the shark patrols. It kind of fills me with fear, but whatever. Electric rifle for everything above water, ammo rifle below water. That's interesting. Crafter is faster and more power efficient, at least without enhancements. Oh, I don't necessarily mind it eating. I mean, my power versus the ship's power when I'm standing here there isn't much different, but I guess that does make sense. I don't want to clear the whole queue because it'll clear the flamethrower that's currently in production, but I can do the rest of it through this. The only petrol flow, build one of those. And then... much faster, fair. This needs biomatter and electricity, so... which one is... electricity is going to be the lower connector, I'm guessing. We'll give it a go, see what happens. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Discord drama is so fun. There goes your morning. Well, I'm sorry that you're dealing with Discord drama, Gazpov. I had to deal with some earlier today. That was a wild one, by the way, but I shared it with some of the mods because it was so ridiculous. Somebody sent me a message back in March that got caught by Discord spam filter, and they decided to send me a message saying that I was an awful human being for not responding to it and a bunch of other things. I was a bit like, oh, okay. Sorry that you got caught in Discord spam filter and I didn't see the message. Not much more I can do, unfortunately. How much petrol does 50 biomatter give? Especially because it was about a very difficult topic. It was about somebody who took their own life who was, you know... I'm just a bit like... your friend doesn't want you calling me a piece of shit, etc. Like, that's not how you honor the memory of your friend. Like... Grim. Use Q with items in box to get in and out. And his mouse button? I like mouse button, though. Mouse button feels nice. Lets me have a bit more granular control and think about what I'm doing rather than just going by instinct, which is definitely something I would do. So I don't need to take the bolt pistol with me everywhere. If you say that the bolt pistol is good for underwater, I'll leave that here for when I need to be underwater. So I can also leave the ammo here. Yeah, sure, that's what I meant to do. $20 kilograms, though. That's insane. Now I wish I'd put more points into leveling up my my abilities, because I'm just carrying around everything with that flamethrower. Ooh, nice. Is it 1 liter of fuel per point? No. More? No, one point. That's why you need 100 carry, which doubles 200? Yeah. Have I played Avorion? I have indeed played Avorion. Yes, Sephiron. Yeah, Avorion's a great game. Use short bursts? That makes sense. Don't just... yeah. And bathe myself in it, right? Oh, wait, no. Connect to the petroflow. Here we go. Using no electricity. Okay. That's using electricity. Oh wait, that didn't fill up. Oh, it's because it equalized, that's why. Right, mouse button on backpack in inventory and assign to empty slot to see fill level. Yeah. I know that. That's one I've picked up. It should tell me the fill level, to be honest, all the time, but so be it. I'm going to leave... oh, I don't know. I don't really want to leave that electric backpack on me, but it is only... I mean, only 5, but... that means that I'm already carrying 40% of my weight. That's the problem. Useful for the spark. No, I shouldn't. The show all the time is already request on Discord. That makes sense. There's a lot of stuff I imagine they're getting in request wise, and that's kind of fair. How do I feel about? Just killing me. They're putting out fixes and upgrades a lot. That makes sense. I mean, I really like the look of their roadmap. So for those of you who don't know, the game has a extensive roadmap. The Lift Supernatural Handyman Simulator. I haven't seen much about it. I'm going to be honest, Var. Is there anything special about it that I should be aware of? Because that sounds horrifying. That sounds like a horror game that you guys want me to play to watch me be shitting myself all the time. Which, to be clear, I understand. You know, that makes sense. That's so be it. Like, that's expected as a streamer. I know that. Hello, Goroshul. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. And Aqua, welcome on in, buddy. Pressure change. Have I played Prey? I feel like I have, but I don't remember if I have, if that makes sense. This game has a lot of DNA with it. That's interesting. Nice. Okay. What? Oh, we had less cable than I thought I did. I didn't pick up the new cable that I'd made, that's why. This is why I like making things from my inventory, because I don't do this. Forget about it. You can build those on the stairs. Why would I build them on the stairs? What would you say, the full damage? I mean, it worked, didn't it? I'm gonna do it again, just so you know. That was bad. I'm glad I caught that right at the bottom. I don't know how that happened, actually. Odd. Try again. Whee! Ow. Okay, that was actually less of a drop than I thought it was. Who needs health? Hello, Curly. How are you doing? It is lovely to see you. You can hold cables on the stairs? Yeah, but it's more fun to grab the cable and jump off the highest possible amount, right? That just makes more sense. Why would I take the stairs when I can just yeet myself off of the highest possible ledge? I am doing good, thank you. Yeah, it's lovely to see you. I'm, getting by. Enjoying playing this. This is nice. Have you played, The Last Caretaker, Curly? It's very fun. Sorry, friend, but, you're broken, so I'm gonna fix you all up. Gonna fix you right up, don't worry. I know a lot of people really like it. Oh, you have... I think, if you enjoy the survival crafting experience, this is definitely a good one. I would... Hang on, I have an idea for this. Why am I wasting my time dismantling stuff? I can just chuck it off here and take it down to my boat. Oh, actually, this is a large crate, isn't it? Might as well just dismantle that one. You're excited for D&D, Toadnut? So am I. Curly and I need to have a call about some point so we can decide our characters, because Curly and I are working together for our characters. It's going to be great. There's a recycler in the hall. There probably is, yeah, but those ones don't count. You might need my help about building your character. I'm absolutely happy to help, Curly. I've made a number of D&D characters in my time, don't you worry. I haven't told chat about my character at all, so it's a surprise for everyone. It's gonna be great fun. You've never built a goblin? Ah, that's very manageable. We can do that. Wait, water? Water. Ugh. Should have built on the other side. If you have time Friday or this weekend, I have time. I'll make time for you, Kelly, don't worry. We'll make it work. Whoop. Saying alright, drink. You play a game of essentially Ups all goblins. I'm just gonna say that Curly and my character is gonna be great. Characters are gonna be great. It's gonna be hilarious. I can tell already. A water cable. So this is gonna need water pumped up somehow, I'm guessing. So there's power. Water rack. Okay, so we did need the freshwater stuff. We will probably need to be working on that. But beforehand, robots. You think you have a voice ready? Oh, I've got a voice ready for my character. I haven't even told them the name. It's not 2 goblins in a trench coat. It's going to be even better. It's going to be great. I can't. I'm really excited for it. I know Winky is too. Did we, Cully, do you know if we actually decided when session 0 was? I know that we're doing a session 0, but I don't know when it is. Wait, each goblin is 3 ferrets in a trench coat, and there's multiple goblins in the trench coat. Is that what we're saying, chat? We didn't. Okay, that makes sense. Hang on, let me do this. While the ads are on. Is Thor DMing? No, Winky is DMing. It's going to be exciting. That's D&D December. So across December, Winky is doing a series of one-shot D&D campaigns. So each of those campaigns will have a slightly different player base, but there'll be themes. Am I streaming them? I will be streaming it. Yes, my first one is on the 6th of December. It's a Saturday, so I will stream that. I'll be live for it. A new home among the stars. Oh, time to practice using this. Oh wait, you guys are... I mean, that's just a lot of fun. I mean, it wirft Flammen, like, it is going to be done virtually, yes. That's just good fun. Yeah, one shot means that generally each character will be around for one game, although that's the current plan. We'll have to kind of see how things go long term. But that's broadly the plan. 12 months sub, Toadnart, 12 months of tier 1 to Curly. You're an absolute legend. Thank you very much for that. It's very kind of you. Absolute king. There you go, Curly. Now you've got no excuse. Curly, if we have a fallout because of D&D, it's going to be really awkward. That would be deeply funny. I also agree. Yeah. When you say how much time we spent together at TwitchCon, how just like every time we went somewhere, we would just keep running into each other. It was so funny. I kept on just being like, I'm going to go to like a private meeting and Curly's going to walk in. Oh. I like this bear on a... Oh wait, I can't pick that up. That's... I thought that would be a social item, but no. But that's probably the best reason I've seen anyone give for doing a 12-month over any other sub-length. Because you'll forget next month. Perfect. So you don't have to remember it. Ideal. Just taking my barrel for a walk. It is kind of fun just taking one of these down here and just kind of chucking it in the salvager and just watching it get chomped. Like, num 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 num. Perfect. Memory items go in there. Do a barrel roll. You know what? I will. I will. What are you going to do about it? How are we for... Yeah, we're completely full on electricity. That's good to know. Have we started... We've started that game, have we? I can't believe I climbed this the last time. Okay, I'm bored of them now. Let's go upstairs. Oh. Pro tips from middle management. We know how you feel about managers are creating a counter narrative. Nice. Where are you guys all coming from? Oh, maybe higher up. We're just gonna... You can just close those doors for now, that's fine. I don't need those doors open. I knew I was forgetting something. Helps if I remember the power connectors that I want. Fine, just charge me up. Okay. No need to close doors. As long as you have light, they're afraid. If I shut the door, there's no way they can come through it. So I'm safe that way. Makes sense, right? Build. Let's make some more... I'm out of electric cables. I need copper rather than iron for that. We can make one of these. Then I can just drop it. Actually, no, I'll take that one with me. I need to have a small cable with me. So that was the way that I came back up to my proto base, as it were. Now, do you have power? Yes. We love that. They actually die on light if your source... I saw in their little tooltip if I could get light enough, and I saw them die in the daylight, I believe, in the direct sunlight. So I just currently, my torch is the low level one. Trash can. Dismantling everything. Who needs these old PCs? Bit confusing that these PCs have been used in the year 2094, but everything is far more high-tech apart from just like some of the screens are like CRTs. High-tech table has high-tech scraps. Fair enough. Like that. Ooh, a broken angel. Okay. Am I meant to destroy the angels? Are they an excellent source of loot? I mean, they are reliable, don't get me wrong. I completely agree, but like, to use them in the year 2094 is pretty impressive. They hurt a lot. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Look, you're working on this, and then you look across and you're using the, I mean, what? There's no door handle. Bit rude, isn't it? We'll end up over encumbered, but it'll be fine. It'll work out in the long run, right? I've got a lot more to do up top as well, so I'll probably take all of this stuff back up to the top level where I was before and utilize this for making that into a... I don't actually know if I should... I'm just going to keep using my boat. Who am I kidding? I love my boat. It's Data Core Pet, Commodore 64 with an HD monitor. Okay. 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 We can do this. Now we're cooking. What does these actually need for repairs? Plastic. It's a long enough list that I'm just going to take a photo of it. There we go. Boat is best. I just like my boat. It's just something about British people and liking their boats, I guess. Maybe it's, you know, maybe that's what it is. Now the weight's not an issue, boat should be fine. I can't believe they gave the boat a weight limit. I mean, it makes sense to a certain extent, but at the same time, like, there's a level of immersion which stops being fun, and I reckon that's probably close to it. I can see that shark bastard out there. It wasn't fun, it would send it barrel rolling. Oh yeah, Britannia definitely rules the waves here. Britannia and that bloody shark that keeps following me around like a big bitch. Okay, now we'll play the game of how much... Okay, we need 20 plastic. Take that. 15 iron. We'll also take 5 more. 10 rubber. Glass, we need 10 gold. Five aluminium. Americans, please take note. Is this just another survival game? It's not just, I mean, it's a survival game. This one's a bit like, it takes kind of components of some of the other survival games you might have played and then takes them kind of a step further. So it's like, there's elements like Raft, but that are kind of a step up. There's elements that are a bit like a number of survival crafting games, really. And so far I'm having a lot of fun. The robot side of it makes it quite cool. Making some more cables. There is no extra eye. Charlie, what's this? What's this? Oh. Aluminium. The game says aluminium, so we call it aluminium. In June, for a long time, we had to kind of switch between the two of them. You do agree with color? So, Curly, what about uranium, helium, potassium? The funny thing is, the original wording was aluminum, so no one uses the correct one. Then it went aluminum, and then it was to conform with the scientific standards. It was adopted by the Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry and changed to aluminium. So actually, everyone is wrong. The correct naming of it is aluminum. So, well, okay, but Curly, by that logic, you're still wrong because it would actually be aluminum. So we're both wrong. But the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, which is what dictates how we name chemical elements, calls it aluminium. So the international scientific community calls it aluminium, apart from America. Done. So, aluminum. What a weird name, but I like how after all of that carefully sorting out the loot, I just grabbed everything. Who needs to sort that? This is what I mean by my brain just becomes like a sieve after about 6 hours of the stream, and then between about hours 6 and 10 is basically chaos time. That's when everything chaotic happens, because at that point, sure. Americans still use Fahrenheit. No, they measure the temperature in feet. That's what the F stands for. We use centipedes. America still uses the old system, so they measure temperature in feet. That's how that works. You might not like it, but that is actually the truth. What else would the F be short for? Farts and footballs, that makes sense. No, that's fine. Badoosh.
The Lazarus rack is ready once more. You've rebuilt more than machinery, Caretaker.
You've rekindled humanity's future.
Now the seeds of our survival can grow again.
I feel like this is where I get to grow people, right? This is
survival depends on
okay. Here we go.
locating a seed vault. There are whispers of one hidden far to the north. It safeguards the precious human seeds.
Human seeds? I don't know. It kind of sounds weird. There's 6 types of English. That's why I can say I'm multilingual. I speak English, Australian, a little bit of Canadian, American. It's great. Look at how multilingual I am. I find myself funny. That's the main thing. Var, thank you very much for that giant emote. The giant emote for chaos. Golden watch. How over encumbered am I already? Oh, I'm not, but I am. But I'm not. Oh, it's because okay, that's why. because of the things like the stuff I'm carrying not counting towards my inventory. English is the language of several countries, sometimes by choice, rarely by choice, apart from England, and even then it's a bit of a hit or miss. If we had the option, we'd probably just kind of grunt at each other. Just, see? Series of very British grunts that all mean different things. Ooh, a hype train has started. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Ah, Tonar, that is a cool emote. Whose emote is that? I love the D-bit. I love the style of that. That's really nicely done. But mostly sorry. That sounds like Canadian. Yeah. Why is my power shouting at me? Because I'm using it up? Well, it makes sense. Yeah, I can speak some Kiwi, yeah. Yeah. Only the fruit, not the bird, though. You understand? Ah, there's still some stuff in the... I shouldn't, but I'm going to. I'm gonna finish everything in this room. You might not like it, chat, but this is gonna happen. Then we're gonna walk cinematically to the boat and then fall in the water. Oh yeah, look at this cinematic walk as we stroll across the basketball court. Wait. Mine, compass. Oh, that's heavy. Loot goblin must loot. Exactly. I mean, look at that. So that's a looted room and a half. Although we haven't gone through that door yet. Now, what I need is a series of people who are natives to the area who can carry my things for me, like porters. As a concept, very new, you understand. We would never have done that in the Empire. But that's what we obviously need. You've been lurking for the past couple of hours, having an awesome time. You've kept me warm in the -3 weather. It hasn't been fun out in the woodyard today. You've got to get going, but you'll lurk more later. Well, thank you very much for being here, Rosla. I always appreciate having you here. Lurking is very much appreciated, as I always say. It is basically the backbone of Twitch. So I hope you have a great day, bud. Take it easy. Hello, Mr. Fayshade. How are you doing? Mr. Fayshade coming in with the 5 months with the Prime sub. You're a legend. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. Keeping that money away from Jeff Bezos and his moon project. You know, he doesn't need that diamond statue on the moon. So thank you for using your Prime sub. Those of you who have Amazon Prime, remember that you are contractually entitled to a free Prime sub of your choice, which you can use for any streamer. You can use it for me, for, you know, Alvia Sanctuary, Ferret Software, anyone. So make sure that you use it, because when you don't, Jeff Bezos keeps that money personally and puts it into his diamond statue on the moon fund. I've spoken to you guys about this before. It's my favorite, you know, my favorite conspiracy theory. But he doesn't need it. You don't let him do it. Hello, Elmo Riot. How are you doing? So make sure you use your Prime subs if you've got them, chat. I am guilty just as much as the next person of forgetting to use my Prime sub sometimes. I've done that before. So try not to forget. Because I don't think Jeff needs a diamond statue on the moon. It's just that simple. You might think I'm wrong, and you know, you're entitled to believe that, but I just don't think that he deserves a diamond statue on the moon. Shadow746, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Keeping Jeff one step further away from our moon rocks. Good job, bud. Proud of you. Thank you very much, dude. Welcome on in. No. Ladders are difficult. That made you laugh. I'm really glad. As a slave to Bezos' company, thanks for the reminder. Well, I'm just glad that you... Wait, do you get... working for Amazon, do you get, like, free Prime or anything like that? That's something I've always wondered. You all serve the Bezos fit? No, just started this year. Ah. Very cool. You able to talk about what it is that you do? Do you do something interesting at Amazon? Do you do something that's cool and unknown? Like your Amazon secret hitman, when you know, when other sites do deals which are better than Amazon's, they send you to go and lend some weight to the argument. Does the weight add to fall damage? I believe it adds to the power uses. It multiplies all power uses. And given that you use power when you hit the ground, an increased level of weight, to my mind, will mean that I'm taking more damage. So that's what I've been treating it as, but I could be wrong. No? Oh, okay. Well, you know, that's what you would say if you were Amazon's hitman. Just saying. Hey, but D and Curly go way back. Sense. Oh, bother. Oh, because we're not moving, it's bringing in almost nothing. The water conditions seem to have been quite good, so we've actually not had a huge amount of water flow. So it's fine. God damn it. Wrong one. There we go. Dunk some more trash in this. Num 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 num. Was that all of it? Disappointing. Gold. Then we'll come in here, we'll grab some health, because apparently I've lost my health at some point. Probably fighting things I shouldn't be fighting, and then we'll do a save. Nice and easy. I also like how the saving feature works. It's a backup, so like you connect yourself in, for example, and then you like back up to a different slot. It's a really nice way of doing it. Yeah, I do have sorted storage down here, Luther. My boat is very organized, see? Everything has its place, everything makes sense. I've got organized storage down here now. In this base, we're very organized. Did I read the description of low-grade organic matter? You mean poop? You mean the potentially offensive organic... what was the second P? Produce? Product? I feel like the base... Probably a power switch down somewhere. Down there. The kind of a little story device tie and saving. I love that kind of immersive way of putting those save features in. Like, we need a save feature, but making it fit the feel of the game and how it all works is great. Okay, let's check this door down the bottom. Oh, there you go. It's health and a backup. That's helpful. Do that. Quick backup. Go finish this bit here. Gotta go do some cooking. I'll be lurking. Well, thank you very much for being here, Curly. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your cooking. Yes, tell us what you're making when you're back. Ah, more power production. Nice. Okay. Oh, nice. I can't help it. If I see the number, I have to stop. I'm gonna be honest. These are broken. How broken are we talking? 24, 0. Oh, those are all very broken. Okay. Think about if I want to dismantle them and build them elsewhere, or repair them elsewhere and then come down. Yeah, Curly's letting it cook, chat. You've been cooking, cleaning for Thanksgiving tomorrow. Turkey's in brine. Oh, I keep forgetting it's Thanksgiving for tomorrow for everyone. Is there any need for power generation here? Any connectors? No, I don't think there is. Why would you put power production here? Free robot, though. The ads are coming, chat. In a second, I'm just going to nip to the loo because it would be good to do that. But bear with, and I will be right back after the ads. I'll probably also give Bailey some chicken as well during the adverts. So you guys stick with. You may get to see his little lordship again, which is you know, I know that everyone loves seeing Bailey. He's the best part of the stream. He's the real streamer after all. Is the exclamation point song working properly? It should be. I didn't see it pop up, but I could have missed it. Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay, fine. Just having a moment. Oh, the ads are here. Like I said, I'm just going to go AFK quickly and go to the loo. I will be right back. Hello, hello. I am back. Thank you for bearing with me during the ads, chat. I appreciate you. Oh, Nellis, we can solve that. If you miss making ad screens, I'm sure that we'll get you sorted. Actually, Nellis, I need to speak to you about that at some point for excuse me, for December. Because obviously we won't be able to do one for every single one of the indie games that we're playing. We will need to have some kind of overarching one that we can do. And I'll talk to you about some of the ideas. I'll send something across and we can have a chat about it if you want. Because I'm not going to make you make 90 ad screens, you know, one for every single game. That would be insane. And I also, yeah, that's just not manageable. But we could probably do some general ones. I really enjoyed seeing you guys call each other idiot sandwiches, etc. in chat while I was while I was AFK. There could be up to 90 games on the list that I'm currently working through. Yeah, I'm working through. Do you know how many emails we got when Thor gave out the email address for it? I've gone through 300 indie games, and there's still more coming in every single day. And some of them are really cool. We've only actually had one so far that I've been like hard no on. And that was just because of AI usage. It was very obvious AI usage, and they tried to claim that it hadn't. We've said as part of this we don't want anything that's using generative AI because, you know, we have a very strong opinion of it in Thor's community, given the number of artists and creative people in there, and we just don't want to be dealing with AI stuff. Interesting. So how is one meant to get up to that little... We can come back to life. Priority AI is its place. That's not in culture. The AI does do some things really, really well. The AI can crunch number sets in a way that's completely unlike what we can do. It's really good for all kinds of algorithmic work, sure, but it can't replace the creative and the imaginative aspects of humanity. That's just not how that works. Box ladder's a ladder you can climb up. So where is the ladder? Oh, look, there's a... God damn it, Cronus. I'm guessing the ladder's gonna be above it and it'll drop all the way down. But there's a ladder, what, here? And it goes all the way up and then I can jump down? Is that what you had to do? Or drop down? That's just gonna cause my death. Like, instant death. Like, that's... There's, like, death. Wait, climb halfway up this ladder and land all the way over there? Really? The lights and the pipes. Okay, well, I'm gonna trust you guys. Fuck it. This world is love. Brain burns out like an Armageddon in my head until there's no to be looking at the Okay, hang on. I'm not going to leave him by himself here. That wouldn't be very nice of me, would it? Like an Armageddon in my head. I have an idea, but I want to know where this... That looks like a walkway. So then one posits how one gets on that walkway. Oh, there's a robot on there. Poor dude. I love how they've given you 3 options of getting up. You've either got the ladder, you've got an elevator, or you've got this set of stairs. That's a nice set of combinations. That's very health and safety conscious. Got a lot of respect for that. That is probably oh shit compliant. Hi, Bailey. Hi. Did you hear about health and safety requirements and you were interested in wanting to know more? You wanted to know more about... Yeah, of course you are. Yeah, hello. Thank you, baby boy. Armageddon in my head until there's nothing left. OSHA is not here. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't try and be oh shit compliant. You know, compliance enough that we're like, oh shit. Oh, look, home sweet home. I say home sweet home as opposed to our other 3 homes. Luther, if you're here, look away. All of our stuff is very well organized and safely stored and organized, except for this pile. It's floorage. Yeah. Hang on, I should grab something. There is something very dear to me, that I found on, I think it was Twitter several years ago, that I've held on to. And I told myself if I ever became a streamer, I would be different. So we go to my profile and I scroll all the way down because it's from like 2021. Here we go. Paste this, crop it to size. So I obviously started streaming this year, and I've worked with streamers for long enough now that I know a few things about how streaming often goes. I know that when I decided to stream, I decided that I would be more of an info hazard to my moderators than they would to me, and it's purely because of this one image. Because of Twitch, I met strangers that turned into friends who became mods and now bully me. That's what I do to Thor. I've always made sure that I will try and be just as much of an info hazard back to my mods, or bully them more than they could bully me. So if anyone ever wonders why I mistreat Sabu so strongly, it's because of this post from 2021. Meow. Yeah, you agree too, don't you? Yeah. What's that on your head, baby? Oh. Why have you got sap on your head? What have you been doing? I'm going to get the... Oh. So I just wanted to let you know that's why. It's often Sabu, sometimes Nella, sometimes Luther, but it's all of them. It's all of them. I can't lie to you. I do it to all of them. It's equal opportunities here. I don't have any more cable. But I feel like that... No, I need... Ah. Damn you. One of these and one of these. All of us. I'm just here too much. It is everyone. I'm a little bit sorry in the like if the situation was reversed, I'd kind of feel bad about it. But like it's not. So it's fine. Yeah, exactly, Kaibo. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. It's a sorry, not sorry kind of situation. Sudden lag spike. Everyone all right? Hi, Bailey. Who's the Bailey Boops? You are. Baby. Big baby. You. Who's a lovely baby? You're a lovely baby, aren't you? Are you a fussy cat? Are you wanting Are you wanting my lap because it's cold outside and you want somewhere you can sleep where it's warm and comfy? Yeah. I'm fine with it, B. Don't worry. I forgive you. There's nothing to forgive. That's just how it's in your nature. No instructions. Legacy to protect. Low risk of Greg writing from... That's why I have so few British mods. I just can't trust them with the Gregs. You know, that's what it is. Look at this, my lovely battery that I left here earlier. Delicious, beautiful. Glorious. Your dog's been sleeping on beside you since you got into hospital. I think she was sad, trust that you were away. That is exactly how it is, Cinders. She'll be really happy that you're home. I'm really glad to hear that you're doing better. Hope your back sorts itself out, of course, but at least you're not in hospital, you know, which is the main thing. Not a good time of year to be in hospital, to be honest with you. It's a bit of a difficult one, hospitals. They're very, very busy this time of year, I find. I was sworn I had... Oh, there was more.
Meow! Hi, baby boy.
Don't wait for it. I'm willing to wait for it. Discriminate. Sorry. You've recently been playing a game called Little Rocket Lab on Steam. It's quite a... Can you tell me about it, Kaibo Colwyn? What kind of game is it? Wall of Humanity authorization required. Okay. Well, I've been down there. Happy to have your bed rather than the hostel bed. Very fair, yeah. Hello, Naraka Flame. How are you doing over there on YouTube? You're from Australia. Very cool. Nice to meet you, bud. How you doing? Sorry, I'm just I'm reading both chats and petting the cat at the same time, so bear with. Authorizations are up. I'm guessing it's up that. Fire. You don't have permissions here, Gandalf. Who's a good baby cat? Yeah, you are. I don't need this much metal scrap. That's a huge amount of metal. Plastic and fabric, sure, but like, I think we're still relatively good at metal. Are these individual lines as well? Yeah, they are. You'll DM me the link. I just kind of want to know what it's. But it's a Satisfactory in Factorio in a 2D cute style. Interesting. Okay. Minty, I'm glad you enjoyed that. Sausage rolls, dips, sauces. You're making apps for Thanksgiving. Realistically, the best thing for sausage rolls is have whatever it is that you enjoy. If you enjoy, you know, if you enjoy, like, you know, garlic mayo with it, so be it. If you enjoy having ketchup or mustard or mayo, whatever, like, have whatever your family enjoys. There's no right or wrong thing for a sausage roll, realistically. Although having, like, I don't know, a garlic aioli might be a little bit fancy for a Greg sausage roll, but hey, you know, I can't stop you from doing what you want. Except when I can. But you get a doggo partner? Okay. Proper tomato ketchup. I mean, that would be the traditional thing, but like, have whatever you guys like. Like, don't. I have feelings and thoughts about traditions where, like, you'll purposely do something that isn't as good for yourself because it's tradition. Like, no, why? Stop this. Don't do it. Cease. Have whatever you enjoy. There's no right or wrong thing, I guess, for dips for a sausage roll. It's not like anyone's life is in the balance, you know. Oh, cool. I can just sit there. That's fine. Leaves me with a recharging point that I can use for myself. What the fuck is a sausage? Winky, a sausage roll is a beautiful creation. It is normally pork sausage meat wrapped in like a delicious flaky puff pastry, and then baked. That's a sausage roll. They're excellent. That's what Thor has from Greg's, Winky. It's no, because hot dogs you use bread, you don't use puff pastry. Americans. Actually, bring back Curly. At least she's got culture. She'd know what a sausage roll is. Sounds like bread to you. It would do. That's what American food is like. You call it biscuits, but it's very clearly not related to a biscuit whatsoever.
Who's a beautiful cat? Yeah, you are.
Yep, you're a good cat, aren't you? Okay, the physics is unhappy about this. Sounds like pigs in... Oh, pigs in black... Wait, what do you mean pigs in blankets? That's sausage with bacon around the outside. Do you guys do pigs in blankets wrong as well? I would believe it, but it would make me very upset. Your pigs in... Yeah, our pigs in blankets are pigs in pig. It's just more pig. Just two different cuts of pork. Yours are pancakes. I'm gonna have to complain. I might actually have to resign. I'm not sure I can. I need to ask Thor. He knows what a Greg sausage roll is. He would understand that pigs in blankets. That's sacrosanct. Why would you do that? I'm having as much of a strong. Actually, no, I'm having less of a strong than I did when we got the gift bomb. But like that's still. What is this? Is why everyone in your country is so angry all the time. It's why you guys need to have guns, because you get the wrong names for food. If you had the right names, everyone would be calmer. It would be like Switzerland. Everyone would be chill. Like they'd speak like 5 or 6 different languages. You'd have the World Bank there. It would be really simple. It does. Hey, it's irrelevant that Americans are Brits 2.0. It's not our fault. They signed something in 1776 that says it's no longer our fault. That's their problem now. You can't keep blaming the British. It's not on us. You signed a deal. Americans are Brits 0.5. They regret. Oh, that's gold. It's wild. Someone with the king and queen is trying to tell us how to live. It's our king and queen has less power than your king and queen. Oh, actually, we could get into a highly technical discussion around legislative, executive, and judiciary if we really want. Our king and queen on the chessboard only. Then why are there protests when we're in San Diego for no more kings? Clearly, there's something going on that I'm not privy to. Is it people protesting chess? Is that the problem? No, really, the interesting thing is, and if you don't know much about Britain, you won't know this, but our parliamentary system, we have our House of Commons, which is the elected members of Parliament, MPs. We have the House of Lords, which it used to be heritage peers, so peers who had titles passed down. That's no longer the case. Titles are no longer passed down by birth anymore in the UK. I think we're down to our last 10 or 15 hereditary lords. And now it's basically people who are done it for kind of services to various things. So, for example, services to sciences, service to arts, services to etc. And we also end up with I think there's 11 religious people, the top priests in the country, kind of thing. Then you have judges separately to that in the Supreme Court, which is the judiciary. We also have the king, who is not part of our actual country's running, and fulfills only one real role when it comes to writing acts, and they've never exercised this right in a very, very long time. This is the right of royal assent. So every time we put something into law in the UK, it has to go across the reigning monarch's desk, and they have to sign it off. They've never exercised this power. because they've never necessarily needed to. And if they did that, we would very likely get rid of the monarchy pretty much immediately, because Parliament would be like, wait, why are we paying for this? But they do have that power. And that's actually remarkably relevant, because if there was ever a situation where, for example, our government did something so far outside of what the people want that there was a public outcry enough to move the monarch to not give royal assent, we have that actual level of control. The monarch can step in and do that. Even though it's never been done, because we never had to, because that's how democracy is kind of designed to work. We've not had to get to that level of extreme state. But actually, that is what I think the only vital role that the monarch plays. The monarch is some dude, yeah, but so's the president, so's the prime minister, so are you, so are I. They are somebody who, at the end of the day, is beholden to the public view of themselves, and therefore, if they didn't step in and it was enough of an outcry from the public, there would be questions around it. It's just one thing that keeps our MPs a little bit more honest. So actually, that's, to me, the only role that our monarch should be playing, realistically. Other than that, they don't really do a lot. I have an actual question. Can a member of the royal family technically run to become the prime minister? Is there a law that prohibits the royal family to do that? I believe that under the separation of powers doctrine that wouldn't be possible, but I'm not sure the specific chapter and verse of the law that would prevent that. Exactly, Sabu. Yeah, that's how that works. Because as soon as a monarch uses that veto once, that's it. Like, either Parliament's going to get rid of them, or the people are going to support them, and we're going to end up with a big overthrow thing. You thought it was a church thing, but separation of church and state is different to the separation of the executive, legislature, and the judiciary. One of them is Montague. I think it's Montesquieu separation of powers, if I recall correctly. It's been a while since I've looked at my constitutional law. But yeah, that's the monarch isn't allowed to get in political day to day. So you think that Shakespeare wrote about the Montagues? He did, and the Capulets. Let's not use my own hit points as fuel here. I might as well do that. Spirit of Laws guy? Yeah. Montesquieu, French guy. Pretty much the reason why the US, the way our system now works, a lot of European countries have what is less unreasonable than we used to have, 200-300 years ago. It's actually an interesting philosophical doctrine more than anything. Basically, how can any one party or person rule a nation, lead a nation, without there being manifest tyranny? Because if you run the nation, you also run the armed forces, etc., etc. And there's the downstream effect of that. And of course, it has its flaws. It's not up to date with all of the modern views, the modern approach we have. But when it was written in its time, it shaped politics and shaped the way that all of our countries work for hundreds of years. You gotta have respect when the effort is put in. Like, that's fair play to him. The guy knew what he was talking about. Church and state is an overall principle, just like this is. It's a philosophical principle, but it's more strongly felt in the States. The UK is very complicated because we have the Church of England, which when we segmented from the Catholic Church under Henry VIII, like it's a very complicated and old system. There's lots of, you have to remember that Britain's quite an old country, and therefore there's a lot of old rules that are kind of knocking around that don't really make a lot of sense, but might not be practically followed anymore. I don't talk about this stuff because a lot of the time I think that people find it boring, but I'm really happy to talk about it. It's cool. Like, it's cool stuff to me. Like, it's if not necessarily like that useful, it gives context to why our systems are the way they are. You find it interesting? Oh, I'm glad, Chorus. Thank you for that. In the Church of England, do you pray to England? No, you pray to the church in the Church of England. That's how churches work. Sorry, no, that's unfair and unreasonable. Kronos explains Brits to the rest of the world, a TED Talk. I could do that. British translation specialist. I translate everything from British into American for the Americans. You need a PowerPoint. I don't tend to like making PowerPoints, but the last time I made a PowerPoint was TwitchCon San Diego, which was quite fun. Oh well, thank you, Thurston. That's really nice. Thank you. That helps. It's nerdy stuff, and it feels kind of weird sometimes because people are here while I'm playing games and stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, let's talk about constitutional law. Wish. So what do the angels actually do? That's my question. Oh, we are in the ad, so I'm just going to head back towards the base. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know what's up, Corey. Yeah, that's pretty much how how it goes. RC, it's nice having B down there in the bottom of the screen, but it means that when Thornton's here, you guys can't see B, and that's not fun. I can do this. I wonder if I could set it to slide. If I had that static, I probably could. We're the best constitution not unwritten. Well, that's actually another interesting bit, because the only reason that we have not got a written constitution is largely because of fashion. At the time when constitutions were being written and they were popular being written, we were well beyond the need for one. We'd had our civil wars. We had, you know, we had a number of other laws in place that kind of went beyond the need of a constitution. We've had things which have come close to being constitution-like in the past. But actually, the only reason England doesn't have a constitution is pretty much because of what was popular at the time. All of our constitution is enshrined in common law and in legislation. I keep on thinking that's going to explode, but you just notice it's Thornton Ramsey. Yeah. He's screaming at a kaiju. Actually, with B there, it looks more like Thornton is scared rather than angry, which is lovely. Oh, thank you, Winky. I've been giving him a brush every day because it's the season change. So he's clean, as you can see, he's cleaning himself a lot because he's basically just his fur coat is changing some more. So I'm just helping him with the hairballs. Aren't I, baby boy? Yeah, we're talking about you. Yeah. Yeah, who's a good baby? Yeah, you are. Come on, who's a good boy? Oh, okay, you want fuss. Okay. Oh, look at this chat. Look at this big bitch. He's so cute. Yeah, you want a chin rub? Hello. Put him back in the corner for everyone. He's certainly a baby, yes. It's wild to me we're still using laws from 1267 that Henry III put in I mean, at the end of the day, our law has evolved over nearly 1,000 years. You fell asleep when I moved? I've only moved a little bit. Trying to not disturb B too much while he's having a clean. If I can get him to settle, then it's just good. Is the British Constitution written on all tea boxes? It would be if we had a written constitution. It would be written on every Greg's. It would be in every pub. It's the kind of thing that it would be, like, you know. But British nationalism and kind of national pride has always been very, very different to because our country is just so. When I say that Britain is diverse by design, like by the nature of the way that the country has grown up and become over the last 1,000 years, it was always going to be incredibly diverse. You can't separate that from the British culture. Whether that's, you know, the Empire, whether that's, you know, going all the way back to the Viking times, all the way through, do we actually not have a written one? Base Bear, not technically. There's nothing like the Declaration of Independence or any of the kind of written constitutions that you would expect to see from where you need those, because when Britain has formed over the years, there's never been one situation where written constitutions were popular or common where someone was like, oh yeah, Britain needs one, we can all agree on it, here you go. There's always been other things to deal with, or there's been the constitution itself is enshrined in our legislation, our common law. You know, that is the whole framework for all of the law in our country. Ultimately comes from history, from the past, from cases that have been settled and solved. You know, it's from, you know, our history. That's kind of how that will work. So we don't have a written constitution, but our constitution is written throughout all of our laws and all of our legislation. It's just that it isn't all in one place. Yeah, making a document would be extraneous. It's also, like I say, the popularity of an action within politics is something that isn't really thought about that much. But, like, you know, at the moment, starting a war, very unpopular. But for a long time, when national pride was higher, you know, we're talking 1800s, starting a war was seen as a normal thing. You know, we go back to World War II. One of the reasons that Mussolini was so keen on getting involved with the German side was because he saw Italy's future being developed by that's the wrong way. Being developed by conquest, by the invasion of Abyssinia, which is now Ethiopia. So there's a huge amount of popularity that comes into political actions, and actually, like, that's relevant to legislation as well. You know, when a law is written and brought in, it's largely down to the popularity among the populace. Jeez, have I filled up both of my iron chests? Apparently I have. Same with things like the death. That's why you see generally trends across, like, kind of a legal implementation. So, for example, lots of people ruled out slavery around the same time because it became politically popular, because the world's culture changed. And at that point, culture's been mixing even as far back as, you know, the 1700s. We had to get rid of the floor storage before we set sail because we were a bit worried about it sinking the ship. That was not what I wanted to do. Hi, what you doing, baby boy? What are you doing? You want to rub your face on the box? Okay. Wish you could say, but you've got work to go to. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Enoji. I hope that your day goes quickly, smoothly, and that, you know, it's nice and easy for you. Halfway through the week now. So, you know, getting close to the weekend, or if you're in the US, you might be your last day, possibly for the week, or at least for tomorrow's day off, I hope. This is going to be the overflow chest for all of those things. That's full. Oh, wait, no, that plastic wasn't full. It's so I'm going with plastic, that'll be why. Rubber. Catch you later, Enodia. Thank you very much for swinging by, bud. Have I... Both of those are... Okay, jeez. Apparently, we've really resourced. Do this. No, not that one. This one. Okay. Resources are indeed resourcing. But yeah, it's a bit more... We had to sort our storage out because I wasn't comfortable heading out to sea during storms with that much loose cargo being thrown around. In an early access game, that's a recipe for disaster. Just live there for now. What else have we got on us? We can go store those. Ooh. Ooh. Power management. On the 5 points in power management. How much pressure do we need, like resistance-wise? Our max dive depth. Like, what in order to complete the game and to do well with it, like how much pressure resistance am I going to need? Do we know? You get cargo, you get cargo. Exactly. Everyone getting cargo, including my face at, terminal velocity of a cargo pack. Yeah. Why is that storage so organized? Like I said, because during the storms, things were starting to get thrown around a bit, and it was getting a bit buggy. So having some storage also made Luther slightly less stressed. And with Ashes coming up, I feel like keeping Luther in a good mindset would be helpful in case I need to ask him difficult questions about Ashes. There's some secrets very deep. But to complete the game, not much. Do you know how much? About 30. Okay. Yeah, Luther, I didn't want you to be suffering every time you saw my storage, so I did, I was thinking of you when I did it. Woot, Ashes, runs. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I'm hopeful for Ashes, but I'm cautiously optimistic. That's how I feel about it. The ship listing will be because of the mooring line pulling the ship. This time, yes. I could disconnect it and put the anchor down again, but to be honest, it's holding fine. It's managing. And also, we've actually got about... I know that I don't need to worry about tides in this, but this is something I've considered, that if this tide rose, because of the dip here, the drop, you actually end up with half of that distance be taut. So I think we should still be good. If you could have longer cables, that would be even better, but we can't do the direct one. Okay, so you said I need about 30 depth. Okay. I'm not going to do them all in one go. More in power management. Make my power go further. How are you, Potato Modware? I'm doing well, thank you, Tails Hastily Weird. How are you doing, bud? Great to see you, dude. You know what? While we're here, we'll just grab a little bit more stuff. We love stuff. But. I also want to do this. I don't have any iron on me, which is annoying, but we can deal with that in a bit. Did I connect that to me? Oh, I was just charging my pistol, apparently. Fresh water container and water... Okay. Hello, Demac. How are you doing? I am indeed still a caretaker robot. Yeah, like at this point, it's likely we'll do dispatch tomorrow instead because I think I'm actually really enjoying this. I'm getting this base set up for departure to go and do the next objective, and then I'm really enjoying it. It's actually really good fun. You're waiting for Ash to do a free weekend so you can try and give it a go. To be honest with you, if you're still not sure on Ashes, just keep waiting. That's still my advice on it. It's a good chill out game. I think it's really good fun. How's the boat looking? The boat's doing good. We actually have storage now, which is nice. We're configured for resource and fuel production. I've got a flamethrower with 69 fuel. Like, I don't really want to use it again, to be honest. Like that's kind of perfect, right? Yeah, we're going to retrieve a human seed, Luther. We're growing humans. Don't worry about it. Oh, that looks fine. That's not going to be an issue up there. The demo's pretty long too. It's only the first base. I mean, we spent probably a good 4 hours in the first base. The demo will let you know the entire feel of the game, apart from the ship. I'll be honest with you, the demo should let you... Oh, I don't know. Actually, I don't necessarily see how the demo would let you utilize the ship and still stay as a demo. You'd have to stay on course. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Just thinking aloud again. Humanoid Wall-E simulator. It is kind of... I definitely have Wall-E vibes, but only in terms of the mission, for sure. Yeah. I'm guessing I can't delete a Lazarus pod. You can sail, but you cannot get on the base. Oh, okay, as long as you can sail, that's the main thing. Like, just know, at least you know how the boat mechanics work, because that's kind of the only thing I think you'd be missing out on. I think if it cut off at the end of the first base. But if you can experience the sailing part, then that's perfect. They did the demo perfectly, in my opinion, Mythicos. Damn, is that wrong? I don't like it when things don't stack properly. $21 of that, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. You pull the treasure Daisy Frostline. What's Daisy Frostline? Is that a new map or expansion, or is that a standalone game set in a snowy environment? Because DayZ's been something I've played a lot of over the years. It's one of those games that, depending on what mods you're playing, you can have a very different experience on almost every single different server. It needs a better split UI. I agree. It needs to have a scalable you can drag. Okay, Frostline's a tundra map. Oh, good fun. The cost of this is $28.99, I think, pounds. Hello, Ocelot. You said fish. I don't want to fish. You're only here for the cat camp. Fair, to be honest with you. I can't judge you for that. I completely agree. I would be here for the cat cam. setting up a electricity circuit here so I can always have power, because power is life. And then this can flow this way. Or it would if I wasn't out of cables. Nice. I'm fine with it being. I mean, I'm technically everywhere for the cat cam because wherever I go, Bee follows me. But that's kind of how that goes. I'm fine with it. Oh wait, I need to. Are we not fully connected up? Do this. Nice, those are online. To be fair, if you always do if he's online, I like that there's the what's the name of the cat? He's called Bailey. He's 15. He's a very cute baby boy, aren't you? You know when you're being talked about. Okay. He's a good boy. Oh yeah, you want a chin scratch. That's what you want. Are you going to do a big slump? Is that what you're about to do? Let's check his eyebrows out in a bit. I utterly respect anyone who, if the first thing you do when you arrive here is say hi to Bailey, that's how I know that that's how I know that you're good people. If that's your first ever message in chat, that's how that goes. Perfect. Plan was the two of us. Next thing we know, two of us. Probably a waste of cabling, but hey, it worked. We got the news about what our new little pixel baby will be. Ooh. We are here for Bailey. You are just white noise. Fair. Again, fair. I completely agree. I wouldn't have it any other way. Alternatively, I could just go over to this thing. Much faster. Junk. Are you meant to go from this one onto this pipe, onto this pipe, onto the light, onto this pipe, onto that? Is that what you're meant to do? Christ. I mean, that's how I die. Just so you know, like, immediately. We can try it. But more than 50% of my pay goes to Bailey. Yeah. Everything I have is for B. The house is for B. My bed's for B. Apparently my chair. Everything, apparently. That's a huge... What? Nah, if we fall, then the stairs are down there, so it's not a huge distance to fall. That's water beneath us. Nope, that was too far. Okay, so it's not that lower one by the looks of things. Oh wait, that isn't the ladder. That's the ladder. Oh look, there's also something we can kill here at the same time. Lovely. Well, I guess that's less of the gross icky stuff just been left around. You're agile. Ooh. You know what? Got plenty of electricity right now. What is... What am I... Interesting. Okay, so the water production is normally done down here. Where do you lead? Oh, that's... Well, you're just gross, aren't you? Done. What do you think about how long until this game fully releases? Tested demo yesterday. I think the way they've done their roadmap is quite interesting because technically the game is kind of like here but with bugs. They've got a principle in place realistically where their roadmap means that they will be moving the game forward like story-wise as well as developing the game as they go, which I think is quite interesting. I'll get the roadmap up. Let me grab this because worth looking at, I think. Happy to discuss this with you guys. Early access will last for at least a year. I mean, that I would expect that for sure because this is the roadmap, their early access. Let me move B slightly. So, you've got Last Human for Christmas this year. Ocean, the Final Frontier, begin 2026, which is the new vehicles, you know, boat customization stuff. Early spring, you've got new vehicles, rafts and steel cables, enemy types, data cables. Below us, spring. So spring, they're looking at underwater. New Horizons, early summer. Classified emerges from the deep. Decoy mines, just new enemy types again. The future, no. So they're talking until at least summer next year. They've got the roadmap up. It's going to be a while, for sure. but they're communicating about it, and it looks like they're rolling out a number of patches, which is good. So look at the patching history. So we've got Steam Awards, Accolades trailer. So the most recent fix was about 2 weeks ago. Or at least major patch note that was posted on Steam anyway. That is Thornton Rams. Yes, Friar Scroob. Okay, well, let's make sure that B is still visible. Yeah, you shouting at Thornton. Yeah. Yeah, who's a lovely boy? Yeah, it's you. Of course it's you, Bailey. You're very cute. You're the cutest cat. I'll be right back, chat. I'm going to see what he needs. Hello, sorry that took me a couple of seconds longer than normal. I obviously, as you may have seen, I was giving him some pets just to get rid of the tree sap that was on his head from where he's been exploring in the bushes, and then I gave him some chicken afterwards for being so well behaved. So I hope you guys were enjoying the extra pets that you got to see me giving him. Where did I come from? Where did I go? Where did I come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Okay, so I came from in there. Let's go in here. So that's the area that's underneath the main base. That's what was going on. So sorry that took me so long. You went to descrungle your back too? So that's that floor. Wait, I don't even recognize where I am now. Ah, that's the one that I saw with the giant blob on the window. No, I'm just gonna close that door for a second while I sort this out. I need to get some rubber. Those petrol grenade. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm very well behaved and respectable and can be trusted with petrol and explosives. I'm very sensible when it comes to flammable things. Yeah, definitely. Definitely didn't see the petrol grenade and was like, oh, fire. The Fire King. Always nice to see Mr. Bailey. Well, thank you for that. He's doing really well. Yeah, he had his vet checkup this week. He's doing really well. His fur's all good. He's back to pretty much normal. His weight is all good. His appetite's good. His demand for chicken is ceaseless. He has learned that the fridge is in fact the chicken cupboard. And is now set upon every time that cupboard gets opened, it must in fact be for him. Hey, would you rather trust an Englishman with explosives or an American with explosives? Just saying. You'd rather trust an American. Is that because you are an American? If so, you're excluded because of bias. That's not allowed. That'll do. Good enough, right? Horrified. Give it to the Scots. You know what? I think we can all agree to give it to the Scandinavian countries because they can probably be trusted with it. You trust a Canadian for maximum damage. But given that you wouldn't trust a Kiwi with matches? Dynamite with some Scandinavian. Well, there you go. If they invented it, surely they know what to do with it, right? You'd think so anyway. You'd hope so. You'd really hope so, wouldn't you? Am I going to be able to harvest all of these items before I run out of power? That's going to be the main question. I'm sure I could, because that was power there. C4 is adult Play-Doh. Serious putty. Oh my god. I guess not technically wrong. It is adult Play-Doh, but that doesn't really cover off all of what it is. See what happens when you give people an empty trash can and a firework? I know that in the year above me at school, there was a person who was unfortunately very, very badly injured. But the reason they were badly injured was because they thought it was a fun idea to do something called jousting with fireworks. So what they would do is they would each drive their cars, and their friend would sit in the passenger seat, and they would light and fire small fireworks at each other and try and get them into the open window from where the passenger was firing it. And that, no one thought at any point in that transaction of thought that that was a bad idea. Well, I know, wild, right? It was very strange, yeah. Oh wait, no, I can do this. Why would I wait when I can do it this way? Let's shoot explosive to combine space at speed. What could possibly go wrong? Well, exactly, like... It was insanity. Connect the petroflow to the flamethrower. I might need to go make some more petrol in a bit. Not got a huge amount of fuel left, but that's, at least we've got a full flamethrower is good. How are we doing on this? Plastic, we've just got all the basic materials that we need. Could drop things off. We're at 94% carry weight, so... Unfortunately, there's also a Sacha Baron Cohen film with Mark Strong in it. So obviously quite big actors, where you see that on screen. Freya, so yeah, that's a thing. Okay. Oh, those are very full. Yep. That's going in there too. We still haven't found what we need to be using this water transport for, so I'm going to put that in there for now. How are we doing on biomass? Let's turn that into petrol, because then we can solve our petrol problem at the same time. Not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. We've got 200... Actually, we've actually got more petrol than I thought we did. Connect the petrol tank to the petroflow. The fact that the petrol tank on my back holds like 150 litres of petrol concerns me. The stars of a line, you're getting all of your parcels today. Well, congratulations, Freya. A wet tree, thank you very much for that prime sub, buddy. Absolutely awesome of you. Really appreciate that. Welcome on in. Enjoy the Bailey emotes. I hope you enjoy the ad-free viewing. Charles Farmer, how are you doing? I'm doing very well, thank you. That was a very British... How are you doing, chap? It's a very British, you know, introduction. Welcome on in. Good to see you, bud. Welcome on in. The long roller coaster ride. Okay, so we've still got 94 litres. The fact that this holds so much petrol is deeply worrying. Ooh, another edition of Lord of the Rings. Very nice. Not bad for being a... Well, exactly, Charles Farmer. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah, most of the time. Ooh, this is a long way. Now we've got enough petrol to actually take on all of those creepy crawlies. I don't even know if I can deal with that one. Robot. Dismantle the robot. You've realized why the ammo weighs so much. The fuel tank in the back is 100 at least. We must be huge. It kind of feels that way. Yeah. I'm interested in seeing how big the humans are when we actually, like, grow one. Also, I like the idea of growing humans. Probably a problem. Secure sound. If I stand here, that's safe, right? Okay, elevator. I don't think we're out of power, so I don't know why that's not working. There are hidden areas underwater. Exciting. We'll have to explore some of those at some point. We've been slowly working on our depth gauge improvement so that we can actually, you know, do things. To explode. These are like ticks, they're gross. Oh, poor robot, you got consumed by the creepy crawlies. Ascended, so they must have left. But they ascended at different dates, really weirdly. If they were in launches, you'd expect them to all ascend together. So what does ascended mean? There's no matching dates. Unless you send one human up at a time. Oh, die, okay. Why would you not just say deceased? Ascended is a very specific, weird way of referring to it. Strange. I still think there's something suspicious going on. I'm going to be honest with you. I still feel like there's something sus. They're called babies. That's kind of gross, those little ticks. Hate that. Bioorganic and wire scraps? What? What? They're organic, but also have wires. Hate that. Borg bugs, not good name for them, to be honest. Sounds about right. I'm on board. They had to benchmark the game so you can see where you're trying to play it. Nice. Yeah, that's a good thing that Steam does. The food processor. Small battery, small fresh water container, small battery. Let's do this first, see if this works. Nice. Does. Yeah, Goblin Scout. People have noticed that today. It's a wild change. That's an insane. I was just thinking, like, I didn't realize that Twitch had the demand for that many subs as a gift. And if someone did that, I would be reading out names for like a whole stream. It would be insanity. Says max 200 on your end. I believe that there was an update today for it might be AB tested. Yeah, after I recover from the stronk, it would be a severe stronk. I'm gonna be real. Are there that many that give? Sorry, are there that many that give subs? I don't know if there are many people who have requested 1,000 gift subs as an option. The idea scares me. It is likely that you need to have given 100 certain. I'm fairly sure that you need to have given 100 a certain number of times to show the 200 option. But you can type any number when you do it in, I believe. As far as I understand it, going up to 1,000 should be doable on that basis. Would it just give subs to anyone that joined? If you have fun, it would give it to a combination of subs people who have seen the stream before, and potentially some new people who have only caught the stream once. Nope. So it would spread them out. It limits to 200 on yours? Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, if you think about it, Fredo, the only real difference from a coding perspective is the number behind it. The difference on a development end between setting it to be 50, 200, 2,000 is just numbers on the coding. 200 is always there. You could select it, and you've never gifted any. I know for a while it only appeared when they introduced 200. I think people were seeing it appear for them if they'd given 100 or more before. I mean, Spacebed, there's very, very few people in the world at the moment who could do that. So yeah, it like I said, it blows my mind. I don't think I've ever. I didn't even know they did 200s, to be honest. I'm not sure I'd thought about it that much. I don't know. As soon as I saw what Corey dropped the other day, I was just be like, bruh. Well, I think most banks would probably block a payment of £5,000 to Twitch or whatever it's going to end up being, £4,000. Like, there's probably a whole bunch of stuff in there, right, bro? Yeah. Prasmatic, it's likely, yeah, they're likely messing around with some stuff, just testing it out, seeing what it looks like. Why this whole thing? No. As soon as I verify with the bank, I mean, I feel like my bank would be like, "No, we're going to close this account. You're trying to spend more than you make in a month." Christ. Oh, a wet tree coming in with 20 gift subs. Absolute legend. Dude, thank you so much. Let me read those out. Give me just a second. Thank you for giving out gift subs to Arachne, Element Unknown, Otison, Siege Orchid, Steel Brightbane. For gift subs to Minoke, to Crispatu, Flipfire, Aria Sales, Town Scryer, Muktofus, Sixtoe, Inshida Grandson, Kazmat TV, Priest DK, Tailstastically Weird, MAS Magpie? M45P13. Might be Magpie, might be Mass Pie. Rusty, Cute Innocent Trap, and Mint Styles. Thank you so much, Autry. You're an absolute legend. You're a legend. Thank you very much. Oh, there we go. M45P13. Is your name Magpie? Or Mass Pie? Are you playing D&D with Winky from Gunners? I am indeed. I will be playing D&D with Winky on the 6th of December. Let me let that through. Hang on. I will indeed be playing D&D with Winky on the 6th. What class am I playing? You'll have to tune in to see that. I haven't told anyone yet what class I'm playing for this. Yeah. It is there we go. I'm the first to get it. I wasn't sure. I wanted to check. I like getting people's names right. It's important to me. If I get someone's name wrong, I would rather they told me. No, I'm not. It won't be. The Beamancer won't be the first character that I play for the one-shots. Although very funny. Yes, my indefeatable character, Rules Lawyer. Is it being streamed? Yes, I'll be live on Saturday the 6th for that D&D session. I don't know that Thor's got a session booked in yet, but he loves playing wizards, so yeah, it makes sense. I don't know if he's arranged which session he's taking part in yet. Is it multi-class? We're only going to be level 3, so there's not going to be a huge amount of multi-classing. You could probably do a one dip, like like Paladin Warlock, but we're starting at level 3 for that. No worries, Goblin Scout. I hope that everything's okay, and hopefully see you soon, bud. Thanks for being here, dude. Oh, thank you. Full. Got lots more stuff saved up than I need. We're going to keep the biomatter on us because we need that for the food processor. I really like my ship now. What do we unlock at this? Oh, new level. Okay, Hall Mastery. This is where most of my points are going into this time. 5 points to power management again. You said 30 is needed for pressure. So if I can get pressure to 30, then we're good. So that's pressure done. Scrapper, battery. I could do power management again. We're starting to have less and less problems with power and more problems with carry weight more than anything. So that's quite nice that we've kind of seemed to have done away with our biggest issue of what we're managing. In D&D game I'm in with a bunch of friends from Finland, I'm still working for a Rune Knight fight. Ooh, Path of the Giant Barbarian for maximum size. That's very cool. What a cool build. Hello, Shana Hawk. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Since I'm DM user, I can't play, but I do have an unhealthy fixation with monks. I haven't played a monk for probably 10 years. One of my least played classes, I would say. What? Thornton's hit. Just rolling the box up the stairs, don't mind me. I'm glad I can lift these now, because I couldn't lift these before. Now, might to make it. Might to make one more step. Oh no, I can do it. Nice. Ooh, look, human art. Oh, you look like a sad dude. Let's free you from your eternal torment. Pumpkin and pecan pies, baked and cooling, delightful. Sounds very Thanksgiving-esque. Thank you again, Autry, for that gift bomb. Absolutely huge of you, dude. Really, really appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I mean, Chronomancers are very, very strong normally. Paladin Bard, now that's a powerful combo normally. I mean, with the high charisma, that's going to be great as a class combo, especially for a level 11 build battle royale. A Paladin's very, very strong in a one-off battle. I'm very impressed. Mostly because the Paladin has an ungodly amount of sustain, so he'll just stay on the field, keeping himself alive for a while. If he's got a Paladin Bard build, like, that's going to be wild. Or can do a huge amount of damage by burning Divine Smites. Greater Invisibility was your best friend in that fight, I can imagine. It's a very useful spell. You want to play a Monk Barbarian so you can be a sumo wrestler? That would be a funny build. I haven't done a Barbarian for a very long time either, actually. Okay, so this is for, like, hobby stuff and things that people play around with. So this is that's a toy, right? We can put the grenades in with the rest of the hobby equipment. Bio waste. Boop. I basically want to get like a few hundred liters of petrol over the time. Oh god. When I said I wanted biomatter, I didn't mean like a door-to-door delivery of it. You guys are just becoming the fuel. Oh. Where did they all come from? I mean, fine, I guess. More petrol, I guess. I have to refuel my flamethrower, but stretchy limbs, maybe. Furballs are the feet where they can lift a size larger, but I think it's bugbears with their reach. So I played a Furbolg Druid for the one shot that I played at TwitchCon EU with Jackie Codes and with Thor. That was good fun. I haven't played a Druid in a very long time, but that was actually very good fun. I enjoyed that. Little one shot that we worked through TwitchCon. It's good. It was a really nice surprise. Bugwits have long limbs. The only playable class with natural reach. Natural reach is an insane advantage, though. Like, if you have natural reach and then you use, for example, a halberd or something that has reach as well, do you not end up with 15 squares of range? Or sorry, 15 meters range. Yeah, a glaive weapon, there you go, for plus 10. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. It's attacks of opportunity coming out of every single orifice. That makes sense. Yep. See, some of my build synergization brain is still there. By the way, Bugbear or Furbolg will both work what I have in mind. That'd be awesome. I think well, I already know what the character is I'm playing for the next one, because Curly and I need to talk about it, but it's going to be really fun. I'm hoping you guys really enjoy it. Hello, Gummy Worm. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. We are doing good here. Yeah, we're just chilling out, hanging out, having fun, you know, messing around. Deconstructing everything that we find so that we can, you know, continue our empire. Finding the right group online for D&D isn't necessarily as easy as it might sound for everyone, though, so I understand why some people might not be able to do it in the same way. Why is that glowing so red? Also, what's under the water here? I feel like if anything's going to have a secret underneath the water, it will be here. I need to get rid of that at some point with something that's projectile based, because I haven't got the range on my flamethrower. Like a huge amount of watt hours, jeez. Monk Rogue is awesome for bar fights. Yeah, Rogue and Monk are both great classes, especially in smaller environments. I'm getting too excited about D&D now. It's still not December. Stop it, chat. You're riling me up, get me all D&D brained. It's very rude of you. Thank you all very much for the follows, etc. today. It's very much appreciated. You guys are awesome. Oh, Gummy Worm, I'm really sorry to hear that, but it's never going to be easy. I'm just sorry to hear it, bud. To hit armor class 0. Yeah. Just a source of lots of confusion for lots of players across the years. Having to explain it to them over and over again. I hope things clear up, Gummy Worm. Hopefully it'll be a safer environment, a more calm environment for her and for your other dog as well. But yeah, I'm like I said, I'm sorry to hear that. It's never going to make it any easier. The right thing to do, but doesn't mean it's easy, bud. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that you're going through it. I mean, Gunners, yeah, you've had 4 to 5 groups that have fallen apart with only a few sessions. That is kind of the typical part for a pickup D&D group. You know, it's difficult to find a group that's got the consistency, the right schedule, the right people, the right balance of all of it. There's a huge amount of working parts and different considerations in there that have to be thought of when you're making a D&D group, and it's not always going to be obvious that it's not working until down the line sometimes. I was AFK for a while making apple pie, but I remember you were wondering who would drop the 1k subs for 4k year. It reminded me that for 40 train on April the 1st year, I dropped 180 tier 3 subs, so not that far off. Yeah, that's to be fair, very true, Stunzia. Absolutely fair. Fine. Makes sense. Ooh. Bowling ball. I mean, we must be quite strong. No, that was a bad throw. No. Yeah, stay. There's the line. Oh. It needed a little bit more force. That ball doesn't hold speed very well. Right. uh Yes, that was indeed ridiculous. You're correct. That should probably get clipped. You know what? You're not wrong. Let me just do this. Why are you not linked up? That's not cheating. I got a strike. Who needs precision when you have force? Exactly. Who needs a bowling ball when you can just throw a barrel at something? This is how I feel going up a ladder now. Oh, my knees. No, my knees. No, my knees. Oh, my back. Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm going to fall off. Oh, no. No. Oh, my knees. Oh, my knees. Am I there yet? I don't want to work 3 more hours today. Someone else do it for you, please. I mean, blank space. That's, you know what? Chat will do all of your work for you, but you have to pay chat your whole day's pay. How about that? Well, those 4 bowling balls and the bolt. Yeah, okay, wow. Let's have a look at what needs to repair this. A huge amount of stuff, but we can probably do that. Alternatively, we can dismantle it and reassemble it at our base. I don't like they contain metal and bioorganics. Like, wire scraps inside of those? That's not... Doesn't feel right. I don't like it. Lose control. Cinders, you might need the finished clip. Oh, no, that did work. It just didn't work. What do you mean strike with help? That was a perfectly legitimate strike. What a ridiculous clip. Thank you for that, Cinders. That's so funny. Ridiculous. That's great. Thank you very much for doing that, Cinders. Oh, no power. Okay, well this will be fine then. Lifting that wouldn't kill me at all. I'm just gonna use up all of those. I don't want to do the Skyrim where you get to the end of Skyrim and you've got 1,000,001 wheels of cheese on you because you don't use any food because in case you need it later when you're fighting the boss, and then you never need it when you're fighting the boss. Very guilty of this one. Very guilty of not using consumables here, chat. Give myself a bit more health. Oh, thank you very much, Cinders. What a legend. So what's everyone in the US doing for Thanksgiving? Are you heading for family, or are you having kind of a chill one? What's on the cards for everyone? Obviously, I know it's a reasonably big holiday, and a lot of people do traveling for it and all kinds of stuff, so I'm always interested in what people's plans are. Mostly because I'm a nosy piece of shit, but hey, that's just how this is. Antisocial hermit? Well, you're more than welcome to hang out with us. If you guys don't have any plans for tomorrow, you are always welcome here. I will be live. See, this is like javelin, so it's like bowling but worse. Oh, Seth, I'm really hoping that does get approved, bud. After chicken wings? I mean, chicken wings sounds pretty good. Needs more lift. Num 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 num. Hello, Cranium Guy, we could grow pet humans, but I'm too busy with stealing all of their resources first, because the problem is that if we build more humans and we hatch one from a seed, they tend to be quite possessive of their stuff, which is, I think, unneeded, unnecessary. Very rude of them. It's my stuff now. I was here after them, but also before them. So I want to make sure we've looted all of their stuff. I mean, our stuff. Before we go and cook some humans. Doing a bunch of Mexican foods into the stream. Ooh, what kind of Mexican food do you think you're going to make, Yarrow? I love Mexican food. Ever since we went to San Diego last year and I had some like proper like mum and pop, like mother and father style, like family taco shops. Real nice. Sorry, tacos. If they wanted their stuff unlooted, they wouldn't have been so lootable. Exactly. If they wanted to keep their stuff, they wouldn't have been dead. Sucks to suck, I guess. Sorry, humanity, but the robots are here, and we're taking all your stuff first. I'm gonna put it on my nice boat. Shouldn't have been dead, humans. Guess you should have paid attention to those inconvenient truths. Oh, tamales, carnitas. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Is it pronounced parole for Mexican food? It's not what I know. I don't know what that is. This thing is barely floating. This is fine. It's just, you know, there's a storm going on. Oh wait, I've got all the resources already. I'm just full of. Sneaky little iron hiding behind that. Ah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I wasn't sure what that was. That makes sense. Carbon fiber, gold, and I think we're actually too much. Too much gold? Not possible. That said, probably don't want to carry all the gold in there. That full as well? Oh, it is full. Small battery, small battery. You know what? We'll leave small batteries in there. They are weight limiting, I guess. Large battery. Ooh. Wow, I'm not used to being able to move quickly. That's such a weird feeling. Batteries. You're gonna be smoking a turkey and a ham. You shouldn't smoke those. You should eat them. Like other things, like cigarettes should be smoked, I guess, if you have to. But like, don't you can't put turkey in. You won't want to smoke. You wouldn't smoke turkey like that, would you? Like that would be gross. That corner is going to explode at some point, surely. Nah, don't worry. It's just it's electricity. Electricity is perfectly safe. I'm loaded down with bowling gear. That's because I'm, you know. It's important to travel with our bowling gear. That's not... Actually, that's... I forgot about our nice glowy stuff. Our neutronium and plasma gel. This goes into the enrichment box for the humans for later. This is the food box, which apparently at some point I've deposited all in. That's enrichment. That goes in there. Meditation book for the human. This is the enrichment section. This is the you've been well behaved. You can get a toy out of the toy box kind of thing. What do you mean it doesn't give stats for humans? What? Patience 0. Patience 0. Okay, fine. Yeah, my hobby is looting stuff. It's more of a calling than a hobby. A vocation, you know, a way of living. You know what? We'll also, while we're here, just connect it to the pistol. Charge that up quickly. There's a fine line between looting and hoarding. I don't think there is. I think that looting is the acquiring of goods and hoarding is the keeping of goods. What's up here? This says power. Or like electricity with a sign. Ooh. Oh, I was hoping that the tire would stay on the pallet, but that was probably asking too much. Hey friend, don't worry, you don't have to be by yourself anymore. You think you like to... I like to think I dance that Razor's Edge every time you play the game? Nice. Broken steel tube. Okay. Oops. Not sorry. That was great. That's how that's meant to be done. There's so much in this base. It is colossal. What was this base? Electrical grenades? Yes. Hello, Ruchi. Oh, let me allow that. Apparently, you can't call me a loot whore, or you can't say that in chat, because apparently that's bullying, according to Twitch. You're allowed to say that. Loot whore is a perfectly good hobby. I agree with you. I think it's perfectly respectable. Basically, if I'm ever looking at games, I should be like, okay, does the game contain loot? If yes, Kronos will like it. That's basically how this goes. My least favorite part of Skyrim is the carry limit. I'll reach you. We found dozens. We found a shark. We looted the shark because it wasn't being used. It didn't have a flag. We found some bowling balls. We've taken those. We found quite a few good things, to be honest. Have I looked at Planet Crafter? I don't think so. I don't know. All the games blur together. I don't think I've played Planet Crafter, but I've heard of it, I think. This is your main base where you unload the boat. This is your... Oh, okay, so you've actually turned this into your base rather than your boat being the permanent location. I've never even considered doing that. To me, the boat is the storage space, but I guess if there was a limit on the amount you can store, then that makes sense. I don't know what's through there, so I'm going to wait. Planet Crafter just added that new Toxic DLC. So is Planet Crafter like a management game where you basically build and design a whole planet? Is that how that goes? Or is it something else? What, the adds it? Multiple planets? Ooh, tell me more. This sounds interesting. You terraform a planet. Ooh, okay, I'm just gonna eat my snack while I listen to you guys talk about Planet Crafter. Num 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 num. I mean, this game is good fun, Ruchi. It's you know, a really good survival crafting experience. Like it's good fun. It's got a lot of narrative story. It's very chill. You could skip through it really quickly, I reckon. Like you could probably like absolutely blitz the main quest lines and only do the main quests. Or you could do what I do, which is kind of a bit more of a slower playthrough, gathering a bunch of stuff. Legendary Trail with the 10 watch streak. Welcome on in, buddy. Pipe. Not building and design, but terraforming them. I mean, I guess that is kind of designing a planet, though, right? It's like, you know, like genetically modifying a planet. Nightbot, you're fine to trust Steam ones, you silly bot. I should add that as an exclusion. Base survival, open world, terraforming, crafting. Wow, okay. 1 to 10 players. Overwhelmingly positive. Okay. %95 is very good. Got a very if No Man's Sky met Slime Rancher feel. I don't know how to describe it as anything other than that. It looks like the people that have played it have got a large number of hours in it. Okay, a few people with 1.1, 1.4 who've given it a go, maybe not landed so well, but the 130 hours from someone like Oshin, that's normally a pretty good sign. I find that quite interesting. Okay. How was its DLC? Okay, that's quite reasonable. So this new DLC does what? Let's have a look. Takes you to an unknown planet, heavily corrupted by past industrial activity. You've got to work through the story, I'm guessing. Go to the planet and terraform it to be... Ooh, look. There's fungal flora and traces of human activity. That's kind of cool. Planetcraft looks kind of neat. Might just do one of these. In fact, no, I'll do one of these. I'll go the whole hog. Why not? Why not? Why not? It's on the list. Like lots of things, to be fair. See, look, the mosquito, the little bug things that we've killed in that swarm a second ago, those make sense to contain metal parts. They are robots. The biologic ones shouldn't be robots, right? But they are. Oh, I don't like it. You know what? No. What do we have on us? Equipment-wise, do we have... No, damn. Damn. Oh, screw. Yeah, you did. Abiotic Factor, you'd love to see me play. I will play... Is Abiotic Factor... It's in early access, isn't it, Abiotic Factor? I think it's one of the ones that I've got slated that I've said I will play when it reaches full release because, you know, at this point everyone else has played it and they're still, like, everyone's kind of waiting for the game to get to release. Is Abiotic access Abiotic Factor in early access? Is that what I'm remembering? Oh, okay. You played a demo for a bit and it was a let it cook game for you? Interesting. It released 22nd of July, did it? Okay. Full release. I might see what it's like on a sale. I know a lot of people have wanted to play it. What? I always forget which one it is. It always blends in my head with the other ones. Where are the fabric bags that I threw down? Oh, here they are. I'll stand this side. We'll have a look at Abiotic Factor. Give me a second. this? Abiotic factor. Survival crafting experience for 1 to 6 players set in the depths of an underground research facility. Caught between a paranormal containment failure, a military crusade, and chaos from a dozen realms. The world's greatest minds must survive against the universe's biggest threats. This sounds like SCP and a survival crafting game. But huh? Oh, future roadmap. Nice. Okay. More difficulty. Exercise equipment, ammo station, farmables. Okay, so it's in full release, but realistically, it's in early access because, like, this all reads a bit, in fact, not dissimilarly from this. Roadmap. That roadmap is kind of, it contains similar things, like, you know, which is interesting. They probably haven't even planned it yet. Maybe they'll move out of my way. Interesting. It's just interesting. It looks quite promising, though. Have I got this on my what? I've got it on my wish list. There you go. I'm waiting for it to cook. 2026 isn't that far away as well, chat. Just think about it. Just something to keep in mind. I know it's horrifying to think of, but like, today's the 26th of November. It's a month till Christmas. 30 days. Less than that. 29 days till Christmas. And then that's a week till the end of the year. I don't want to alarm anyone, but like, it's nearly there. You've lost your 25, been off since May. Oh, I'm sorry, Cinders. But hopefully, well, with your diagnosis and with everything kind of hopefully on the mend, I would say that, you know, with every bit of hope in the world, let's hope your 2026 is significantly clearer. Because, you know, if we don't need boats anymore as storage, can we do proper floor storage in base? But what do you mean proper floor storage? Like, actually, was it what you mean? Like just dumping all the stuff? We could do that inside the base. That's the right place for it, I guess. Take this back upstairs and grab some fuel on the way. I do love the fluid and energy mechanics and stuff in this. It's a really nice set of features. Oh, Mythgos, I'm really pleased to hear that your treatment is finished, though, bud. That's fantastic news. Well, hang on. I've got a bunch of materials just sitting there. So why don't I... Like... Let's see. Add all parts to queue. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, like you say, like, yeah, Ruchi, completely agree with you. Congratulations on defeating cancer. That's kind of how it is. You can easily pretend to be organized, but I'm not gonna make organized piles. I'd rather actually have storage boxes. Nah. Okay, now we're talking. Yes. You know what? These game developers get 10 points in my book. They were like, you know what? We could let people only build on the ground, but instead they can build on the walls and the ceiling. Exact perfect. You know what? I'm fine with that. Good job, developers. To be honest with you, proud of you. This is what we needed. This is what we always wanted from games. No one would let us. They're like, why would you want to build on the wall? Why not? Love it. It blocked both your kid. Oh man, Mythicus, I'm really glad you made it through, bud. It takes a huge amount of mental and I would describe it as almost like soul energy to deal with the kind of medical issues to that extent, especially where, you know, there's a lot of kind of stress and pressure. There's a lot of things that could go wrong with it. And, you know, the fact that you've made it through and you're still, you know, an awesome, positive person, I think is a real credit to yourself, bud. I think you should be proud of yourself, dude. It let me build in the ceiling. If I bump my head, it's my problem. Look, I can even stand underneath these. This was thought of. They were like, you know what? Someone's going to put medium batteries on the ceiling. Let's let them walk underneath it. Look at it. I love it. Well, let's see what happens when it's actually finished, but hey. What of us? These guys are an indie dev, so like, if I'm tempted to suggest these guys for one of our in December slots, or potentially a follow-on event that might take place if we have enough net games. Because oh my god, there are so many emails. I've got more emails to do later. That's how you know when the devs is one of us. Like, look, it's just perfect. Like, I can walk underneath it. I love it. I love it. Will we getting notified of in December chapters of stream? What do you mean, was it? How do you mean? There you go. That's another 30,000 kilowatts of storage. Sorry, 30 kilowatts of storage, not 30,000 kilowatts. That would be 30 gigawatts. We still don't have a huge amount of diesel tanks, but we've got 3,000 capacity in total. A little bit more, actually. Let's do this. Just drain that. See how much we've actually got after that's been done. Okay, so we've got about 3,100 of diesel, which is not going to be enough. It just won't be. I can just tell it won't be already. I'm 13. Okay. Megawatt. That's what I meant. I meant megawatts. Because 30,000. That'd be 30 megawatts. 0.3 gigawatts. This is why I don't do electrics, like with anything that's large. Anything larger than house power supply, too dangerous for Kronos. 1.21 gigawatt. Right, Scott. Oh no, there's more loot. What a shame. Although I don't trust that there's not enemies in this room. Are you a mimic? Are you a mimic? Are you a mimic? It's meant to be dismantled, but it kind of feels like I should also be inserting it in the Lazarus machines. Like, that seems like it's the kind of thing that would perfectly go in that gap in there. Ooh, another tree. Empty human seed container. Am I fine dismantling these, chat? Do you know? Right, God. Mythicos, that's exactly true. And to be honest with you, that's not really something that I think you can learn until you are stretched in certain ways. We've got, these are like humans. We've got chat members, Jobel. Those are like humans. No, I've been too busy leveling up and killing stuff and doing stuff. In Disneyation in 10 minutes, there will probably do pings out, was it? There's a huge number of moving parts. It might be a bit janky for the first couple of days while we work out various ways of doing it. You know, we might try doing pings and then find that people don't like them or do like them. We might create a role for it. There's a lot of things that we could do, but we run the risk of over-engineering it. So we're just being careful. You know, we're trying to do it. Roll. We think roll will be the best at the moment. That's what we're kind of thinking about. But we also want it to be available to everyone. So if it's going to ping no one by default unless you opt in, that's not giving us a lot of time, because obviously December starts in 5 days. So if we make it so there's a roll, it gives people 5 days to opt in on news that they might actually want to get before then. Is the eye tracker working? You don't see anything on your screen. Like that? Ah, no, yeah, I had it turned off apparently. You can turn the eye tracker is off by default, and it's also yeah, off by default for everyone, and like therefore you have to opt into it. And you can change the settings to make it less ADHD unfriendly if you want. I can't have it on my screen as the preview because you see this. So I always turn the preview off because I don't want to see it either. But some people do. So I can't even pick. Can I pick this up? Can. Nah, priceless. Archaeotech. It's fine. I'll just yeet it around. There's a printer. You need to throw it on the recycler. It's cathartic. Printer. Okay, next time I find a printer, it needs to go onto the recycler. I'll try and remember that. But Mythicos, do you know if I'm okay to dismantle these, or should I do something with them? They're dismantled. Sweet. More loot for the pile. I mean, not pile, for the storage. Those are the materials to rebuild the pods. That makes sense. I mean, I have already rebuilt one of the pods, but hey. Turn the lights off before you leave the room, chat, because we're being responsible. Oh, my health is gonna go. Oh. I have a problem. I'm gonna die. I did not realize I didn't have any more power pods. Also, I feel like if I was a robot, I would at least install a small solar panel on my own head. I left my electric cables, didn't I? Then you get more materials if you chuck the entire thing in the recycler rather than scrapping the field. Apparently, DP Fox, no, it's the same amount if you use the recycler versus dismantling. That's what I've been told. A solar panel, what you're building. I mean, even a small amount, because that means that, you know, a robot is going to live theoretically forever, right? If you put a small solar panel of its head, all you got to do is, if it parks itself out in the day, in the daylight, you've got, you know, resources back. Like you've got your robot back working. Even if it's a tiny amount of power, that trickle could be enough over time. It might just need a lot of days. It's a very different level of power draw when I'm this over encumbered, I'll be honest. In the case where you're in the building, it wouldn't be very useful. That's completely irrelevant. Oh, my knees. Oh, my knees. Oh, my knees. The solar panel heat might damage some circuits. Don't keep the important circuits in the head of the robot, then. Why would you? You don't need to. You could keep them nice and safe in the center. The robot doesn't have to be powered in the head. You can store more thinking and more components and more processing if you do the thinking in the chest and just leave the head as vestigial. Gonna be real with you, the super battle droid kind of layout with the very thick, broad shoulders and the teeny tiny head makes a lot of sense. Like, if you're designing a robot, it doesn't need to think from the head. Just saying, chat. Heads for sensors and bait, exactly. Ooh, here we go. There we go. How can be left there? Here's some more enrichment for them. More enrichment, small trees. This is the other enrichment chest in case we need it. It's grenades. Back before you broke your heart. Hey, we used up all of that material. Don't look at the big pile. That's not... Yeah, well, that's a problem for future Chronos. So critical parts in body and have body... Yeah, exactly, yeah. Did I hear about the Warhammer series with Henry Cavill? I did, indeed. It's been in the go for quite some time. Unless you mean there's new news about it, Electro Rocks. And if there's new news, I would be very interested. I didn't tell you to do that. I want to do that. Oh, that's a fun bug. There we go. No, just read about it. Nice. Yeah, that's what I like about Henry Cavill. You know, if he believes in, and he does, obviously, in the lore of Warhammer, he will make sure it's delivered well, like we've seen on The Witcher. That's my ultimate concern for anyone handling a Warhammer 40k series, particularly Amazon, would always be the level of fuckery with which they treat their IP. But, you know, Henry Cavill being involved gives me quite a lot of confidence that, you know, at least over time, things will work out in a lore-friendly and a lore-positive way. just want to saw like a blue light coming from there. Down there. Didn't do too bad with the Fallout series. I've only seen I just didn't really... I'm not necessarily gel with, but I don't know, the Fallout series didn't really grab me. I watched like 2 episodes of it and I was like, you know what? I'll watch the rest of this at some other point. I've never finished it. Which actor can we get for a proper StarCraft or Warcraft series? I mean, there's so many good actors out there, but it's about the ones that care enough about the IPs that they're involved in, and that's not everyone. I'll be real with you. Hello, Sarah Down. How are you doing, bud? The Wheel of Time. We don't talk about the Wheel of Time series. They've never actually converted that from book. You know, Lady Piccolo. I've never heard of a TV or film adaptation for the Wheel of Time. It's so weird. So this was me. So this is okay. So we've gone around the edge some more. No, it doesn't exist. Warcraft had a movie that people didn't like. I thought the World of Warcraft movie was okay, but it was only because I'm not hugely invested in the World of Warcraft lore. As with anything, if you create a film which isn't true to the lore of the franchise that you're taking part in, it doesn't comply with the expectations of the fan base, you're always going to have people who are highly resistant to it for good reason. It's not the same story that they love if you change it because you feel like it. Like that. Just not a thing. Ooh. How have I not removed these before? Vin Diesel could be good. I mean, I feel like that he would be the right person for certain roles. He did a very good job of Riddick, but like that's basically playing himself. I feel like he would make quite a good Imperial Guardsman. He's got grim down very well, if you know what I mean. Like that kind of grim, resigned, like the resignation fits quite well. So catch you later, Pan Miyagi. Thank you very much for being here today, bud. I really appreciate you, dude. That. Maybe a commissar? Maybe. I could see him being a oh no, who's the guy I would love to see play a commissar in 40k? He is the lead German. Is he the German guy in Inglourious Basterds? Have a quick look. Christopher Waltz, I think, would make a remarkably good high command or commissar, I think, in 40k. Charismatic enough to lead his troops and inspire them, but also capable of like dark acts and like having to do what's needed. I feel like Christopher Waltz could do a really good job of that and bring a level of humor but also seriousness to the role. Wouldn't he be better as an inquisitor? He would also be a good inquisitor. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna guess we're on top of the lights next. Is that the jumping puzzle here? You see, elegantly better be better inquisitor. I see. You have to remember that not all of the commissars are brutal, and they're not drill sergeants. I can't make that jump. Surely that's an unreasonable jump to make, even as a robot. Believe? Nope. Ow. Well, I made it in some ways. Yeah, building on the walls is going to be the better option there. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. I need something that's going to be placeable on a... Can you place a recycler on a wall? Storage boxes are cheap, yeah, but I haven't got the parts on me that I need to make a storage box. That's the shame. See? Make the alloy frames, but it's the display screen I think that'll be the problem. Lacking some glass. Let's see if there's something that came out of this. I need to find something that has glass in it. Oh, wait, I could just do this. I don't know why I didn't think about doing this a minute ago. I need to get in there. There's tables and stuff as well. Samuel L. Jackson abandoned his motherfucking organisms, motherfucking planet. I'd be so... That would be... It wouldn't be the seriousness that the Warhammer 40k series needed, but it would be goddamn funny, wouldn't it? Pardon the intrusion. May I inquire as to which element of the periodic table is my favorite? One second. Let me just deal with this and I'll have a think about it. I'm quite attached to oxygen. It's quite a useful element. My favorite one is probably, isn't it Ibitium? YTTRBIUM? Ytterbium? Yeah. I think so. I think that's what it is. Flamer for those? Nah, that was fine. Electric worked. I've got plenty of it. Carbon. I'm also pretty attached to carbon. You're right. Hi, Bailey. You're not an element on the periodic table. You're a cat. Yeah.
Just a baby boy.
Oh, there we go. He's there for his petting pit stop, yeah. And he's like, okay, pets, then clean. Cesium or magnesium, they're both fun. Oh, but I'm going to be honest with you, yeah, if you're going with magnesium, like, every time you take magnesium, you're going to take cesium, aren't you? Because it's just more fun in water. Look for a hatch on the far left corner side of the roof. Far left is relative direction, though. That's the problem. So when you say left, what do you mean? Carbide on my nano. You can actually play safely with magnesium. You can play safely with cesium if you're careful enough. Left when you exit the elevator. Okay, thank you. The east, west, north, south would be helpful if the game gave you a compass outside of when you're on the boat, and I don't have to go down to the boat to work out which way is which. Did that give me glass? It did. I can now make the boxes I need to. Over there, you mean over here, right? You gonna clean your socks now? Is that the plan? Weird flex, but you used to play with uranium? Chillax, thank you very much for the 6 months at tier 1, bud. How you doing? Good to see you in chat. Hope that your working week has been okay. Wednesday, so it's still the middle of the working week. I definitely know what day of the week it is. Who's a big baby? Yeah, you are. Yeah. Adorable. What you are. Yeah. Dismantler. Uranium glass is always fine. It's fun to find the thrift shops. That's very true. Can't believe I've been streaming for very nearly 6 months. Wild. We started on the 5th of June, so on the 5th of December, that's our 6-month mark. Now you need to flee so you can focus on learning. Well, thank you very much for being here today, Gerbil. How do you have 6 months then? Because this is my 6th month of streaming. So I'm now into the 6th. So once you reach 6 months, obviously, I will be starting my 7th month of streaming. Because I'll have completed the 6th month. Which is how you have 6 months. Yeah. No, big brain time things. Yeah. Don't worry, chat. It's my job to understand how time works. It's in the name, you know. Big brain things. Something like that. Big brain things, but I forget the thing I was doing 3 minutes ago. It's been a long day at work. Fair. Very fair. I'm doing my normal thing of getting distracted, which is classic. Right, you said a hatch on the left-hand side. Although... about here-ish. Ooh, biomass. I'll have that. I'm okay without jumping off that. Ooh, more biomass. I know I get distracted. Horrifying, right? Okay. Biomass we can turn into diesel or even petrol so that we can fuel our flamethrower. We love the flamethrower. 10 years this month, Gregos Freya. That is a very long time. No relationship lasts that long without work, understanding, and sometimes putting faith and trust in the other person to not be saying something as dumb as you think they've said. I'm doing good, thank you, Troy Tech, but how are you doing? I just go buy a square metal thing. You want like this one? Or one of the vertical ones that can be dismantled. Like these. Okay, thank you for that teleprompter. That's, yeah, fine. I didn't need that chat anyway. Oh, the whole of camera hub crashed. Okay. Yeah, that is still working. It didn't crash. What is going on here? You went to play cards with your friends the first time? That's awesome, bud. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Hope you had fun. Always a fun thing to do. What were you playing? One, so let me send a quick DM chat. Just want to send a message to someone. I mean, Cinders, but at least you recognize that, because there's a lot of people that don't. And they still don't know to work on themselves. So as long as you know to work on yourself, but that's all you can really ask of yourself. Not anyone can really hold you to. Oh, you're not kidding. That really does make a meal of them. Nice. Love that. I mean, this does make me feel a little bit like a microwave meal, but hey. Magic, I see, I've not played Magic the Gathering, like, extensively, because you're only allowed to have one expensive hobby at a time, and I got Warhammer 40k at a young age of my expensive hobby. So I you know, Magic never quite called to me in the same way, because, you know, indeed it is Lotus for Iris. He is down there. He's having a slep. He's just getting himself comfy-wumpy, waiting until I finish so that he can immediately request that I go and sit on the sofa and he can warm himself up by sleeping on my lap, which is his current favorite place to sleep. Yours was paintball. Paintball, airsoft is also an expensive one. That's very commonly seen as well. Warhammer's like an actual religion in the sense that it also demands at least 10% of your annual income. Luckily, mine hasn't, but it's more like a bit like Magic, I guess, because you've got to learn all the card combos and you learn the lore and you learn like what works and what doesn't work. There's a huge amount of extra depth that comes with Warhammer 40k that, like, all of the lore is like it's like a degree. It could genuinely be a degree subject. Expensive hobby is bikes. You have 5 bikes worth 15k in total and 2 motorbikes worth 16k. I mean, fair, as long as you enjoy them. Like, a good bike, it's like many things. Like, you know, having a good bike, if you enjoy cycling, is important, because anything that goes between you and the ground or you and the road is a safety thing. Like, you know. I'm still at 50 out of 120. Jeez. That's stuck in. It was short on glass. That's incredible. So we've not found any glass for all that time. I can just go there. Nice pile. Oh yeah. That gun is loaded. More biomass. Steam is not a hobby, it's a way of life. See, I raised this question to a friend a couple of weeks ago, and they told me to stop saying such cursed nonsense. They're not allowed to think about that for at least another 5 years. And the question I asked was, what do you think happens to Steam and their pro-consumer approaches once Gaben either leaves the company or passes on? Because there's a handover in place, but like, what's one generation down the line? What's two? How long does Steam stay Steam for? How do you guarantee it? You used to love Magic the Gathering, it turned into Card Fortnite, and then you dropped it. What? Sorry, what do you mean by Card Fortnite? Just because it was doing you mean the collabs they do with various IPs? You mean? Vinthal, unfortunately, given the terms of service of the way that you interact with with Steam as a platform, it's something you have to think of, because Steam can rescind any item that is in your Steam library can be rescinded at any time by Steam. oh, Gaben will have plans in place, he'll have agreements, but how long do those last for? You know, 2-3 people down the line, some of that soul might change. You can't treat it like it's going to be there forever. That was a good catch, right below the ground, right before the ground. That almost made it look like I know what I'm doing, chat. Wild, right? Oh, and that Avenger, at that point, you're asking a question that monarchs asked for thousands of years. How do you ensure that whoever follows your successor, you know, maintains the quality and maintains the choices that, you know, you would have made as king? You can't. You genuinely can't. You just got your check from Stardock shutting down like 10 years ago? Wow. You give it 1 to 3 years after Gaben leaves for Half-Life 3 to come out. And this is, I don't want to be, you know, doom and gloom about the future, because ultimately Steam is a great platform compared to many other options that would be out there, and, you know, it could be very much, it could be very, very different. But don't assume it will be there forever. Don't take it for granted, because ultimately, like, they could be so much worse than they are. You don't have a guarantee. Look at the Tolkien estate, Severus. Exactly. Yeah, you make a very good point. Check this. The problem for your grandsons? Fair. Yeah, that's your view. Yeah. Oh. Remember, chat, unscrungle your spines. I will hydrate myself. Thank you, Chillax. Nah. Oh, I'm out of power. Could probably, like, not die. That would be a good idea for me to do. You would hope so, Cinders. You would really hope so. Because quite a lot... I don't think it's wrong to say, to be honest, that Steam really underpins a lot of PC gaming as a concept. Who will take care of Gaben's yacht fleets? I'm sure there'll be a captain ready to step in. If not, I'll do it. I'll volunteer as tribute. Steam underpins a lot of gaming. Yeah. Like Roblox. The company's behind Roblox for sure. I'm not sure that Roblox itself as a game underpins that much of the internet. Not in quite the same way as all of it. Can you call me Dr. House of Streamers? What? Because I use a cane and I'm British. But I can fake being American. Look at how much I don't trust these boxes. Look at the level of care that I approach just going into that one little square room. I just got massively baited there. Jeez. It's so funny. That's very kind of you today. And I don't know. I have some very specific weird knowledge that sounds smart, but I also do dumb shit all the time. But like, don't you worry. The type of humor, that's fair. Yeah, fair. I do love House. It's one of my favorite TV series. I do think that Hugh Laurie portrays the disability parts of Dr. House incredibly well. I'll be honest, it wasn't... for a long time when I was a teenager and in my early 20s, I wasn't comfortable using a cane because of how other people would react, or how they'd be like, oh, you're so young, how did you do that, blah, blah, blah. But it was actually, I think, part of it was kind of watching House and watching, you know, and realizing that actually, like, it's not a big deal. He's on a cane. No one ever makes a big thing of it. It's not actually an issue. I don't think you notice half the time when you're watching the series that he's on a cane. It just becomes background information to you that actually kind of got me to the stage where I was more comfortable myself doing it. And it sounds really dumb because, like, surely that shouldn't have been a consideration for me, but it was. Zerodinus, I can imagine that I would have been the one on Jackass who started off making the jokes. And when my friends took it too far, I'd be the one like doing the first aid or filling in the insurance forms. This character has a disability, not that it is a disability. Well, exactly, yeah. And I think that was it made things a little bit easier for me when I was a few years younger. I think I'm in need of a Caretaker and don't want to just how it will look. You can get nice ones. I've got myself one. I've got myself a nice one that I take to TwitchCon, which is it's solid wood. It's a wood with a solid metal core up of it, and it kind of is far stronger than a collapsible one. But yeah, I understand that. Just another. That's definitely a thing. You thought he had an injury when he was filming it. You didn't watch a lot of his work before House. I think it's the way that they write House as a character is quite a strong one as well. Like, you know, he's incredibly charismatic but also incredibly broken, and it's conveyed in many ways. You know, he saves so many lives but he can't save his own in that way. You know, it's like I said, I think that House is up there on some of my kind of one of my favorite TV shows for a number of reasons, but that is one of them. And Hugh Laurie does the job excellently, like unreasonably well. So it is incredibly funny to me that when Hugh Laurie auditioned for that role, the director didn't know that Hugh Laurie wasn't American when he heard the accent. Like, he had no idea, which I find hilarious. I use a cane. Please tell me you have one with a hidden sword inside. Genial. And unfortunately, because of the laws in the UK, if I was to own a sword cane, it would have to be before, I think it's the year 1907, because it has to count as an antique rather than as a concealed weapon. Mystery ladder, where are you being kept? I mean, yeah, Hugh Laurie and Blackadder, hilarious every single time, but you almost wouldn't know that it's the same character. You wouldn't know it's the same person just by watching the two, almost, because they are so incredibly... Now that's what I call a hot ass. The cane must be from that era. The cane must have been made then in order to carry one lawfully. How am I meant to get? I'm guessing I'm gonna have to build something to get up that, or go a different way. That might not be the route. For a second, I thought I'd flown through that banister. Yeah, that's not the route. Good job, Kronos. Well done. But yeah, you can buy sword sticks in the UK. Unfortunately, though, the other thing is that for me, I put quite a lot of my weight onto my cane because of where my issue is in my back, and a sword cane would likely not do very well under prolonged weight. They're better for gentlemen's canes, but also very cool still. I would like to own one, but hey, you can buy them. Watch him in House, you forget that he's in... I mean, yeah, you know he's British because of a bit of Fry and Laurie. Yeah, there we go. That's also very good. Right, what do we need? Iron, copper, and plastic. We can definitely do that. Whee! I said wee. Yeah. UK is very stabbing friendly. So are most places when you think about it. Humans are really vulnerable to being stabbed. It's really inefficient. Whoever was on the design committee really should have thought that one through. Like, where's the armor plating? Bob. Excuse me. That was unpleasant. Where's the exoskeleton? Exactly. Why are we not centaurs? Why do I have to rely on one set of knees? It's very inefficient. Rude. It's also rude. But my health is a resource. Spare knees in human too? Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Spare knees is very important. It can, but I feel like taking pressure off of our knees would just be helpful. Also, tails. Why do we have a tailbone? Make your mind up. Either have a tailbone or have a tail. Wait, no, have a tailbone and a tail, or no tailbone, no tail. None of this half and half shit. Weird. Copper, iron, plastic. Perfect. No redundant organ. Exactly. Well, at least livers regrow. That's helpful. Ow.
Lovely baby.
Ah, a full view of my arm. Apologies for that. I'd take a tail that could be like weight bearing, but the problem is that humans are quite heavy. Like if I could use it like a fifth limb, that would be useful. But if I had to choose between, for example, tail and say 2 sets of arms, I'm taking 2 sets of arms. You bet your ass I'd like to be a Machamp and just kind of chuck things around all the time. It'd be so useful. Imagine being able to like play the game, but also be able to moderate with my other set of arms on a different keyboard. It'd be so good. Daikotsu, I can't believe that you said that, but I can 100% believe that someone said that, and I'm glad you did. The Emperor tried to fix a technical issue with humanity, but Horus didn't agree. I mean, yeah, look, Minty, that's... I am still... Horus didn't do the right thing, but the Emperor didn't either. That's my view on it. The Emperor's a piece of shit and a bad dad. Might be heresy, might get exterminatus, don't care. Okay, so that is at least it repaired. Now I need to charge the navigational array. Wait, hang on. Dude, are you okay? I think that angel's broken, chat. This is dumb. Oh, okay. Thornton's here. Hang on, give me a second. I'm just going to go and do my stretches and check on B. I'll be right back, and then we'll do the leap of faith. Hello, Meat Tree Bud. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you all for waiting throughout the ads, chat. We are going to do this leap of faith afterwards. After Thornton is gone, I don't want him to see the leap of faith in case we mess it up and he thinks that we're raw.
Oh, you back? Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, baby.
You want to go up there? Good morning from Australia to you too. I'm glad. I'm doing it. Should I heal before jumping? Yes. Landed it. Worth it, in my opinion. I no regrets. We'll try it with some more health, but again, I don't think that 26% of health is going to make that much of a difference. Can you play this game with other people? Razor, at the moment, no, there's no co-op in this. However, I believe, what I was told by chat anyway, was the devs have said that they actually are considering co-op long-term, depending on the uptake and the interest. Stuck the landing, but I made it. I landed. I got where I needed to. Looks like my shins hit the edge. That was fine. I still made it. We're still good. Oh, it's inside that. Okay, so I do actually need to go and do the main quest before I can finish the other quest. Oh, good. I did save after climbing this. Maybe need a larger battery to survive that jump? Meh. Nah. We'll try it again with 100% health and as much power in the battery as we can manage. I have a feeling it won't be possible, but hey, we'll make it work. Yeah, but Lady Piccolo, then the difficult part is not adding it in story-wise or narratively. The difficult part is adding it in mechanically and having two separate characters in the same world doing things at the same time. Okay, I've landed it, definitely, but definitely don't have enough health to do that yet. But I committed and I made it twice. I'm proud of myself. I don't need you guys to be, don't worry. Very rude of me. I wanted. I knew I saw something that I wanted, and it was biomass. I love biomass. Oh, I can't dismantle that one. I'm so used to being able to dismantle those. Meow. Yeah, you're just shouting. You're so adorable, aren't you? You're such a good cat. Meow. Oh, okay. Yeah. Look at this baby boy. How come you're such a long cat? You're such a long cat, aren't you? Yeah. Oh, okay. You want the belly rub. Okay.
I love you too. You're a beautiful cat, aren't you? Yes, you are.
That was the neck and chest rub. Well, it goes down into the belly rub afterwards. He's in his he's just big. Is a 35% off sale a Twitch thing or something you've enabled? I tried to enable it the day but it told me that there was one going on already, so I assume it's Twitch sided now. But if there's a 35% off on subs, that's cool. I didn't know that. That's thanks for telling me, Twitch, I guess. Good evening, Mazlath Bud. How are you doing today? 35% sale ends in 4 days, so it ends at the end of the month. So they've done like a sub-November. Nice. Well, the good news is, across December, I have 70 hours of plus like 30% off sub stuff that I can run. So basically, December, we might just do a bunch of like bonus sub days, or I'll do a... Oh, I could do a subathon. I don't know how that would work. I'd have to have a think about it. We are doing very well, thank you, Mazlath. Yeah, chat. I think even chat are doing okay today. They've actually been on they've been pretty well behaved today. I've been fairly surprised, but hey. Which is being super weird and your payments has been declined for no reason. That's interesting, Ruchi. Maybe reach out to their support if you're having problems still tomorrow. It could just be a local payment processing issue. If it is for one day, but if it's over a period of time, likely... Here's the thing. We're obviously planning something. I mean, yeah, when chat's too well behaved for too long, you know, I know to be suspicious, right? Have a Greg sausage roll for every 5 gifted I would be the sphere. Lukewarm Skelly coming in with 20 community gift subs. What an absolute badass. Thank you very much, Luke. Let me just read those out. I always read out all the names because, you know, Lukewarm's done the donation. Let's have it read out. So thank you for giving gift subs to, and also bringing yourself to around 200 gifted in the channel, which is, again, huge. Thank you, bud. Let's gift subs to 85 Londoner, Dark and Stormy Nights, Ooh Little Ooh, Orbulan, Ben Addict, Svensson, I like that, 7 Svensson, The Real Eclipse, The Stoned DM, Grouse, The Old Grey, to Old Grey Wolf, The Dude Rory, Apart Meerkat, I think that says Phalanx, Plonks, Phalanx without any of the vowels, Super King Bob, Orochi, Null Cypher, Divine Cookie, Sarantis Darath, Wraith Glow the Artificer, and Mrs. Kenny Tengu. Absolute legend, Luke. Thank you very much. Ooh, little ooh. It's fun to say, to be honest. One of the fun parts about reading that name is sometimes you just find out with a really funny one. The Spit Note. A Greg sausage roll for every 50 subs would be potentially doable. Even then, if I assume that generally a subathon will give you roughly double the numbers of sub points if it goes on for like 3 days. So if you guys wanted to torment me, which you very much know is on brand, you guys could probably... 500 gift subs is fairly doable. That's still 10 Greg sausage rolls. If you did that all in one go, I would be dying. I would feel so unwell. I would keep going and I would commit, but at the same time, I would also regret my life choices immeasurably. There's a way that we could do this that we all win. I just need to think about it. Hey, Mrs. Kenny Tengu, great to see you. How are you doing? Thor managed it. Thor managed it across 3 days, Cinders. Across one stream, which is what I know you guys would want to do it in. That it would break me. It would be ridiculous. You're supposed to make me regret my life choices? Fair. Actively fair. Yeah, Thor did it across the day he arrived in the UK and the first 2 days of Twitch. Well, 48 hours across 3 separate days, Cinders. How many sausage rolls would be the hype train record? 50 gifts. I don't even. A Greg sausage roll is a little bit larger than the length of an iPhone. Probably an iPhone and a third again. You've done 6 in a single sitting. Okay, that's 300 sub cinders. I know that if I was eating a Grey sausage roll every 50 subs, you guys would do at least 500. Could you do 10 in one sitting? Could you do 20 in one? Where's the line, Cinders? If you buy the pack of 4 sausage rolls, you could do more. That's how I would get the numbers of sausage rolls I would be needing to do this. Let's just move all of this into the corner. I could pick it up, but that would be too easy. This is my storage solution. It works. Okay, so somebody said earlier that in this corner there is a metal grate that covers a route down to where I wanted to go. On the left as you exit the elevator. So it's going to be around here. Although the elevator... It's 2 plates behind the building with Fab. Two plates behind the building with the fabricates. Oh. Ooh. A hole in the floor. Thank you, Saren2C. 2SC. Very much appreciate that. That was very good instructions as well. You know, chat members are not necessarily famous for detailed instructions that work that effectively first time. It's kind of a meme among streamers. I'm just going to climb off this until I fall, aren't I? Oh no, maybe I'm not. The floor is holy ground. Goblin, okay, I'll see if I can... Did you get into my DM requests? Okay. I like the guns and ammo that's hidden down here. That seems perfectly safe. Goblin's Cat, did you end up in my DM requests then? You did. Oh, I've also got a DM request from Mythos. Let's accept that. I do know this person. Is this in relation to? Oh, that just broke my browser. Ah, thank you. Okay, awesome. I'll check that out. Thank you. Could you put that in the DM, because my brain is like a sieve and I will forget that context every single time I look at it. Okay, the problem is that I can't see where I need to go. Is this isn't the one that we need to jump down onto, is it? No, it's not. That looks like loot I haven't taken apart. Ooh. Thank you, Mythgos. I mean... I didn't do the pipes. What do you mean? I didn't do the pipes? On the far side over there, I think it is the side I need to get to. So I'm not sure this will work. Yeah, I haven't gotten to that one yet. I need to make something on the wall. I need to get some more glass to do it. Oh, no worries, Mythicos. Yeah, generally, if you're in someone's stream, it isn't considered polite to link something like another person's stream like that. You jump between the pipes and the light. Oh yeah, I just needed to do... Yeah, I've worked out the route. I just need to make a box on the wall to get there. Let's jump off into the water. High dive! Nice. I can't believe somebody left all this loot here lying around. How unlike me. I'm actually a little bit upset with myself for leaving such obvious loot. Should you buy Dune? Yes, you specifically should buy Dune, Arthur. Yes. Does everyone think that Dune is a bygone game, or will they turn the cheek? As that 6,800 daily is looking pretty bad. At the end of the day, like, the game is still being actively worked on. Whether it will gain a X level of viewership, where X level of viewership is success versus failure, isn't really a thing. The game objectively did well. It sold well at launch. I think they've probably covered their costs. Now they want to do something with that game, which is awesome. They want to keep building the stories in that world. They want to keep developing that game further. They've committed to delivering what the players wanted and what the players are asking for, and they are doing their best to listen and try and engage meaningfully with the community. I can't really ask any more of them than that. And if Dune still has 6,000 to 8,000 players daily, that's still not bad numbers for a game. It's just about where your line of what's successful for a game is. You would buy DLC for it, and if that's the feeling, then is the game successful, unsuccessful, etc. Like, how, you know, how are we justifying that? How are they justifying that? Who gets to decide what's successful or not for that game? Like, interesting. This is like a desalination plant. For me, Dune lost the appeal when they changed the deep desert like that. Yeah, the deep desert tension is a big part of it, but they are looking to bring that back. They've said that in January, that's one of their main focuses, to deliver the gameplay experience in the deep desert that people were originally looking for. So that's the thing. That's, you know, I'm happy letting the game cook. At the end of the day, if I have to do a comparison, I have more faith in Funcom and their current communication, the way they're working with their player base and the way they're delivering the changes people want, than I do in Ashes of Creation. and I'm giving Ashes of Creation a chance, so I have to give Dune a chance, you know? If that makes sense. Wait, that's not right. Sorry, I'm doing something for December quickly, chat. Bear with me. Sorry about that, chat. I'll just dial out on stream couple a little bit. Right. We are low on electricity, but we've got a bunch of stuff here, so let's take it all back to the boat. We're going to go touch the butt, chat. As they say in Finding Nemo. Lasagna air bolognese. What is lasagna air bolognese? Oh, lasagna al bolognese. That makes sense. I don't know why I read air in that. What are you doing? What? How are you? I don't even know what I'm looking at when sometimes when I look at B. I'm like, how are you doing that? He's so adorable. I was talking about the deep desert. I think that there's a lot that could be, that needs to be done with verticality, no-fly zones. There needs to be chasms. There needs to be radiation zones. There needs to be environmental effects and threats in the deep desert. Like, there's a lot more they could be doing with it. Sweet, level 13. That will help, because now we can do this. Enhancers. I'm going to put pretty much all of these points into Hall Mastery, because I'm carrying so much weight of my gear now. There we go. So we've got 199 of 125. Okay, I've got 30 dive. Rapper. I think, to be honest, the thing that's holding us back still is still Hall Master every time. I'm gonna put all of it, balls to the wall into Hall Mastery. What are the materials I need to make one of these? Because I'm going to need to make one on the wall, at least one on the wall. In fact, I might take the materials to make 2 or 3 on the wall so that I can do that jump puzzle to get that final thing that's bothering me. It's not bothering me, chat, I promise. It's definitely bothering me. I have to make 3 of those, that's fine. Okay, we should also make some more. We've collected a huge amount of resources, Jesus. What? The ads are here, chat. I will move B. Mythos, if you tell me one of the word, like a distinctive word in the password, I will tell you what that's. I'll tell you which server you're on. I reckon I can do that from the Dune servers. Make sure that you stretch, chat, have some water, have a drink, look after yourself, say hi to your loved ones, maybe consider looking outside, maybe try and make sure that Mariah Carey isn't trying to break in. You're not looking outside. You've got the auto turrets on for Mariah Carey, have you? Good. That's wise. That's the only way you can be safe. The chance of Mariah Carey is never zero at Christmas time. Her and her teammate Michael Bublé from the Christmas Bandits. You know. Oh, unfortunately, there's like 3 with beans. That's the problem. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that contain the word no, sorry, 10 that contain the word, but all of them contain the word beans on the pirate servers. And then 5 of them on the mushroom servers contain the word beans. So there's a lot of beans. Oh, okay, then you're on Emmanuel Win then, if you're talking about the Warhammer related one. Ah. Gonna survive Whamageddon? We could do more batteries. Let's do this. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oof. I can't quite work out what the difference is between the modules and the engine boosters. Engine cylinder booster. Like, what? I don't have the bigger... I could unlock the bigger box. To be honest, I'm just trying to spend some resources. That's kind of the main goal. That was kind of what I was trying to do. Assembly instructions, logic and discipline. Nice. Oh, that's full? Bother, as they say in France. I'm not sure if they do. Rifle trace, okay. Hello. Ow. Who's a nice baby boy? Yeah, you. Of course it's you. Yeah. Thank you. There you go. Who's a lovely baby? You're gonna rub your face on that, are you? He's so adorable. Just get quacked at every single time. Oh, look at you. Who's a big baby? The chest rub, okay. Oh, who's a big baby boy? Ooh, ow. There's humans and Xenos. Well, there's the Imperium, which, you know, is just a waste of space and time. And then there's everything else. Let's go Bravo, skills. We should have unlocked the big box a while ago. Let's do this now. So some people were saying the higher tier of these aren't worth it. The Lumimax. At some point, we'll likely need that oxygen generator. That's what will make me go fast. The super boosters. Ooh. I'm a heretic. I think that the Imperium is incredibly corrupt. It is a method of control now at this point. The Imperium of Mankind is, not the place to be. That's fine, right? Oh. Yeah, this is completely fine. Oh, my knees. 152 alloy frames is fine. Oh, okay, I'm still full of alloy frames. I'm still going to be full of alloy. I might have made a few too many alloy frames. Oh god. There's so many alloy frames. You heard what I said about the glorious Imperium. It's definitely not glorious. Look, a box so I can keep all of my alloy frames in it. You know what it's made from? It's made from alloy frames. Here you go, more alloy frames. So many alloy frames. Good boy. Yeah. You're a very good boy. You're a lovely baby boy, aren't you? Hello. Yeah, I'm just getting rid of excess floof, Bailey. You don't need it. It's the floof that you're going to lick off later anyway. The big baby. You want some pets? Okay, we'll give him some pets, chat. I feel like, oh, Sindri, thank you very much for the 5 gift stubs that I definitely missed a few minutes ago. My bad. Ankle, how did I miss all of these? What is going on? I'm very sorry. Let me do this. I'm gonna give Bailey some pets, and I'm gonna read out those subs that I missed. I'm sorry, baby. Oh, who's a baby boy? Kawaiikos, if you're here, thank you very much for those gift subs to Days In, to Memnock, Bees with the Knees, Britty Ann, Crumsy, Hadrick, Invisigoth, Shadow Smalls, Jazzy the Dog, and KJ Extreme. Kawaiikos, you're an absolute legend. Thank you very much for that. That contribution, and the sub from Ruitgorth, 6 months at tier 1, again, complete legend. Thank you very much. I'll try and reach out if I don't hear from you guys in chat. I'll see if I can reach out. And thank you guys. And then Sindri, thank you very much for the gift subs to Razor, to Kaylee Caller Bob, to Crazy Village Lady, to Orthau, and to Big Balls Gaz. The nice thing is there that it's the Irish, or the kind of the Gaelic version of Kaylee, which is Ceilidh. And if I didn't know that, that would have really messed me up.
So beautiful, baby. Oh.
Yeah, meow. You're so cute. Streamer Eyes can't follow chat anymore. It does seem to be that way. It's very broken. Bailey, I know. We've helped you clean and cook almost all of Thanksgiving. You are very welcome, Chicago Strong. You're super welcome here, bud. It's always lovely to have you here. How many subs to give Bailey a box? A box of what? An empty box. He's got dozens of them, but fine. Just a box. He's got boxes. He prefers cardboard. I want to get some cardboard for him in here. I think that would help. You know what? I'm gonna dump this in here. Never enough. You give him boxes that are not cardboard? No, he likes flat, singular pieces of cardboard. You guys have seen what he likes, his cardboard squares. You've been here long enough. You all know what he prefers. You know what Bailey likes. Cardboard box a little bit smaller than his. It will give funny if I fits I sits. I wouldn't. I don't think he would. He does. He's not really a if I fits I sits cat. He is, however, if there's a cardboard square or a paper bag on the floor cat. He loves a paper bag. I'm worried about how much he likes sleeping on paper bags, sitting on them. He's just a ridiculous little creature. I love him, but he's ridiculous. The Tau are a really interesting species of mind-controlled, sorry, not species, an empire of mind-controlled people, right? Because of the ethereal cast. That's pretty much my understanding of Tau still. I thought that gave me more power than it did. Problem for future Kronos. No. Ah. Fine. We'll have to do it again then. Can I say, oh, fiddlesticks when I miss the jump? Possibly. It's not something that would come naturally to me, but I could I could try. Trazyn from the Necrons, you know the law of everyone. Like, Trazyn's written in such a way that, like, you can't help but enjoy Trazyn, but he is a ridiculously overpowered character. He's not inside the realms of, like, you can never play as Trazyn. You couldn't be Trazyn because he is one of the most powerful beings of all beings, and is basically just living for the memes. Okay, that was even worse. I wasn't even paying attention that time. Why? That looked like tentacles in the water, but I'm gonna climb up. I don't like that. Is there something down there, chat? The demo of the game is short, so much shorter than the real game. I mean, that's how demos normally are. It is a demonstration. I'm vibe gaming, yes. I am indeed vibe gaming. Baby. I don't really want there to be some kind of large cephalopod-like creature down there trying to devour brains. It's probably a mind flayer. I'd believe it was a mind flayer. Nearly messed it up right at the end there. I'm not trusting it. It's probably a mind flayer. I know what you guys are like. Catan Shard of the Void. Catan Shards are very, very cool. Could it's been those pods? It could be, but it looked like it was moving because of the water, which scared the bejesus out of me. Like a golf. There we go. It might have taken us all day, but we got there in the end. You have a 2,000-point Necron army and you love it? I'm glad. Necrons are a good fun army. To be honest, they got a lot of love with the Indomitus Crusade, I think, and they're kind of fun now. I've got a friend who plays and collects Necrons and really enjoys them. Although he doesn't have much time to play anymore because I think he's in the police, so like, kind of a busy job, you know, occasionally. Oh look, sunlight. Hello, biomass. The band or the force? Yes. Yes. You don't play, you just collect and you just collect, paint, and read. Fine, so be it. You don't need to play for Warhammer to be fun or for you to be a true fan. That's not how it works. If you like Warhammer for any of those things, you're still part of the community. Well, I don't need this. But I want it. I want more health. If I do this, drop that off, head this way. That'll do. That's good enough. We're going to end up being over encumbered again by doing this room, I can just tell. His 2,000 point Space Wars armor boasting how unbeatable it is, like an anime show. He chopped a few down, moved on, they reanimated in pins. That's what you have to be really careful about with Necrons. You have to move so fast that if they do come back, they can't grab you from when they reanimate. Or you've got to basically keep enough heavy fire on them that when they do reanimate, you can just mow them down before they pin down your melee units again. Also, Space Wolves are really prone to getting tied down in melee, and if you can get enough units into them and just kind of tie them up, they lose their momentum that they rely on, I think. At least when I played last, which was 9th edition, so I haven't actually played 10th yet. And the edition is probably worse for them. Ah, shame. That's my issue. Like I learn an edition maybe 2 in a row, but I just can't. I still get the rules from 8th in my head sometimes. Like, ugh. Sometimes I still think about vehicle facings. And that's not even, I can't remember what edition that went away in from Warhammer, but that's still in my head. Playing Elden Ring for the first one over a year, muscle memory is slow to return. That makes sense. If I had to build some armies, I'd build League of Votann Tau and Custodes. I have some Custodes I need to assemble at some point and paint. I was going to do a black, silver, and red color scheme was my plan for that. Right, I haven't been through this door. Yeah, thought not. You struggled to get hold of one Leviathan box? I think that Leviathan was a difficult one for people to get a hold of. Live. You'll get there, bro. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. As Del Chant said. So I could tell I hear yourself. Blue. Retired librarian. I mean, that's such a cool job. Like, I know that people don't think of librarians as a cool job, but like, kind of is. You're the guardian of books. Just neat. Like, I don't care. Maybe I'm the nerd for it, but I don't care. The guardian of the books. What a cool job. I would spend my entire time reading. That would be the problem. Sorting the books out would be... I'd either not let anyone take them because they wouldn't look after them. Or I would... I don't know. Yeah. You spend all your time saying ook. God. We have an internal bias as studiers of law. We have to love, read, and the people who protect. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I love reading. I've always loved reading. Reading is pretty much if I'm not streaming and I'm not on Discord, I'm offline, like fully offline, I'm reading. If that's where you'll find me. I'll be reading somewhere. I'll be reading something somewhere. I just finished Unintended Cultivator, book 7. I think I'm moving on to... I don't even know what's next, actually. I've got a huge backlog of things I want to read. What? The ads are here. What do you want, Thornton? You tell me why. Down we go. Let's go all the way down to the... Okay, we'll go all the way down to the bottom and see what's down there. It's this one that I didn't finish harvesting. You have so many books you started reading but never finished. It's very rare that if I start a book and want to keep reading it, I stop. Once I'm in a book, I'm in a book and the book is ongoing. It's one of my few, like, pretty much daily tasks. I know that my Kindle tells me, because I've missed a couple of days, like TwitchCon, I'm just too busy to read books on. I don't have the time. I get back to the hotel and immediately pass out. So they're the days that interrupt my streak. But I'm on something like a 6-year streak on my Kindle of not missing a single week of reading. And I think in that time I've missed maybe 12 days. I know I missed a stint of 5 days when I was in hospital and I was semi-conscious, but that's, I think, kind of explainable. I've always loved reading. At some point, I will read through the 40k series again, because last time I read the Horus Heresy, there were like 10 books in it, and now there's like 3,000 books in it. People use Alexa. I mean, audiobooks are definitely a thing, and they're very, very good. They can be very, very fun. They're a very good way to engage with content and with the literary world for a lot of people, because it's not always convenient to be able to read. Like, if you're driving, like, you know, you're commuting, it's not always possible to spend the time that one would want. Come on, I'm not trying to connect. I'm trying to loot the freshwater container, damn it. It's not always possible to do reading. If people's spare time they want to spend it on audiobook, so be it. But like, learning how to read well is important. I think you experience stories better when you can take your time and read through it and really visualize it and picture it when you need to. For an audiobook's word, I don't have any intention to do that. It's not something I've planned on doing, but if there was ever an opportunity to, I would be interested, I guess. I'd need to know more about how all of that world works, etc. I used to listen to Critical, like how I got into Critical Role was during my my long commute. I used to commute for about an hour and a half each way, and I would listen to Critical Role episodes. That's why I've listened to most of the first Critical Role. But like watching it, I wouldn't have the staying power, I don't think. Not in me. As soon as I mention audio, my answers are Harry Potter audiobooks. Yeah, see, that's not something I think an audiobook is needed for. This way. I don't. You listened to the Dune series while I was at work? You couldn't get away from... Yeah, you can't get away with sitting there reading while you're at work, no. But listening to an audiobook at work is very doable as well. Yeah, it's another good example of another time when audiobooks are really positive. I'm glad she's having fun. Not sure how that happened, but fine. More plastic. That's rubber, but fine. Copper and more plastic. Okay, you done? Okay, we're done. As far as I understand it, I've pretty much explored this entire area that I can get to, so I need to go and do the quest. Do we want to set sail? Mironoval, thank you very much for that reset, buddy. You do appear to have been toasted, but it's okay because at the 1 year mark you'll unlock something else. There's a new one that I have for the 1 year mark, and I don't want to upload it too early so you guys, because otherwise you guys can see what the next one is. Oh, I probably should though, because there are no more, so it'll tell you there's no more to be unlocked, which is a lie. Hmm. 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 I'll have to leave a note for myself. Electric big explosive. That sounds like a problematic bit of fun. You can stay in there too. Oh wait, you could fit. This is human. No, that's enrichment. This is human food, etc. Mind surge. Food. After all that, we do have plenty of glass left. That's very funny. You can only focus on one stream at a time. I don't have that issue, but that's probably by virtue of what I've done as a job for a while now. That's kind of probably not a fair comparison. How are we doing on biofuel? Yeah, not a huge amount, unfortunately. Free stuff! The new war bond comes with a minigun. War bond of what? Sorry, Troytech. What's the game? You also like many voices in it? Ah, battle. Okay, Battlefield war bond. Yeah, that's why I needed. Helldivers 2. Okay, no, Helldivers 2. Fine. Helldivers 2. That's cool. A minigun. That's going to be intense. Kind of fun. What did I... Neutronium sounds fine, right? That nothing could go wrong by making that into, you know, some kind of weapon of some kind, maybe. Poop and seaweed. So I'm currently running at 41 out of 140, so I do have 100 carry weight spare, so I'm kind of at a better number-wise now. I mean, I haven't harvested my... I can't have been everywhere. There's so many areas on the way up I just, like, ran through or... All of this internal area, like the jump puzzle all the way up the outside, actually, I haven't really done a huge amount of. I've done some of the ones that are accessible, but I've not explored it to the same degree. I don't know if I need to, though. I feel like the key areas are the main junctions off of these rooms, rather than anything else. You don't recommend using a minigun in a tent? I don't recommend using any gun in a tent. I'm going to be honest with you. That seems bad. Or if I want to make a really bad joke, it seems a bit intense. I'm not sure if I'm horrified or impressed by my own joke there. Probably horrified. But I've made my bed, now I'll lie in it. Oh, look, don't want to leave these behind. A delightful chair and table. Very much. Radical Skull, welcome on in, buddy. I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for that raid of 1. You're a legend. How are you doing today, Radical? Good to see you. Luther, this is it's a perma operations site where we will be using this to print humans, but I want my boat to be the primary base at all times. Like, I want my stuff to be stored on that boat to be where I'm producing everything, I'm creating it. That's how I want it to work. I summoned the elevator of the skies. Print humans. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can print humans from human seeds. What's the problem? Come on. Come on, elevator. Taking your time. And now all the way back up. Oh! Yeah, well, I mean, it... Allegedly a vegan recipe, sure. Making sure there's nothing that's missed up these. Nope. We do have to come back here at some point reasonably soon, so I'm not going to leave... I'm not going to dismantle all of my power infrastructure, is basically where we're at with that. Hello, Radical. So you're playing through Lords of the Fallen, making slow progress. That's a game, it's a bit like Diablo, isn't it, Lords of the Fallen? Was it Wolfson? Am I thinking of something else? Ooh. It's a Souls-like game. I'm thinking of something else then. I'm thinking of Wolfson, Lord of the Fallen or something? The Souls-like. Ah, I mean, Souls-likes are always slow progress as far as I'm concerned, because I'm not particularly good with them. Kane's Sword and Helldivers 2, now that's that's more interesting. Now you're speaking to my inner corn berserker. More like Elden Ring, I mean, yeah. I should have just jumped off the edge. That would have been quicker. Fine. I probably would have died. I probably would have been eaten by the shark and I would have deserved it. Nice RP walk. I know. It's my knees hurt because I'm growing old walk. Oh, I've been sleeping for so long. The other side. Interesting, Ruji. You can do that with chats, but not audio. Oh. Gunnar, thank you very much for being here. I hope you have a lovely Thanksgiving. Thank you for hanging out today. Thank you for being here, you know? I'm glad you've had a good time, dude. Take it easy. Now, is anyone in chat in the unfortunate position of both having to work tomorrow in a public holiday? Like, in the US, do you like have like restaurants open on Thanksgiving? Because like some places are open for Christmas here, and I know how hellish that is. Is that the case in the US as well, or does like everything has to be closed on Thanksgiving? Is that how much of a thing is it? So some people still have to work. Unfortunately, that is a shame. You work at a hotel, yeah. See, that makes sense. Like hotels are one of those ones that's also vulnerable to holiday seasons. Yeah. My first job was in a hotel. Many people have to work. That makes sense. I wasn't sure how widespread it is. I know that it's not necessarily celebrated by everyone, but like on a bank holiday, for example, some places will still be open if it's a hospitality job, whereas if you're, you know, retail, you won't be. Christmas hits us for workers, like, yeah, basically grocery stores and restaurants, yeah. Right, apparently there's rumors of a seed vault to the north, so that's where we're going to head next. Is that all? Is that bio white? Is that what I've got? Bio light. Yeah. I don't like that amount of fuel, but I know that's not the true amount of fuel, so that's fine. We are northward facing pretty much perfectly. I need to go and repair my wind turbines because they are... Oh, I think the technical term is fucked. Durability 0%, yeah. They've taken some damage over time. Not sure why that one on the edge is so heavily damaged compared to the others, but fine. Might because it's so close to the edge, potentially. I don't know why that one had taken so much more durability damage. That's so weird. Well, the one in the front's also not in a great state. Better, but still not as bad as the one that was on the left. I guess it's the exposed side of the ship, so maybe that's been taking the brunt of the force. Although I don't know if they've got a simulated weather to that extent. Whee! It's like like I said, it's like a spaghetti noodle. Slurping that spaghetti noodle. I'm not entirely sure I should be heading out in this, but hey. All aboard. Well, a bit late now. You just see someone just running for the docks. You're like, oh shit. Well, it just says head north, so we only know about rumors speak of one hidden to the north. We don't know how far north. We don't know anything more than that, to be honest. So we're heading north and kind of hoping for the best. Game looks cool. Is it hard to get into? No, I found it surprisingly easy. There's a few bits that I think they need to work on their new player experience. They don't tell you a lot of things. Some stuff I had to be told by chat members who have played before, which has been obviously very helpful for me, for that to have their experience to draw on. But the game itself, great fun, very kind of very like kind of intuitive in certain ways. There's a few things that haven't made sense, but like a lot of it just it's quite good fun. I really like the mechanic. I like the fact that you're playing as a robot is very different. I'm not going to say no to free stuff, am I? Like, I believe Americans call that a buoy. I don't know why. We just call it a boy, but hey. Right, we're going to see if we can head towards... I mean, it says to the north, but it's not very clear. You can look at the map and mark waypoints, even because I don't know where this one is. It just said to the north. Unless it's that spire directly to the north. Look at the map. There is nothing to the north. Like, it's not. So, I am looking at the effing map. So, what do you want from me? There is, however, a spire directly and perfectly to the north, which is what I'm going to head for. Guiding light, I can't repair the communications array. I couldn't get into the room because I hadn't completed Seeds of the Future, I think. It wouldn't let me... Yeah, get rammed, I guess, dude. You didn't tell us that it wouldn't let me into the room. Oh, I asked in chat and people said, oh yeah, you're to the next quest step. Fine, okay. You weren't here, fair enough. Okay, let me go back and I will activate that navigation beacon. It'll only take me a second. I did repair the thing at the tower. It was getting into the room to charge the navigational relay that it wouldn't let me do. I couldn't get in through the closed room. Me. I'm going back for seconds, ramming at the shark. That's what it is. Ramming speed. Did you get the authorization from the terminal? You need the code from the Pico terminal, the Hall of Humanity. Okay, I'll have a look. That might have been the step that we were missing. So I could repair the antenna, I just couldn't get into the room, but that would make sense if I was missing the step from the Pico terminal. On the bright side... Oh, I wish that you could see the net indicator from here without having to get out of the ship and do all the... My net isn't down. You're right. Brought it up, didn't I? No, I was doing something. It might be because I died after the tower. It didn't save. So when I tried the door, it didn't let me in. That might be why. Yeah, it might be the death. You're right. Yeah, reach out. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Hmm. Well, that was a nice trip out, wasn't it? I will indeed hydrate, Quivon. Thank you for the reminder. Three points this way. You have a map in that base too. Where you charge the antenna, there's a map. Interesting. Okay, I'll have a look. Yeah, I haven't been in that room yet, so that'll be why. Where is it? Here. Nope. I haven't quite worked out the ledge grabbing yet. That's something I'm still trying to get a full understanding of. Luther, I'm makes sense, Luther. Thank you for letting me know. Just make sure this is all running. Yeah, the throttle should be at 0. Positive energy flow. Wind is heading directly that way. Weather is all fine. Okay. Oh, that's not going to have enough range, is it? Oh, no, it might. Nice. Ascendio. Why do I feel shorter? Weird. Thank you all for the follows and the subs today. You're all legendary. Thank you very much. Welcome on in, Adrak. How you doing? Left there. The Pico terminal was just here, wasn't it? There you go. Acquire Hall of Humanity authorization. Have a nice day, Caretaker. Whoa. That's a lot of logs. I could spend hours going through those logs, to be honest with you. Absolutely hours. I should have enough materials to do the repairs. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. It's possible that I won't, but worst case scenario, we'll jump down. We can make this happen, chat. We can make this work. Thank you for sticking with during the ads. Oh, now it's open. Yeah, sweet. Okay. Oh, wait. Electric gun. It's like popcorn. That's the funny part, like... Oh, there we go. You're free. Now you can die. I can't believe there's things here I didn't dismantle, chat. But the game's been in the making for 4 years. That's really awesome. It's a great, like, it's an indie game. I've done really well with it. I'm really impressed. I'm certainly going to keep playing, like... I just love dismantling stuff. Okay, somebody told me, I think Mythcos, you said earlier, that I need to take this... Oh, it's not a printer, that's a keyboard. Is there a printer in here? Keyboard will do. It's raw! Exactly. Very satisfying. Hello. Free iron. It's raw, Day the Fae. Welcome on in, buddy. How you doing today? You doing good? I need all these materials for reasons. Don't worry. Come on. I don't want to pick it up. I want to dismantle it. What a day. Yard work with Dad, but now to relax. Well, at least you've got there to relax, which is good. You got some time now to chill. Enjoy your evening. Distracting yourself from waiting for the courier by dying repeatedly in the lands between. That sounds about right for Elden Ring, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Can't believe I left a computer alive. I'm gonna make that one die first. Be careful to keep an eye on my power. Am I dismantling that through the wall? Yeah, fine. Okay, whatever. That's not a problem. Will this kill me? Maybe. Not today. However, running back to my base might kill me. There we go. Not quite. Not today. We'll leave that doing this. Oh, wait. I'm still attached. Yeah. Maybe not. How did I get in there? I managed to, the chat pointed out that if I went down into the, if you go down into the Hall of Adjudication, or the hall down here, and you interact with the terminal that's in there, the Pico terminal, as you walk into the room, you'll be able to... Okay, it won't stay on. You'll be able to then go through that open door. You haven't even got to repair the table, repair the terminal. Like, you can do it by just by interacting with that terminal down there. I didn't even see that was on there. Okay, you're all okay. Yes, you're very robotic. Good, fine. Calm down. Yep. So there's a Pico terminal down in the hall at the bottom of the elevator when you go down in that building, directly ahead as you walk in. Basically, interact with that terminal. Download the Hall of Humanity I think it's Hall of Humanity authorization. That door will then be open when you come back up the elevator, Bendercat. The step I missed was the Pico terminal originally. You are very welcome, bud. There we go. They're very annoying, these angels. They're very loud. What? How is there an undismantled vent? Less walking back and forward? Exactly. Oh, disappointing, Quares. How could you leave delicious loot lying around? What would the loot goblins say? Disappointing. Very disappointing. Day the Fae, completely fine. Completely fair. It takes a while sometimes to recharge from a game genre. Depends on like how much you enjoy it and stuff. So, you know, if it's not for you, it's not for you. But it's a pretty solid game, I will say. If you are interested in playing another survival crafter, this one is pretty good. This is just kind of gross. That's gonna hurt me. Hi, Bailey. Who's a good boy? You wanna... There you go. Chat can see you for a little bit. Alright, Lieutenant, I'm going to, Mythicos. I just want to fill up my inventory first. Are you done? Yep, there we go, finally. slightly over encumbered, but we'll make it work. Camera on, he goes. What a prince. That's exactly what he's like.
Relay seems clearly now. Coordinates have been received. The answers were
Norfolk Grave.
within Norfolk Grave.
And then unknown. Directly north. I love this little circle. Look at that lovely loop, though. Look at that. Oh, love that. That's boat stopped in its own length and everything. Beautiful artwork. Wild. Mirror it for TTP? Of course, chat would say that. No one's pleased with the navigational prowess. Everyone's like, penis. Mirroring it perfectly would be a challenge, but not impossible. Like a figure skater. Oh my god. This is why we're not allowed nice things, chat. You spilled boiling tea and you came to blame me because I'm British, Ham. Can't believe it. Anything related to tea, automatically Cronus' fault because I'm British. Can't believe it. Fair, but I can't believe it. Because I'm feigning disbelief. Look, the most British thing I can do is be indignant when I have absolutely no right to be. That's the most British thing I can do in this moment, okay? You know what? Depending on which sea it is, I'm fine with that. If you want to throw me into, like, the Mediterranean, maybe. Hi, baby boy. You've come back. Oh. There we go. Bailey leaves so he can have a snack and then come back. Yeah, that sounds about right for him. Most Brits need to do is simultaneously being disdainful as appreciated while also... I mean, Arnich, that's exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm actually making my escape with all of the artifacts. That's the whole thing. Don't tell anyone. Hello, Mystery Clouds. How are you doing? Wrong button. Turn this back into biofuel of some kind. That's a horrible noise. Unnecessarily bad. Nav beacon to the east, Norfolk Grave to the north. To restore my health. So I've got 2,400 liters of diesel, and I've got 60 kilowatts of energy, I believe. Hi, baby boy. Yeah. We're not gonna draw a penis on this one, chat. It's just not the right time. What one day will be the right day, but today is not that day. Don't you get stuck on that, Bender. That's not how ships work. Okay. That would be a very expensive bill. Here we go. Now we're cruising, aren't we, bitch? Yeah, we are. Let's keep hydrating. That loop wasn't the right shape for TTP, and you know it. The counter, oh, that just counts, Mystery Clouds. Don't worry about it. It just counts. It's a counter that, you know, counts. Grab it while I'm here. Speaking of sea, sometimes I feel sad. French memes are not international because we have a hilarious meme about the Dead Sea. On the French version of Going for Gold, the contestant answered, "It's the Dead Sea" to 6 questions in a row. The 6th one happened to be correct. Amazing. What's with the suspicious sounds? Also, go away, Mr. Shark. I didn't give you permission to be here. Also, if he just drove under the propellers, that would suck for him. Ah, yes, good British weather. We love this. This is the lads on tour, on our way to go and get some cultural artifacts and human seeds. What more could we want, chat? What is this game about? It's a survival game, horror game, adventure game. Mystery Clouds, this is a survival crafting game set after the fall of humanity, after a climate event in the world. The whole world is basically flooded. And we are a robot that's been activated to be the last caretaker to try and basically usher humanity into the stars. We've got to make our way through these series of locations, discovering the story, discovering what's happened, learning new tech, setting up to be sustainable and sustain ourselves as we travel through. Yep, so if you, I'm a robot. Look at this. I'm powered, my stats are electricity and basically durability or health. There's an awful lot of deep lore that we've not really, like, fully gotten into. Because it's a lot to read, and most people want to see me crafting stuff. I've got goblin stuff to do. You can dismantle so much stuff. There's storage. You can like, this is your home base. Your boat is what your traveling base. It's kind of raft, but add, you know, add robots. No bit. Oh, okay. Big baby boy. Lovely cat, huh? Good boy. There we go, the big bubba. This is Bailey. He's 15 years old. He's a big baby. Look at him. You love it when he does. You love it when cats do the flop. Bailey does a very good flop. At some point, I should stop and explore some of these other things, because some of these structures are actually quite awesome. He looks really good for his age. I take quite good care of him. I've been very careful on his diet. I love him like my son. Like, you know, I've only known him for 2 years, but like I said, he's basically like my son. How that works. If you use !Daily Bailey, I post a photo of him every single day. So if anyone ever wants to, you know, see CB, that's the best place to see photos of B. Indeed. Thank you very much, Sindri, for your gift to Kayla Caller Bob there. The Helios Reserve Gemini. I mean, that looks like mines. So until I've got the bolt sniper, I don't really want to be going there. Although the idea that I can shoot those mines to detonate them sounds great. I love that sign. Every point of interest seems to be unique apart from the underwater ones. I didn't even know there were underwater points of interest. Wild. Jeez, it's not like it's an anchoring point there, is it? You had to level up your super pressure. I've got, I'm at... My max dive depth is plus 30 meters, which is what someone was saying is basically the maximum you'll need to complete the story and to travel through the game. Jeez. Huge swell. God. Love that. That's real nice. A nice change in the sea conditions. Normally I'd throttle back and take these waves at 45 degrees, but it doesn't seem that the game fully simulates all of that. If these breakers were large, if these like waves were larger and the swell was larger, I'd basically have to cut the waves at 45 degrees, so to prevent a huge dip and then going into the front of the next wave, which is how you manage it out to sea generally. You can do this part with nothing in pressure if you've got points in battery capacity and know where you're going. See, that's the problem, Calmari. I have no idea where I'm going. So I've got the plus 30. I've got the 30 depth, which should be fine. I still don't know what killed that shark out there earlier, chat. When we got that shark way earlier. There is quite a lot of game in a lot of games these days. That's the point. There's so many games everywhere, and it's about time to play all the games. Action strategy game, cool. Why do I feel like this point of interest is going to be underwater? See, that's what we found, Kalmar. We found a dead bioshark, and it was the first time that we got the rare resources ever. Like, it was cool, but like, How deep is this? I'm not sure that I want to do this during the nighttime or during a rainstorm. Like that just sounds like a bad idea to me. The weather is correcting though, so it should be clearing up. Well, of 4.3 meters. At any time in here, there is. There we go. There's a clock finally up in this little cabin. I'm not sure why as a robot I don't have an internal clock. That's kind of my feeling about that. Like I don't even have like a small little BIOS battery to count to tell me what the time is. Oops. Definitely a compass HUD and time would be nice. Yeah, that's kind of what I feel, where I'm feeling it's at right now. Pull this in while waiting. Eels? I don't... You could dive at night if you love eels. I don't love eels. At best, I eel ambivalent about them. Oh, I don't deserve to enjoy that joke. That was bad. Worth it, but bad. The end of the end. Did I fill both of those up, or is there just no copper or glass in here? No copper or glass in there. So you want bolt, pistol, and flamer, or bolt, rifle, and electric pistol? I'll take my bolt, pistol, and the flamer. Okay. Connect to my flamethrower, please. Just pop my flamethrower off. You've got all of Thanksgiving prep done? Good job, Chicago Strong. Proud of you, bud. Hello, I'm still streaming. I am indeed, yes. I mean, I've got some stuff I need to do, so I wasn't going to continue too much further, but it looks like we're in a position where tomorrow we can jump down here and just go for a swim, but we'll also be playing some Dispatch tomorrow, so it's not the only game we play on stream. I've been really enjoying this so far, and I definitely want to keep playing it. So, for now... Chicago Strong, thank you very much for those 100 bits. You're a legend. Appreciate you. I'm glad you've got stuff done today for Thanksgiving. We are going to be raiding into our good friends at Ferret Software. I hope that you all have a absolutely brilliant evening. I hope that you were stuck on the Lazarus Complete for 4 IRL days. You published everything from it. I'm more than happy to help, Bendercat. I'm really glad. I hope you've all enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much for all the follows, all the subs today. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for being here, hanging out. Those of you who are here for Thanksgiving, we will, of course, be live for Thanksgiving. Take it easy and have fun.